Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Relax and take a moment to go inwards, seek inspiration from what is going on inside your mind. Allow thoughts and feelings to marinate in your conscious awareness, what comes to the fore. Meditate on whatever signs and symbols appear in your mind's eye. Relax and meditate, and when you feel ready, when you feel compelled to say something, click on the link in the live chat to speak to us. Relax and take a moment to go inwards, seek inspiration from what is going on inside your mind. Allow thoughts and feelings to marinate in your conscious awareness, what comes to the fore. Meditate on whatever signs and symbols appear in your mind's eye. Relax and meditate, and when you feel ready, when you feel compelled to say something, click on the link in the live chat to speak to us. Hello, 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 hello. Hello to everybody who is tuning in now or later on. I do hope you are exceedingly well. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where we have conversations about what is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing together. And we're trying to find Gnosis, a term, an ancient Greek term that means knowledge. We're trying to find out what is going on and what we need to do whilst we are here. Now, there's all manner of opinions on this show. People are coming at this from their own subjective experience. So it's hard work trying to get through all the different points of view. But it's the good work. It's the only work there is. It's important work. We have Chickpea here.
Why are you working so hard?
Chickpea, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yes, I know. Thank you. You came up
Welcome.
in the thing. Why are you working so hard?
It's not. I mean, I've worked hard on this before. This isn't. I wouldn't say this is excruciatingly hard work. You know, haven't you ever done manual labor to a deadline?
Yeah, yes, I
Haven't you ever worked in sales, and you've had like targets, to get, and you know you're not going to get your commission unless you use that phone enough times a day and get enough people saying yes. Oh my God!
You're working hard.
Haven't you ever studied for an exam, Chickpea? There is much harder work than this, right? I'm just chillaxing.
To me,
taking it in.
Hard work.
I'm taking it in. I'm trying to relax. Try not to get too angry, aggravated by what people say. Trying to find Gnosis.
Right.
Loho says, DW, what are your thoughts on the whole Swiss New Year catastrophe? Absolutely terrible. It's sad, very sad. Surprising, actually, in this day and age that any, reputable bar nightclub could have such a hazardous material, on their ceiling, because that's apparently what happened. The ceiling caught fire. There's been enough of these incidents around the world, since the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Enough people have been killed in nightclub fires to know that, if you're running an establishment, you've got to have it, in the right order for, allowing the public to enjoy themselves, without the worry of burning to death. So it's very sad. Not too fond of these sparklers either that they use in nightclubs sometimes. What do you think, Chickpea?
I don't like.
It's an unnecessary fire hazard.
I don't like it. No.
Maybe we're just being grumpy, but why take
risks?
risks?
I'm not being grumpy at all. Actually, I hate fireworks and sparklers, all that sort of thing. Loathe it. You should see what's been happening in Holland and France.
Yes, I heard. I read it yesterday. Happy New Year to you too, Black Hole. And Retro says D&W has to sell a Bugatti or he's canned. Yeah, this is the, I'm not really a salesperson, but I have been one. And it is a hard slog, Going door to door selling doors is not an easy job.
That sounds fun.
Have you got a door? Oh, sorry. You already have one.
I've got two doors.
I didn't make that joke up. Bill Bailey did, but it's a funny one, isn't it? Actually, if you want to know the worst job I ever had, I've had some absolutely atrociously bad jobs. But one of them was ringing up people who, I won't name the charity, but they were patrons of a charity.
Yeah.
And I had to say, oh, hello. Yes. Thank you so much, madam or sir, for your kind donations over the years. Have you ever thought about the fact that one day, you're going to die? And, perhaps you could leave something behind for the charity, just 1% of your estate.
Yes, I know, I've done that.
Means so much to this charity. But yeah, it's not a nice phone call to make. It's not a nice phone call to make. But
no, I've done it on the streets with.
Then you get bizarrely accustomed and attuned to it, and it doesn't bother you. But at first, it's quite a horrible phone call to make.
Yes.
Ringing people up, just reminding them they're going to die. If that isn't a hard call to make, I don't know what. Someone's just having a good day, then some fucker rings them up and says, "Hey, one day You know, you're going to pop your clogs.
Yeah.
So that was
That's
at a time when I had 2 jobs, actually. Yeah. I did that. Well, I did that in the evening a few nights a week. And then I also had my own little business going at the same time. I used to burn the candle at both ends, you know.
Yeah, I used to.
Yeah,
I used to.
I don't advise it.
No
I don't advise it to anybody.
Hey, hello.
I had no choice.
Hello to Bear.
Oh, thank you. Is my audio okay?
It is, my friend. How are you doing? Happy New Year to you.
Oh, same to you as well, Chief. Thank you.
So, Bear, you weren't on yesterday, so I can ask you the question. What are you hoping to leave behind in 2025? What are you hoping to bring with you? And what are you hoping for in general for the humanity in 2026?
Well, for humanity as a whole, more stability for people and probably a lot more extended freedoms for people.
That's a nice idea. Starting with Iran, hopefully. They seem to be, the population over there seems to be rebelling against the tyrant that's running the shop over there. I wish them all the luck in the world with that. It would be nice to see them all liberated and free to do whatever they want in a, you know, as they walk around town without worrying about crazy police coming at them and whipping them and beating them for not wearing this or that, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
Bear, what else are you thinking in terms of, you don't have to tell us, but personal things that perhaps you'd like to do less of or do more of this year?
Oh, well, for myself, my personal goals are to be a bit better with like money in terms of like spending and saving. And I do need to get back into like my religious studies, so that's probably my top 2.
Your religious studies. Now, that's an interesting one, Bear. We'll have a little chat about that in a second. I can't keep up with the comments, guys. Loho says, D&W, a day in the life vlog with you and Danny Shine would be a nice New Year's gift for the Finding Gnosis viewers. Dare I say it, 2 brothers from another mother. Yes, that would be fun. We do get on well, you know. I like Danny. You know, we don't agree on everything, obviously, and sometimes he can be quite difficult, but he's a very clever fucker, isn't he? He's very clever, and he's actually got a good heart, you know, behind all the bluster and all the, you know, what some people see as dark comedy. He actually does care. Now, we have our little, let's just say we have disagreements about certain things at the moment in terms of AN. I'm not AN. He is. But that's life, you know. Everybody has their view. And that's just the way it is. So, yeah. Jay says, g'day, mates. Yes, g'day. Retro says, hello, chat. Thanks for bringing in 2026 with us here at Finding Gnosis. We may find gnomes first. So he thinks we're going to find gnomes instead of Gnosis. Okay. Garden gnomes. Yeah. Funny story you just reminded me of. When I was a kid, there was a guy up the road, my dad's friend, who was a successful builder. He had a big 3-story old Victorian house. And he had a nice garden at the front. And he used to have some garden gnomes that he really liked. And, he put them in there amongst his flower beds. But somebody kept stealing them. So this guy got a bit peeved about that, and he ran a live wire through the center of one, popping out the top of its little pointy hat. So, he heard a scream one night at about 3 a.m. and there weren't any more gnomes stolen ever again. But I don't advise that because it could kill somebody. So, I don't advise anybody doing that. But, that was back in like the 90s. When, people were a bit more laissez-faire about matters,
Yeah.
So, yes, Bear, as you were, brother, you were saying this existence, you'd like everybody to get along and, more freedom, et cetera, et cetera. How do you see that happening and what are the threats to it?
Well, obviously the big threats is mainly government, like always, all the time. For the best way people to get it, we probably just need a big overhaul of like probably government as a whole and the way the system works.
Do you think that it's unfortunate? Because my view is this, right? I would be kind of center left. That's my position, right? Now, I feel that we're very unfortunate in this country because we haven't had a good center left for a long time. And it seems that why do you think that is? Part of the reason I think is politics become such a game for the people who went to private school. You know, it's become such a careerist kind of position. You know, people who want to be politicians, they set out to be politicians, and perhaps they haven't got a clue about, you know, what life is like for a person, and they've been to private school, etc. They've been born with a bit of a silver spoon, so they're not quite clued up what it's like to be an average person, let alone someone. It's just not on their radar. And, you know, it's very strange. We've seen the Labour Party in this country run by the likes of the Miliband's, who I believe were very opulent in their upbringing in the past, you know. And then we obviously thought we had Tony Blair, who I would say is a man out of touch with the common man. Keir Starmer, although I don't actually hate the guy, I think he's another one. He's a little bit out. He's a little bit out of the mix. He doesn't seem like a man who could just walk amongst the people and be chill, you know, and understand humans, you know. Maybe he does, but he just hasn't got the gift, has he? He hasn't got the common touch, the gift of, you know, being able to...
no, he is definitely out of touch.
I prefer him to Annie Tory, though. He gets a bad press, but I don't think he's a bad bloke. I just think... Look, I also think he's been handed a bit of a poison chalice. This is the problem here. Labour were handed a load of shit, basically, from years of the Tories. And as I say, it's very easy to blame Labour, but the Tories made a lot of the mess, did they not? And I also believe, Bear, I don't know if you believe this, I think a lot of the power has been stripped away from Prime Minister. You know, a lot of the power has been stripped away from politicians. That I think they're just kind of like presenters now. They're just reading scripts.
Yeah, you've got Maggie to thank for that.
And they're not necessarily men of agency or women of agency. I don't know. What do you think of that?
For me personally, I just think whether it's left-wing or right-wing politicians, I just see them all as one of the same, where I don't really trust any of them. I think they've all got one united goal at the end of the day, no matter which side of the fence they sit on. And for me, it's more just about, like, there needs to be a lot more in place for protection of the people. Because at the end of the day, you could be left wing or right wing, and I'm not going to hate you for that, because that's your beliefs and you're entitled to them. And, you know, they should be defended. But overall, I just see any type of politician as just like liars, whether it's like left or right.
I might say that's a bit overly cynical and bleak. Do you think that's the case all over the world, or is it just the system we have in the UK?
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't say all over the world. There are definitely like genuine politicians out there that are trying to make a change. The best one I can name off the top of my head was the MP from Liverpool during the Hillsborough Justice campaign, where he literally became MP to fight for this thing, and when it eventually came through and settled, that was when he was like, "Okay, I've done my job, I'm off."
Yeah, I mean, not all. I wouldn't say all politicians are awful, but Chickpea, how do we start? How would you suggest we run the political world, the political system? What do you think? What do you think of it at the moment?
Well, I'm a left winger, as you know, but I think the damage has been so far gone now that, yeah, I used to be a Liberal voter. I used to like David Steele. Since then, I haven't really liked any of them. I liked Harold Wilson. But you weren't alive then, were you, when Harold was in power? He was a lovely Prime Minister, a real gent. And David Steele, who was Liberal Party, were you alive then?
I'm not familiar.
No, you weren't even... Yeah, this goes back to the 60s and 80s, God. Ever since then, I've just hated them all of them. Loathsome. And you know that Maggie bitch? We used to go out in the street demonstrating against the 2468. Maggie is the one we hate. We did. That was back in the 70s. I loathed her too.
She was the daughter of shopkeepers.
Yes, I know from watching the flip. Yeah, from next borough, Islington. Yes, I know, but I don't think. You know what? I think she
Iron
was
Lady.
a little mouthpiece.
The Iron Lady, they used to call her, didn't they?
Horrible.
Yeah.
She was horrible, but she looked like she was drugged or I don't know. I don't think her eyes.
She was one tough cookie. She was one tough cookie. There's no doubt about it. But she was. I mean, you got to say one thing. Did she not do something for women? I mean, was she not?
No.
Did she not break through the glass ceiling, as it were? And
no, the glass. Oh, well, I suppose you could say that. Yes, I suppose you could. But it was still a class thing anyway. The glass ceiling. It was only the upper middle class females that came from upper middle class backgrounds that were racing ahead, not us working class ones. But we shouldn't.
I would say as well, though. I mean, she probably was the best person for the job when it comes to the Falcons.
Oh, I loathed her. With a passion. Well, I'm very, very anti-privatisation, and I'll tell you this much.
Yeah, she had to deal with the Falklands, and then she had a lot of, trouble with the Northern Ireland situation at the time. But I don't think she was particularly good on that one.
She did mess up Northern Ireland a lot.
Yeah,
like big
yeah,
time.
she messed up sold off all the price. She sold off everything for a song. Water companies, D&W.
I mean, I think one of the biggest problems in Northern Ireland was the age of some of the British soldiers that were being sent over there. I mean, they were very young.
But it wasn't that bad in Northern Ireland. I know so.
17, 18-year-olds walking around with, rifles.
D&W, I told my stepfather.
It's not a good idea, is it?
D&W, my stepfather was posted there. I only stayed there for a while, then I joined it myself, but it wasn't as violent as it was made out to be, and it wasn't. And I know so because I was there.
Do you mean it wasn't as violent from the public or from the soldiers?
Well, there's all this violence in Northern Ireland. It wasn't actually. I felt quite safe there. I used to walk to work.
I suppose it depends where you were. I mean, there was obviously flashpoints, wasn't there? There's obviously
nothing.
It depends on where you were.
Yeah, and I also think it depended on where you were, and also there were flashpoints. There were times when things didn't really kick off.
It wasn't as bad as it was made out to be by the press, and it wasn't. I know so because we were there. I wasn't there.
Ricardo, Sun Rocks, hello there. I mean, there was some serious shit went on up there, Chickpea, on both sides. There was a lot of people died.
Yeah, I mean, like Chickpea. Don't get me wrong. You might have been in a part where there wasn't as much stuff going on, but there were parts that were.
Place called Lisbon, but that's true, I suppose. Yeah, but you know what? I hate
punishment people being kneecapped. There were busloads of people being shot dead because they were either Catholic or Protestant. There was police and soldiers being shot. There were members of the public being shot by the police. The soldiers. So it was a brutal time. I mean, there was the Bloody Sunday, wasn't there? When 12 people were shot dead by the British soldiers at the time, and then there was much skullduggery going on with Secret Service getting into positions on both sides and causing trouble for whatever reason. I don't know. I still don't know why that happened.
It was all to do with the Catholics and the Protestants. It was a religious war, wasn't it?
Well, I don't think it's as simple as to say it was a religious war. I think that's
it's a multi-layered thing that just goes back and way beyond.
I believe some of the problems started because there was a lot of trouble with in the 50s and 60s with some of the Catholics not getting the same standard of social care and access to jobs, etc.
In the north,
as the Protestants.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily think it was about religion. I think it was more about control and power and one side.
Oh yeah, it goes back to you could even go back to the Easter Rising, where they were trying to fight the British during World War One, and then they were still fighting the British for another 2 years until they got something called Home Rule. But the problem with that was, it was okay, Ireland's made up of 32 counties. You get 28. We get the other. I think it was 6 of that. So that was the split between Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. And then obviously you had the Irish Civil War, and then it was kind of mellow for a few years until, as you said, all the stuff in the 50s, 60s that kicked it off again.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what, I've never been to, the real trouble spots, but I don't know what they're like now. I don't know whether people are
Nowadays, they're not too
I've been
bad.
to Belfast and stuff, obviously. But I've never been to like the estates where it really is brutal. But I don't know what they're like now.
See, I've been to Derry, and although the wall and that's still in place, it's not as bad.
Yeah, Derry was the predominantly kind of nationalist city, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the big one where all like the stuff went down, but there's still a bit of tension, but it's not not as bad as it used to be, like 10 times.
Well, that's good. So what do you think is going to happen in the future then? Do you think that they're going to come together and everyone's going to get along just fine, or do you see future flashpoints?
I think they'll stay separated, but the whole conflict will just die down where no one really hates each other at that point. So there'll be two, you'll still have the split between the North and the Republic, but there won't be any or as much tension as there used to be. It'll just be a casual thing.
Right. Now, the funny thing about a lot of it is a lot of the people in Northern Ireland came from Scotland, their ancestors. And then if you go back, their ancestors came from Ireland. It's always the same people fighting each other. Obviously, it's not as simple as that. But what I'm trying to show is that we're all the same, really. And we just fight over recent history. And it causes a lot of shit. Yeah, it's not good. Sad. Yeah. It's very sad. Psychopaths on all sides causing trouble. And, I don't know what to say. I remember there wasn't there a famous one where there was a funeral and there was a guy.
Oh yeah, they threw the grenades at them.
Yeah, this guy. What's his name? Yeah. What was his name?
The butcher or something, or the.
I can't remember his name, but there was a funeral on, and there was lots of people out, and this guy just turned up with throwing grenades at people at the funeral. Yeah. Scary. It's scary to think actually that people are driven to do that type of thing. I mean, in my lifetime, there's been some brutal stuff going on, I think before I was born, there was the Brixton riots, and I heard about that. That was pretty bad. Obviously, there was reasons for it. But, it caused a police officer to get his head chopped off in Tottenham, I believe. But it's because I won't say that was fair, but a lot of the black people in London at the time felt like they were not getting a fair deal and they were being abused by the police, etc., which was a legitimate standpoint, but it caused some police officer to get his head chopped off, I believe. Isn't that right? I mean, there's been some crazy shit going on in this part of the world.
Yeah, I don't.
That's not to say there weren't. That's not to say there weren't black people who were, who got into terrible situations with the police back in the day. I mean, I can't remember the cases, obviously, but I mean, I've heard cases of, say, schizophrenics who died in police custody because of being manhandled. But there used to be a lot of manhandling and, corruption back in the day, not a lot, but there used to be some that caused problems. I mean, look at In the Name of the Father, that film. That was about police corruption, wasn't it? Because they basically framed the wrong person for an IRA bombing. It was an innocent man. He went to jail for 25 years or something? I can't remember. A long time.
It took 20 odd years, yeah.
Anyway, so there was police corruption, but I like to think it's got a lot better. My dealings with the police have been, few and far between, but, I from the ones I've met, they've been respectable. And, in fact, I think sometimes it's gone the other way sometimes. They're so by the book. You know what I mean? That they're so by the book, and they're so worried about causing offense and causing trouble that sometimes I believe the legitimate criminals take advantage of that. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Whereas back in the day, people were afraid of the police because you could get a good hiding from them in the back of the in the back of the police van. Now they're like, oh, there's turning everyone's filming them on their phones, and the police are frightened to say the wrong thing. So it is. I reckon it's very hard to be a police officer, and I don't know how they do it. Actually, it takes a thick skin, right?
Mm.
I'll say this, DW.
I wouldn't have minded being a detective. You know that? I wouldn't have minded being a detective. But the thing about being a detective is you have to go on the front line first, I presume. You can't just turn up in a suit. You got to do your little time as a frontliner, raiding houses.
Oh yeah, you've got to be like an actual copper for so long, and then go to like inspector, then detective inspector.
Yeah,
Speaking as a female DW, I felt a damn sight safer in Northern Ireland. I was only there for a few months, granted, than I do in London now, and I did.
Yeah, but there's a few factors there. You're older now, right?
Well, yeah, but I was a teenager then. You know what teenagers like back in the 70s.
There's a few things here. You're older now. You had more athleticism, perhaps, and vitality at that age.
I felt a lot safer.
Perhaps you were a little bit more naive back in those days. You didn't know what dangers there were. Perhaps you didn't see the dangers that were there.
I felt a damn sight safer there than I wouldn't dare walk 2 miles to work now, where I'm living. Wouldn't dare. I wouldn't. Yeah, or pavement cyclists and all the rest of it.
Anybody
I won't moan anymore.
Do join the discussion panel using the link in the live chat.
Well, you know what Maggie did? You know why I hated her? She closed down. She sold off all the nationalised industries, and I hated her for that.
She sold all the what?
Sold off all the nationalised industries, water, everything.
Steel, mining. She got rid of the miners as well, right?
All destroyed. And you know our water bill's going up by 40%, apparently. Again.
Oh, nice.
I heard somewhere on YouTube, apparently. Yes.
Bear, are you worried about what the future holds at all? Because there's a lot of doom on this channel. There's a lot of people come on here and say we're facing literal impending doom. Everything's going to hit. Shit is going to hit the fan sooner rather than later. Climate change is going to cause global catastrophes, and there's going to be instability because of political shenanigans. We're going to have World War III. There's going to be some kind of virus again that's going to go global and kill everyone. There's so many things that are channel because as I said, we're open. It's an open house. But Bear, are you worried about the future at all?
I mean, I am worried, but more in the sense of, for me personally, I'm more just worried about how political stability is going to be in terms of like our country, because I know there's a lot of bigger pictures, like you said, with global warming and stuff. Yeah, we should be worried about them and focus on them. But for me, the thing that's on the forefront of my mind is just how our country is going to be in terms of like rights and wrongs for the future, because I do think it will just get more like stricter over time.
So you're worried that we're going to have our freedom of expression curtailed, and how do you think they're going to do that?
So obviously the big one that they announced last year with the digital ID, that's just like a spyware for everyone. I think it's not necessary, it's not needed, it's not liked as well, and it's just a way for the government to keep track of everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think they need it. I think they can literally, if they really wanted to, they could tell where who was doing what without you necessarily having to register for it. They know where.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very quick to arrest people when they say something. So I'm not so sure if it's a necessity. Maybe they just want it to be overtly obvious that they're doing it, and they think it might force people to behave themselves.
Oh, it was basically like because Keir Starmer went on to that interview about because he was defending the digital ID, and he was saying, "Oh, it's going to be more secure for people to get jobs, and like it'll lower immigration." And the interviewer said, "We have something like that. It's called national insurance number," and he just kept waffling on. But then he said, "Oh, you can't work without like digital ID," and the interviewer said again, "Well, these people who are working illegally don't need to show any ID because it's illegal."
Yeah. Now, Bear, you're somebody who has said you're worried about extremism, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, you're anti-extremism. You do go online and you try to talk people down from extremist views. So, how does this marry with your fear of Big Brother? Looking at what we're saying and trying to police our messaging. Is it not good, in your view, as a tool for preventing extremism? I mean, can you not see it from that side? What is the worry for you? Is it that we're going to have some tyrannical force that perhaps isn't good for us? I mean, do you get what I'm saying? On the one hand, it seems to support your anti-extremism. On the other hand, I suppose it could be a force for some kind of extreme power to be tyrannical over us and do bad things.
Yeah, because it's as the old quote goes, where it's to prevent fascism, we must adopt these fascist policies. Where it's basically, if you can, for me, I fight extremism with freedom of my expression and talking. I would never fight extremism with like threats of arrest or like governmental power, because although you may say, oh well, because they've got all these powers in place and they can curb extremism, although they're curbing extremism on the one end, they're increasing it on the other.
Yeah. Now, actually, Bear, remind me, I want to go back because you said you want to get back into your religion, right? You're looking to do some more reading on religion.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, just a bit like a religious studies, that's all.
Well, we'll go back to that in a minute. I just want to welcome J.E. J.E., how are you doing? What would you like to add to the conversation?
Hey. No, I just wanted to add that I think it's also true, right, that in the UK you guys aren't allowed to criticize certain groups of people, or you get arrested or something. I think wasn't there a couple cases with that?
It depends what you say. Is it not right and proper that you shouldn't be able to spread hate or messages that endanger the lives of other people or endanger their safety? I mean, isn't that
no? It was about the
DW.
No, I was referring to I think I saw a story about a guy who was arrested because he was speaking out about the immigrants sexually assaulting some of the local women.
Yeah, but it's how you say things, Jay. I mean, if you call for, if you blame a whole group of people for what one or two people do, then that is racism.
So what about that woman that got imprisoned for writing a tweet?
Yeah, but she got imprisoned because she called for the burning down of hotels where migrants were staying. Now, as I said, these illegal, if you call them illegal migrants, whatever, you got to be a human here and realize, like, desperate people do desperate things. Some of these people are con artists, some of them are assholes, some of them are criminals, but they're not all bad people. That some of them are just caught up in a bad life, and they're trying to make a better life for themselves and their family. And they're trying to take the path of least resistance, and that path of least resistance is, going to a country that's got welfare opportunities and opportunities for, jobs and their career and education. You can't blame people for trying it, can you? In this world that we're in, the hellscape reality. But is it not? I'm not saying we should offer free everything to everybody, but what I am saying is. You can't. They're not necessarily bad people for wanting a better life, are they? But
I'm not.
What is bad is people who are criminals, people who are murderers, rapists, pedophiles, coming here, without any documentation. That is bad because we don't know who these people are, and they are a legitimate threat to children, women, men, the vulnerable, the elderly, etc., etc. And also. There's the problem of the innocent migrants, the people who are legitimate refugees being tarnished by the criminal elements amongst refugees, and so therefore they become a target. They've already had a bad life. Imagine fleeing a war. Imagine fleeing oppression. Literal oppression where your life is under threat. You can't live as who you want to be. You're facing some kind of religious extremism, political extremism. Maybe you've been tortured. Maybe your family have been killed. Imagine getting away from that and then being the victim of some woman saying your hotel should be set on fire.
No,
I mean,
yeah, I agree.
what I'm saying is, you can disagree with the way the world is. You can disagree with the way the government is. You could disagree with the way society is, but you really shouldn't call for the death of people you don't know.
No, yeah, I agree with that, but I think there was another instance where someone it was a normal, like, level-headed criticism of the whole
Well,
immigrant
you'll have to
situation. I
show
think
us that example, because unless you show us, it's just, you might as well be talking about hot air. Bear, have you got anything to say on this?
wait, but I also want to add to that I understand that of course people shouldn't be saying threatening things like a person's hotel shouldn't be burned down, but at the same time, like, I feel that sets a dangerous precedent for free speech. I don't think someone should be jailed for something like that. Maybe fined, but not jailed.
So you don't think somebody should be jailed for what exactly?
For tweeting out something as inflammatory as it is. I don't think they should be jailed for that.
Well, you don't think somebody should feel the force of law for saying set fire to hotels and that have migrants in them? You don't think that should be an offence punishable by imprisonment?
Not imprisonment, but maybe like a fine or something.
That's crazy, bro. I mean, that literally could cause the death of the people in the hotel, whether they're refugees or native people who work there. Not only that, but also, the cost of it, financial strain, etc., etc. I mean, and also you're diverting police attention to that when there's other crimes that need to be looked at. I mean, come on, bro, get with the picture.
No, I understand, but still, I feel like they should at least be fined first before you imprison them.
Jay,
give them like a warning.
With respect, you're a nice person, but I think you're talking out of your ass here. Bear, right. What do you think?
Yeah, sorry, I was just letting you finish. But no, yeah, for me, it's like with freedom of speech and that you are allowed to say certain things, but when I do agree with you, DW, that when you're saying like you need to go do this, you need to go do that, that's like call to violence, and that infringes on other people's rights. So, you should be like get some type of punishment for it, but I couldn't really say what. It might depend on what you say, or it's like I do believe that there are certain things that you can say that's perfectly fine, and even if everyone hates you for saying it, you still should be allowed to say it. But direct incitement to violence, like, no.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between saying, "Look, this is not me talking. I'm just using an example. Look, we don't want any more refugees in this country." There's a big difference between that and then some psychopath saying, "Burn down the hotels with refugees in them." I mean, clearly, Jay, you could say the first, but the latter is incitement to violence, incitement to, well, let's just say what it is, murder. And I mean, should that not be a criminal offense, Jay?
Right. Like I said, I think it should be punishable by being fined as like a warning. And if they continue to push that sort of message,
what if somebody actually took that? There's a lot of lunatics out there on the internet. What about if somebody read that tweet and thought, "Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to go and do that tonight."
Well, then in that case, they should be imprisoned in that case.
So that's why it's such a dangerous thing to do, is it not? It's such a dangerous thing to say on the internet, because there's people out there that can be persuaded quite easily and manipulated to do things, and they're not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. So have we not got to be extremely careful what we say and how we say it?
Yeah, I guess another thing
should there not be a standard that we should try and attain as individuals when we're talking in public? And if we fail to attain that standard, should we not be punished?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I guess another thing too, you could, I guess, suspend their
So
social media account.
do you publicly renounce what you previously said in support of that woman?
No,
And
again, I wasn't supporting what the woman said. I never said that I supported it. What I was saying
no,
is
but you
that I feel,
support her right to say it. Would you not? Do you want to take a step back now and say that was an error on your part?
yeah, but again, it's tricky because again, like I do feel like this can lead to a snowball effect of like, even more and more censorship. Of course, I don't agree with the message, but
No, 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 that's not true at all, Jay. There's a clear framework there. You can say what you like as long as you're not inciting hatred or violence.
yeah,
So there is a clear framework. As I said, I've already demonstrated to you. You can make an argument as to why you think we shouldn't be accepting refugees or we shouldn't be allowing migrants to move across borders. You can make an argument. You don't have to call for you don't have to call for actual bodily harm of those individuals or threaten or suggest that something is done that could kill them.
yeah, I
So
agree. Yeah.
your argument is completely insane, brother. So would you like to take a step back and throw it away?
All right, sure, fine.
Bear, what would you like to say?
Oh, no, I was just listening in. I mean, you were right then. We can have a framework when it comes to speech where, a lot of it is unlimited and open and stuff. But I am in the same camp where when you're starting to like call for violent acts, that's when I'm like, no. And by the way, that's not just like a one-sided thing. That's all sides. It could be like one
Yeah.
person on the political sphere or the other, or it could just be some random schizo saying it. It's,
Yeah, no. This and not only that, Bear, but it comes from both sides. If we are to be a civilized society, this isn't just that lady being punished or people like her being prevented from saying things about migrants they don't want. It's against all people who say things. So it would be against jihadis coming in saying they want to kill infidels. That would be something. So it's to protect everybody, Jay, no matter their background.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay. No. Yeah, I see your point.
It's not a one-way, hostile fucking method of clamping down particular sides. It's literally a rule for everyone, no matter their background, no matter their political ideology, no matter their creed, ethnicity. It's literally a framework for allowing discourse in society without, causing chaos or without encouraging chaos.
You don't even have to like be political with it. It could just be some like really deranged guys being like, "Oh, I'm going to, or I want people to like kill people in this certain town," because it's just like round the bend.
Right, and again, I don't support people being able to say whatever they want. All I was saying is that I feel like there should be like a first step of a fine before you throw them in prison directly. That's all I was saying.
No, but Jay, listen, we live in the world of instant communication where you can say something and it can go around the world in 20 seconds, and then we have this kind of snowball effect where that can to a mistruth that causes things to happen. Fake news is a thing. Look at the January back in America, Capitol Hill, when they raided Capitol Hill. There was a lot of fake news at that time. There was a lot of hate. There was a lot of incitement. People died that day. You do know that, right?
Yeah,
People
I know.
died that day. And that's why I believe you're wrong. I believe you have to be careful what you say, and there should be a framework, and there should be some kind of boundary put in place for, this is what you can say. But if you go beyond this, it will be illegal, and you will be dealt with by the full force of the law.
But again, we're on the same side. I think the difference is just in how we think the person should be punished. I think.
Well,
yeah, Jay agrees, but also he's just he's got like different ends of like.
He's saying, no. The reason I don't agree with you there, Jay, is if you bring fines into it, okay, we'll slap a fine on this person for saying that. You know what that does? That gives rich people, it puts them in a position of power, because then it becomes a situation where, well, if the person's rich enough, they can say what they like, just pay the little fine to get away with it. And they can incite as much hatred and violence as they want and just pay the little fine after the fact.
Right, and
but
that's
if you curtail their freedom, they'll be less likely to do so. So if you say, look, if you say these things, you will go to prison. The rich won't benefit from having, the safety net of financial power behind them, because if you're extremely rich, you're not going to be worried about $10,000 fine. And therefore you might be able to say whatever you want, and knowing full well that it could incite hatred and violence and cause some kind of public chaos that could cause death and destruction. So therefore, to say, oh, just give them a fine, I think that gives a buffer to people in positions of power, financial power, that already have enough power. Why are you giving them more power, Jay?
Right, but that's why I said earlier, I said before I was able to finish, that would have been like their first, their first punishment. If they were to do it a second time, we'll then put them in prison.
As I said, if it's a serious enough offense, why give them any? Why do you want to handle them with such softness?
I mean, I don't want to get into these very specific examples, but I was more thinking from the perspective of a young person who either just let's say they think it's funny to say something like that on the internet, right? I don't think they should be thrown in prison.
That would be taken into consideration, would it not? I mean, these are all things that would be taken into consideration, like the
right. That's the point of view that I was more coming from.
I mean, that's a matter for the judge and the
court. Right. I know what Jay means. Basically, it depends on the context.
The context. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I get you. Yeah. So basically, if it's two 12-year-olds arguing on Xbox and one of them says, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you," you can go, that's not really a posable threat. But if it was let's say an ex-boyfriend who's just got out of prison and he messages his ex-girlfriend, says, "I'm gonna kill you," then it'd be, oh yeah, there is threat.
Right. Something along those lines. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically on the context.
Right. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I in no way support anyone inciting violence against any individual or group of people whatsoever.
I want to say, anybody watching who wants to come on, please do. Link is in the live chat. Don't be sitting on your hands. Come on here and talk.
So, life abolitionism said all she has to do is request a jury trial, let the public decide whether she should be punished.
Sierra says D&W sounds like a psychopath himself. There you go.
Wow.
What do you think of that, guys?
I mean, I wouldn't go so far.
Bear, do you think I sound like a psychopath tonight? I haven't
heard you say anything that would indicate you are.
John Sierra, would you like to come on and explain that accusation? Because I find that most interesting. But yeah, come on and let us know why I sound like a psychopath when I'm just talking about protecting people from hatred and unnecessary violence, unnecessary death, murder, and hardship.
Yeah, because
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say the reason that I was thinking about it from the angle of a young person just saying something careless is because there's been a few stories that have come out over the past few years where people would have tweeted something excuse me when they were a teenager or in their early 20s and they just didn't know any better, and I feel like those people deserve a second chance. You know what I mean? That's more of a perspective I was coming from.
Sorry, say that again.
I've seen a few stories over the past few years where people have they tweeted something when they were 15 years old or something, and people wanted to inflict some very heavy serious punishment on them. And I was just saying that I'm just coming from a perspective that I feel like those people deserve like some sort of leniency because of their youth and their age. That's all. That's all I was trying to say.
I mean, there's usually, depending what jurisdiction you are in, there's usually adequate protection for the the foibles of youth. So that is something that's taken into consideration.
I don't know if the UK still do it, but they used to do a thing where you were able to delete all your like post history and stuff online that you posted before the age of 18. But I don't know if they still do that anymore.
Oh, interesting.
There is a way of doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to get like mine done, but I don't know if they still do it.
Click on the link, guys, and come on and talk. Chickpea, you're being awfully quiet.
No, she's feeding her cats.
Yeah, I'm just hearing my cat.
Go ahead.
Saying a word. Never guess what I bought today, DW. I bought 7 goos, 14.
7 goos for how much?
They're on sale, £2.50 each. I sent you a little link saying goos are on sale.
Have you been taking part in decadent gluttony this evening?
Yes.
Would you like to show us on camera your pot of goo?
Do you want to see a goo? And I had them delivered as well, so the little Tesco man brought them all here for me. It's very nice. Yes. Yes, I'm here with all the cats. Yeah. Hey, babies.
Show us your goo.
Oh, right. I'll go and get a goo. Oh, yes, I've got a goo here. And whoosh, it's an empty goo.
A sign of your...
Sorry, I had to mute there. My frog was croaking.
What?
Oh, I had to mute. Sorry, my frog was croaking.
What's croaking?
Okay, buddy. Chickpea, you've been awfully quiet. What do you think of freedom of expression and what JE has been saying?
What's JB? Well, I've got mixed views on it, to be honest. Very mixed views. And I have. So, I've got mixed views. You know, I've lived abroad a lot, so I like diversity. And I've lived abroad a lot, but yeah.
Diversity is what built Europe. That's what they say, and built America. Is that not a fact?
It built a certain part of Europe, but not the rest.
That's true.
But what's happened? I know. I like that. Yeah, I don't know. DW.
I tell you what.
I just know what I see in the papers and see on YouTube. That's all I know.
I tell you what we could talk about.
What?
Because I don't know how long Bear is going to hang around with us tonight, but we'd like to get the most out of him. And that is, Bear is talking about reading religious texts, studying a bit of theology. Bear, what are you interested in studying and why?
What are you?
And Chickpea, perhaps you could share your religious views, spiritual views, after he has told us what he is looking into.
Can I just ask?
It might spark a very insightful.
Oh, it's all right. Come on.
Can I just ask, what's your take on the Revelation and what it says in there?
I know with Revelations, is it the separate book of Revelations? Yeah.
Yeah, just the standard Good News Bible Revelation, just a standard Bible.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, my take on it is just I do like it as like with the verses and stuff.
Do you believe it?
Yeah.
So, what do you believe that? What's your take on the mark of the? Can I just say it one more time, DW? I promise I'll never ask it again. What's your take on the mark of the beast then?
Oh, 666.
Yes.
Oh, that's just more like revisionist stuff from like Nero. Mark of the Beast is it's not. as much as a big thing. It's basically during Nero's reign as emperor. A lot of like revisionist historians didn't like Nero, so they paint him in a bad light when it comes to writing the history
What's
books.
that got to do with 3 6s?
Because Nero's name, written in Hebrew, it comes out as 666, and because they hate him that much, it was like, oh, he is the mark of the beast.
Oh, right. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. No, it's just that.
That's a really
Yeah.
interesting one, Bear. I never heard that before. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
No, it's all right.
Yeah, I see. I'm afraid I'm one of these people. I see it in the barcode. Because no one else sees. I'm the only person that sees it. Well, I've done
We've
binary.
not moved on beyond barcodes. Now we're on QR codes at this stage.
Yeah.
No, actually, barcodes are still, but QR codes are actually information codes. A barcode is a recording thing. It's 2 different things, actually. There is a difference to them.
Okay. Anyway, I want to hear what Bear's what he's looking into and why in terms of religion.
Okay, I'm the only one that ever thinks it.
It's all right. It's all right. I mean, for me, I'm looking to like a bit of like every like other religions, a little bit of that, but my big focus is the really old like Christian texts where it's like just like batshit insane.
What? Do you mean that? Sorry, repeat that word.
Oh, blank insane. Sorry, I didn't want to swear, but I ended up doing it.
Sorry, you've lost me.
He wants to look at the ancient Christian text that he views as batshit insane. Is that right?
Oh,
yeah, that was it.
Insane. Sorry, batshit insane. What you mean the Gospels and everything?
Oh no, more just like the stories with Archangel Michael and the original angels, because some of that is just like wild.
I don't know that.
And what are these texts called, and where are they from, etc., etc.?
There's like quite a few online, but I can't really remember the names of them because there's like a lot of different ones.
Are these the Gnostic kind of Gospels? Is that what they are?
I don't know if it's like the original Hebrew text or the first Latinized ones. Hopefully, if I find the link, I will post it. But it's a lot of like the original stuff with Christianity that you wouldn't really learn about now unless you went out on your own and did it. But it's like just fascinating.
All right. Because I'm sort of becoming a bit Bible-ish again, just because I keep talking to people on here about it. But I'm just reading the standard Bible. That's all I'm reading. But what's your take on the Bible being based on astrology, i.e. the New Testament? What's your take on that? Jesus is the sun, the 12 disciples are the 12 star signs, and the lamb, and the this, the that, and everything else.
I just think that was more just like it was eventually going to cross over anyway with astrology because when like originally with Christianity it was like just a small thing and they spoke Hebrew, but when the Romans adopted Christianity, they added a lot of their own stuff into it. Like Christmas, it was originally Saturnalia until the Romans moved it around to fit there. Yeah.
Yeah, I do know. Yeah. It's I'm always very interested in it, and I'm starting to read it again. But I'm fascinated by the whole, Moses and Isaac and Esau and everything. Fascinated by it all. Strange how it was all written thousands upon thousands of years ago, and it's still playing out.
Chickpea, look at what the retro said in the comments. You said that it's about Revelation is about it's about Rome from Augustus to Nero, and the prophecy is from an older group called the Oracle of the
Nero thing. I've never talked about the Nero thing because I just don't believe that.
And you said they also borrowed lots of lore in the Bible Apocrypha.
Sorry?
You said they also borrowed lots of it from the Bible Apocrypha, and that the Book of Enoch 1 and 2 are the solar system and giants. So you're basically saying that the interpretation that Revelation is about the end of the world is a misinterpretation, I guess.
No, I'm not saying that. I believe every word that's written in the Revelation, every single word. D&W knows that about me. I'm always talking about it. That's the only thing I do believe. I don't. Book of Enoch. I do have a copy of the Book of Enoch, but I can't be bothered to read it, to be quite honest.
Well, if you believe everything it says, don't you also believe that it's talking about the end of the world, essentially?
Yes, I keep saying that to D&W. I believe.
Well, right. Well, that's what I'm saying is that Retro is saying that it's not about the end of the world. He's saying it was about something that happened already.
Sorry, I didn't hear you say retro properly. Sorry, you talk quite fast, and I find it sometimes hard to grasp all your words, or maybe it's just me being old. No, I believe every word in the Revelation, every single word. I find it incredible.
Oh, no, sorry to butt in. No, there's two separate revelations. You got the Book of Revelations, which is about the rapture, but then you've got Revelations in the Bible.
I've got just the audio Bible. I've got one Bible, and that's it. And it's the same Bible that I probably would have read when I was young. It seems to be the same.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, Book of Revelations is separate.
What? I've got it in my Bible.
Oh, yeah. Revelations is in the Bible, but you've also got the Book of Revelations, which is about the...
That book. No, I don't have that. I just believe the simple one that's in here. It's just something I believe. I don't know why. I suppose because Euphrates is drying up, and it is. And I suppose that's why I believe it. And the woman of the sky did appear in 2017. So that's two things that match up. When I look at barcodes, I see
woman. Could you explain that? The woman of the sky appeared where? What is that about?
He writes about the woman in the sky. You know that woman in the sky and the dragon. It's in the early parts of it. Basically, in 2017, this astrological thing actually happened. Basically, it's a woman, Virgo, the sun's in Virgo, the moon's on her crown, she's got Jupiter in her stomach, and there's 12 stars around her head. And he describes this configuration 2,000 years ago. It actually happened on, I think, 17th of November 2017. And the weirdest part about it all is it can only be seen as a computer graphic by astronomers. It can't be seen any other way. So he wrote about something that can only be seen as a computer graphic. How did he write about that? How could that be? There's something very strange about it. It does, and all the stuff with the Euphrates drying up, it is drying up. He just says things. I think to myself, how could you have known that 2,000 years ago? I mean, it's all a bit odd. As if he could, I do believe there are people well, time is linear, so I suppose there are people who can see into the future if it's linear. I just believe it. D&W knows that about me. I'm always talking about it.
I know. Yeah, I've heard you talk about it as well. But I'm just saying that Retro Doomsday in the comments is saying that you're misinterpreting it, and that you guys talked about it.
Yeah, I've always been told it. I've always been told I'm misinterpreting it. I've always been told it. Well, I just see what I read, and I don't go this. No, I'm just saying there's stuff in there he's writing about that just happened very recently. It's happening now. I'm just saying. Makes no difference to me if people don't believe it or do believe it. I believe it. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I believe it. That's all that matters to me. I believe it.
I think what's also happening is that the elites or whoever runs the world, I feel like a lot of them are also trying to make the prophecy come true. It's not something that's organically happening. I feel like it's something that they're engineering.
Yes, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But it says some pretty grim stuff in there about wars and attacks and this and that. So they might just make the whole lot come true. I agree with you.
Right.
Totally.
So what I think could have happened there is that,
it could be some strange historical glitch that was all set into motion 2,000 years ago, and we will bring it into being ourselves. I quite believe that. That's quite possible, yes.
What I think it could be is that the prophecy already happened and it was about something else, but they just decided to make it. They just decided to engineer it coming true so that it could fit their own agenda.
Yes. Well, if that is the case, they're going to wipe most of us out, because it says quite clearly only a few people will be left at the end of it all. So, whether it's prophecy or whether they're bringing it into being, the ending's going to be the same. It is.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I quite agree with you. It's quite possible. I've thought that quite a few times that they could be bringing into being. Yes, believe it totally. But I believe it. I don't know why I believe it. I've always believed it. It's
There are like a few prophecies. It's so, you know.
Sorry?
There are like quite a few prophecies, to be honest.
Yeah, I believe, you know.
That's right. Why pick one prophecy over another? That's the question.
I'm not picking one over another. I'm picking it as a book. There's about 6-7 different prophecies, and
No, but I mean, why pick that particular book over another then?
well, because it's the last. I suppose it's the last book. It's the end. You know, our age is coming to an end. Our time's coming to an end. So it started off in Genesis, and now we're at the end. It does say in the Bible. It does say in the Bible that a new age will begin. Even Edward Casey has said this, that a new age is going to begin.
Pamela in the comments, we all love you, Pamela. Chin up, darling.
Hi, Pam.
And
Pam.
keep trying to look after yourself. And I wish you all the best for this year.
But what I'm saying, DMW, right? There are those who believe that the Bible is just a summary of our time, and we are coming to the end of the age. It's been 6,000 years since supposedly Genesis came into being. And we're coming right to the end. And it says at the end of the Bible, Jesus says to his disciples, the disciples ask Jesus where they will find him, you know, in the new age, in the new thing. And he says to them, you will find me at the house of the man who carries the water. Now he said man carries the water, which is rather interesting because in those days, in those countries, women carried the water, but he said specifically man, which is Aquarius, water carrier. And we are on the cusp of Aquarius. Even Edward Casey has talked about this, and apparently there's going to be quite a lot of changes in the world, and certain places will become unrecognizable. Now this is, I believe in this sort of thing. I'm a bit of a weirdo, but you know, that's what I believe. Well, we are coming.
All right.
Huh? I'm a miserable old grump who believes in the revelation.
But then again, as they said, right? Someone could also like ask, like, why don't you believe, you know, the Muslim prophecies, for example, or other prophecies from other religions?
Yes, you could say that. You could say that. Yes, you could say that thingy. Yeah, but you could say that. That's very true. Yeah, that's very true. Like I said, belief is a strange thing. And it's a very strange thing. Why do the Muslims believe in what they believe, whilst why don't they believe in what we believe?
Yeah, hard to prove, hard to break.
Belief is a strange, very strange thing. You know, it all goes back to when you're young, you look for something to believe in because it's what you need when you're young, and you carry on doing it. But yes, it's a very, very, very valid point.
Spiritually, what are you believing in at the moment?
For me, I'm Catholic, so I do believe in that. But the other big thing for me as well is that although I am a Catholic, anyone else's beliefs or whatever they believe in, that's their thing. So I'll never say they're wrong in that. It's you know, their thing.
Have I criticised? I haven't criticised it. I didn't.
Oh no! I'm not saying you. I'm saying that although I'm Catholic, I'd never have a go at someone or tell them they're wrong for something else to believe in.
No, I always respect everyone else's religions. I never say a word against them.
Yeah.
But I just happen to
believe. What is it you like about Catholicism then, Bear?
There's certain points in it that just like refract with me in a certain way that it's hard to explain, but just kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Chickpea, would you like to ask the resident Catholic about your, you know, this dilemma you have about the white tunnel, the white light, and all that malarkey?
Oh yeah, the reason why I come to this channel is because it was called Finding Gnosis, and DW was writing all this grumpy stuff, you may remember, and I love grumpy things. So I came here because I believe in what the Gnostics believe. When you die, you go through a checkpoint, and then you go, you start your little trial by jury down the white tunnel and everything. And I have read that you must stay away from the white tunnel. David Knight writes about this, to not go into the white tunnel because you'll be recycled, which I believe in, because I have been recycled, and I know I have. But to go into the dark and to not go anywhere near that tunnel of light. But yeah, that's what I believe, which is one of the reasons why I come here, because I thought that's what Finding Gnosis was all about.
Yeah.
Trying to find my way through this, because I'm terrified. Because I don't know if you know or not, but I found out via hypnosis I've actually existed in another dimension before coming into this one. And my mother confirmed it. So, she confirmed what happened.
Yeah.
And do you want me to tell you what happened? About my time in the blue light?
Yeah, if you want, then you can ask me what you were going to ask after that.
Yeah, I went to see a hypnotherapist back in the 80s to quit smoking. Anyway, he didn't stop me from smoking. Instead, I discovered, to my utter horror, I found myself in a blue place. I watched my own conception with the sperm and the egg, and this thing started growing, and I watched it grow. It was a different time lapse to what we can imagine. It was all different. And I watched it growing till it was a pretty well fully formed baby. The forehead began to cave in, so I put my hand out and put a V to make it better on the forehead. Then I went into it. But my mother told me I was born with a huge, big red V on my forehead that the doctors couldn't find a reason for. So she confirmed it. She said to me when I told her, she sort of went a bit green. I said, eek, that did actually happen. And also, when I was very young, I could do things that I hadn't been taught how to do. Because I think I have been here before. I know it sounds mad, but I think, and I have, that's what's happened. Which is why I'm a bit weird, because I don't want to come back for another stint. And I don't know.
No, it's all right.
Yeah. So, and I believe in all that sort of thing. It happens in India, a lot of people. So, they believe it.
No, that sounds. But yeah. I was going to say, with DW, did you want to ask me anything, love?
Yeah,
she has this problem that when she dies, she's worried about where to go.
Yeah, I'm going into the dark. I am going into the dark.
Tell them what you think happens after you die and what you're worried about.
Well, according to the Gnostic prophecies, you meet the archons and they start quizzing you and saying you did this wrong, you did that wrong, and you didn't learn this, you should have learned that. And basically, they talk you into reincarnating, because I believe us humans are recycled time after time after time back into this reality. And our bodies are just a meat bag that we're trapped inside. This is what I believe. And I'm terrified. I don't want to come back again. I don't want to come back here again because I don't like it here.
She also has this belief that there is a white light when you die. And if you walk towards the white light, you are reincarnated.
Yeah,
and she says she's going to turn away from the white light. That's what her view is. Bear. I mean, it's an interesting view. Is that am I?
But that's what the Gnostics believe, DW. They believe in this tunnel of white light, and you go into the light, and then it all starts. The archons are there, and all the other little creatures, the reptiles, and all the other stuff.
Any words of solace for her there, Bear?
I mean, I will say though, like Catholics do have something similar on one side where you go for something called limbo. But basically, you go through limbo, get judged, and decide if you're going to heaven or hell. But there's another side to Catholics where there is something called, I think it's like the via sin and then the seer sin, where if you commit a minor sin, you can just like do a Hail Mary or something and go to confession, you're fine. But if you do a serious sin, it's like, because you did this, you get like 100 years in hell. So there's like two sides, depending on who you ask. But
well, yeah, I know about that. Same with Christianity, isn't it? Well, with Church of England, you can go to the church and, we can't actually. No, Church of England, we don't do confession. So your sin.
Yeah, it's confession, just like a Catholic thing.
Yeah, the Romans invented that, the whole confession thing, to make money.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Oh, you know that, yeah. Yeah, it's all but I believe. Yeah, I believe what the Gnostics believe, and I do. I'm not happy about it, but it's what I believe. I never.
Jay, what's your current spiritual identity?
That's a good question. I guess right now I would say, but I don't know. I guess spiritually homeless. I guess. But I guess if I had to choose one, I guess I would lean towards I guess nihilism. I guess I'm not
What's
really. Huh?
What's that?
I was going to say
It's
nihilism's. It's not really a religion. It's more like of a thought process.
Yeah,
That's
a
not me, like
philosophical
telling you.
position. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not having a go at you or saying you're wrong. I'm just
I
saying.
know. Yeah. But
Well,
yeah, I
you said
guess.
spiritually homeless. Does that mean you don't really believe in anything, but you kind of do?
Yeah, like I kind of resonate a lot with, for example, Gnosticism, but I also am open to the notion that it's all just a bunch of humans making things up, and people long ago just making up a story based on
Right.
yeah, what they want to
You
be
would
true.
you would be agnostic, where you kind of believe but don't believe. So you're
Yeah.
agnostic. Yeah.
So that's why I said I'm spiritually homeless. Yeah.
Yeah.
But children in India do talk about reincarnation, and in this country too. Young children, I don't think they're lying.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, but I also again I'm open to that being true, but I've also seen a lot of good evidence that shows that, like, for example, the human mind is good at making up stories, or people having false memories and stuff. So yeah, I don't know.
I know what you're saying. Yes, I know what you're saying. I used to be the same about the false memory thing. It's only since I had my horrible experience that I started believing all this. Prior to that, I didn't believe what the Bible said. You just go to heaven or hell, basically.
Sorry to cut you guys off. I've got to jump off now, sadly, but I'd just like to say big thank you for having me again, DW, and it's been lovely speaking to you, Jay and Chickpea.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice chatting with you too.
I hope you come back soon, and all the best for this year, brother. Happy New Year.
You too as well, mate. Hopefully you all have a good New Year. Take care.
Thanks. Same to you, man.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, Jay, when you get a bit older, go and see a hypnotist. You might change your mind.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd really. I don't know if I would. I would let someone get that sort of access to me, because
yes.
Yeah, there are so many toxic people out there who would use it for their own twisted purposes, but I don't think I would want to trust someone to hypnotize me.
No, but I don't think he did. Plus, he also brought back I'd also blocked out all my childhood, and that also came out with all this other stuff, and I just had a total breakdown, basically.
Oh, really?
Everything. And it was a weird. It was quite surreal. He didn't abuse me or anything. He didn't. It was just unfortunate. Yeah, when I was, my whole life just sort of just changed when it started with this hypnotism. Yeah, and I went to stop smoking. But the weirdest part was, after I stopped seeing him, I wanted to go back to see him again. He'd done a disappearing act, completely disappeared from the face of the earth. I did go looking for him. It's all a bit weird, but my mother confirmed it. She did confirm it.
Interesting. Could you expand on that if you're comfortable sharing? Like, what exactly did he do to bring that out of you?
I don't know. He didn't actually say to me he didn't do the thing where they make you lay down and tell you to relax, because I can't lay down and relax. If a man says to me lay down, I'm liable to get the jitters. So I used to just sit at his desk and used to play word games with me. And then one day he said to me, love. So I said hate, because it was you do the opposite word in these word games. And then he said to me, I said, I hate my mother. And then the whole thing started. That was the fact I said I hate my mother set the whole thing off. But I don't recall him ever saying to me, relax and do this, do that. But I do recall him telling me to come out of it again. If you get something,
Interesting.
they
Yeah.
tell you to come out. That I do recall. So I don't know how we did.
This is really interesting. Do you want us to do some? I don't know how to hypnotize someone, but do you want to do some weird experiment now just to see what signs and symbols come to the fore when I ask you to relax and close your eyes?
Laugh
And-
off.
No? Fair enough.
He didn't do that when I told you I was just sitting at his desk. Smoking, probably.
Hey, do you want to do an experiment live on air?
Oh, I don't know. I don't want to have a breakdown like Chickpea might.
You don't know what you might remember, Jay.
Chickpea, are you sure you don't want to do it?
Well, tell me to lay down and relax.
Or just close your eyes.
Shut my eyes, yeah. Go on,
And
then.
Jay, you can do this as well, right?
Go on, then.
All right.
Close your
Sure.
eyes.
Why not?
Okay, now I want you don't talk unless I mention you by name. Okay. Now, both of you, I want you to breathe in and out slowly and continue doing so. Just breathe in and out. In and out. Relax. Breathe in with your eyes closed and breathe out. Feel the air going in through your nose, filling your lungs right up, and feel it coming out of your mouth. Feel it coming out softly. Empty your lungs completely, and then breathe in again. In. Relax yourself as you're breathing in and out. In and out. Relax your neck. Relax your shoulders. Relax your arms. Relax your wrists. Relax your hands. Relax your fingers. Feel completely relaxed. There's nothing going on except your experience of relaxation. Now, imagine yourself walking down a country lane. There are dry stone walls either side of this country lane. And you can just notice long grass on the other side of the walls. And you look to your left and you look to your right, and it's just an expanse of long grass, fields full of grass, either side for all that your eyes can see, right to the horizon. And you're walking along. The sun is shining. You can feel the sun's rays heating the back of your neck as you walk along this country lane. It seems to be quite a nice day, but the landscape, although beautiful in terms of it's all green, there isn't much to see in terms of different things. It's just green fields either side as far as the eye can see. Suddenly, something drops from the sky right in front of you. From nowhere, a box. And it has a combination code on it. You look at it with trepidation, but you can't resist. You can't resist moving towards it and picking it up. It's quite heavy. It's quite heavy, but you just about manage to lift it up above your waist so you can get a closer look at the combination code. You're trying to think, what should you put into that combination code to try and open the box? You want to see what's inside it. Now, you try a few different numbers. Nothing works. And then you settle upon the year of your birth. Put in the first digit, the second digit, the third digit, the fourth digit. And then you hear a little clink, and suddenly the lock opens and you have access to the box. You lift the lid up with your right hand and you peer down into the contents of the box. And you can't see anything that makes sense to you. It's full of different things, but you have to look closely to see what they actually are. Do you see 4 things that stand out amongst other stuff? And I want you to now picture the first item. Picture the second item. Picture the third item. Now the box drops out of your hand because it's kind of heavy. And that fourth item, whatever it was, starts to move away from you. Maybe it's rolling, maybe it's tumbling across the road. And you follow it because, you know, that's the fourth item. And you want to see what it is. You feel it might be important. And it rolls towards the side of this country lane. And you move towards it, trying to catch it. And you just get to it. And then suddenly the road collapses. There is a sinkhole. And you find yourself in a subterranean chamber. And there, written on the wall, is a message for you. Just about visible, with the sun shining through the hole that you fell down. This message on the wall is for you. It's about now, it's about then, and it's about the future. What does the message say? What does the message say? Okay, sorry guys. You can come back now. Open your eyes. Do you want to tell us, Chickpea, first of all, what were the items you picked up, if anything?
A little square of red paper, a little Buddha.
A little what? Buddha?
Buddha. A Buddha. One of those Chinese, Japanese cats, you know, those money cats. And a piece of yellow paper.
And a piece of yellow paper. What about you, Jay?
Well, one of them was a cricket bat and a ball, since I like cricket. When I grew up playing it, the other thing was a scroll. Yeah, scroll. What it was sealed, so I didn't know what was in it. And then what were the other things? I think the other thing was like a book, like a book I used to read when I was younger, but I forgot the name of it. But I think it was like a book with like a red cover on it, and the last thing was like what was it? I think it was like my one of my book bags or something, I think, from school.
The fourth item.
Yeah.
The one that rolled away from you. What was it?
Like a school bag, a book bag I used to have.
Okay. And then you fell into the hole, Chickpea.
Yeah.
And there was a message on the wall. I know I didn't give you much time, but did a message come to you? What was written on that wall, even if it didn't make any sense?
1954. I was still doing the old bit. 1954.
1954 was written on the wall. Okay.
Mm.
And Jay, what was written on the wall for you?
It said, "Stop holding yourself back and forgive yourself."
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You see, what that showed, guys, is the power of the subconscious. What came out of you there? You don't have to be an expert to say this, but there's all just stuff about your life and your interests and
Yeah.
You know, what has imparted itself upon you in terms of, you know, things that have had an effect on you. And Chickpea, you saw a cat, right? You saw one of these. What was it?
A cat, one of those Chinese money cats, you know.
Chinese money cat. It's the one that moves its paw up and down, is it?
Yes, that one. Yes. Yeah, and
You
the
also
Buddha.
saw Buddha.
Yeah.
Now you also saw. So those things to me make sense because the Chinese cat, you could say, you know,
Yeah, I've got one.
Cat, you have lots of cats. You have 7 cats, and the Chinese money cat is about a cat bringing good fortune
Money.
to you.
Yes, I've got one.
And in many ways, your cats bring good fortune to you because they make you feel happy and you know, they make you feel healthy because they bring you contentment and they de-stress you. So in many ways, your health is your wealth, and your cats do benefit you. So the Buddha can make sense because you're kind of obsessed with reincarnation, and I suppose Buddhism talks
I've
about
got
that.
loads of Buddhas. Yes.
Now, but the interesting thing is the paper. What was it you said you saw?
The first piece of paper was a piece of red paper, a little square of red paper. And then there was a square of yellow paper. The yellow paper would have been a sticky. What were they called? I've forgotten the name of them.
I know the
Sticky notes.
Yes.
So it was a red square of paper. How big was it?
Oh, about 2 inches by 2 inches. It was only small.
Was it the side at the bottom, or was it like kind of the pointy corner at the bottom?
It's just a square.
Okay, so you just saw it as a square with one of its sides at the bottom rather than a corner at the bottom. Okay. What do you think that was? What do you think that signified? A red square, red color of perhaps passion, anger.
Oh, well, red is one of my favorites. Yeah.
Blood, love. It could mean many things. What do you think it meant?
Red's my favorite color, but I don't actually use it.
Yellow square. I mean, what does that? That could be the light, the white, the light at the end of the tunnel.
No, I was thinking of a sticky note. Actually, I was thinking of a little sticky note. Yeah.
What does that mean?
And yellow.
Why do you think you got the 2 pieces of paper? What do you think that signifies?
Well, the red is my favorite color, but I never ever use it for anything because I don't. And I mean, I wouldn't like to have red in my home or anything.
The yellow sticky note is something perhaps you're looking for something important to say, but you haven't got it yet.
Sticky note, just a piece of sticky note. Yeah.
So the red is your favorite color. So again, something coming out of your subconscious that means, you know, that is obviously relevant to your life, and it couldn't have come from anybody else because it's your favorite color, it's your preference, it's your experience. And on the wall was written 1954, the year of your birth.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. We just have to try and figure out the only thing that doesn't. The only bamboozling thing is the yellow sticky note, the blank yellow sticky note.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, to me, yellow sticky notes, you usually put them somewhere where you want to do something, you want to remember something. It's something important, so you write it on that little sticky note. And then it's there for you to. It's there to remind you to do something, right?
Something, yeah.
It's to remind you to do something. Now, from what I'm getting from this is that sticky note is blank, so you don't know. Blank. You think you're meant to be doing something, but you can't remember what it is.
Oh yeah, and I'm supposed to be doing lots of things.
When you think about what this actually means, it's like, you know, you talked about reincarnation, yeah, and obviously 1954, the year of your birth. It's all about your life.
Yeah.
This is all about your life. Yes. And it seems that you think you want your you think you should have a memory. You think there is something you should know.
Yes.
That is important, that you're meant to do, but you don't know what it is.
Well, I know what it is. I keep thinking to myself I should go and see a hypnotist, see if I have lived before, but I'm too scared.
Okay, so that's what you think should be written on the sticky note.
Yeah, I should go see a therapist. I think I need to go and see a therapist or something. Yeah, I do think.
J.E., what about you, brother? You had let me get that right. Cricket, ball, and bat. I mean, that's from your childhood, yeah, and from your now you still like cricket, right? So that's obviously coming from your life experience. Then you said, what was the next thing?
Yeah, it was a scroll but
A
it was
scroll.
sealed. Yeah,
A secret, a scroll that was sealed, and you couldn't see what it was.
yeah,
And then you had a book from your childhood. Yeah.
yeah. I
And
think. Well, thinking back on it now, I think it was the Bible. It was the
okay,
Bible. Yeah,
it was the Bible. And then you had the school bag or the book bag
yeah,
as the other item. Now, three of those items, like chickpea, you could say, yeah, they are from your life experience. They're from your childhood. They are part of your memory. Okay. These are things that you've experienced and have had an effect on your psyche from your, as I said, from your lived experience. What's interesting here, guys, is the scroll, because the scroll, Jay, is quite similar to chickpea's sticky note. You know, the yellow
yeah,
sticky, because they're both things that should be saying something,
Mm.
but you don't know what they're saying. You don't.
yeah,
First of all, chickpea's sticky note doesn't have anything on it.
No.
Okay, but it should have. And as I said, sticky notes are things that are meant to help you. They're meant
Yes.
to be something to remind you to do something.
Reminder.
And again, with a scroll, you would think that would be some kind of extremely important document relevant to your life, you know,
yeah,
that has some either esoteric knowledge or, you know, is, you know, the deeds or a contract or something that makes you entitled to something. Okay. So it's
yeah,
interesting that both of you imagined a paper form of knowledge that you don't have.
Yeah.
yeah,
You know, you both kind of imagined Gnosis in a way. You both imagined something that you don't have at the moment.
yeah,
But I tell you something. I
That's
believe.
interesting. That's interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
yeah.
Well,
Very
that's
much
what you
so.
want people to learn something.
And what about the? Hold on a second, Chippy. What about when you were in the hole, Jay? You looked on the wall. What did it say?
Yeah, it said stop holding yourself back and forgive yourself.
Wow.
Yeah,
That is quite beautiful.
yeah, because I do struggle a lot with like forgiveness for certain past things that I've done. So yeah, I guess I'm being told to let those things go, I guess.
I'm going through that at the moment.
So let's just take a step back here. I've done a lot of talking. Chickpea, would you like to explain that weird experience? I'm sorry if it was a bit roughshod. I mean, it wasn't prepared, obviously, and the story might have been a bit crappy, you know. But what did you think of that weird experiment we just done, Chickpea? Has it resonated with you in any way? Has it meant anything to you personally?
Well, it was a weird experiment. I'll give it that. Well, I am looking for something. Yes. Well, you know, it's
And what has it left you feeling?
What's it left me feeling? It's funny what Jay said about forgiveness, because I'm going through the thing of self-forgiveness at the moment as well. Very difficult to say.
I'm
actually.
talking about
Weird
your experience, your
Sorry?
story, what you imagined. Has it left you with anything? Has it left you with a thought, a directive as to what to do?
No, like I said, I really have been thinking about going to see a therapist, private therapist.
Okay, Jay, what about you,
I've
brother?
been saying that for 10 months now, and I still haven't been.
Jay, what about you? That strange experiment we just did, how has it left you feeling?
It was an interesting experiment, and I guess it's left me feeling like I have to stop wasting so much time replaying past mistakes that I made in my head and letting it drag me down, and that I should release those things and let them go and look to move forward.
Okay, so was it a beneficial experiment?
Yeah, I would say so. Because
Okay.
I've been thinking, like Chickpea said, I've been thinking about forgiveness a lot as well too. So
Okay.
Yeah,
What do you think,
myself.
Chippy? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was fun.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. It was
very hard.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't give you a heart attack when I said something fell from the sky. You know.
No. I wonder what you were doing. Actually, I thought, why?
Well,
Yeah, I was like, I
trying to
thought
make
something happened.
I was trying to make it up off the cuff, you know, and I don't think I was doing a very good job. Was it? Were you able to imagine the scenes?
Yes.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine the scenes. Yes, it was a bit strange.
Yeah. I had to make it up on the fly, but yeah.
But when I saw that therapist, yeah, he didn't try and hit. Well, he tried once, and that was no good at all. You know, this lay down and relax thing, because But he just played these word games. I don't know how it all came about with word games, but that's what he did. But I have heard that some shrinks do that, play word games with you.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes, it all came about with word games. But I don't know what he did. It was a weird experience I had with this guy. Very strange indeed. But he wasn't a con man. He wasn't. I know he wasn't.
And he said it showed you that you blocked out a lot of your childhood without realizing it.
Yeah, I completely blocked. Oh, I've got something to show you, D&W. I'll show you in a minute. Yeah, I completely blocked out all my childhood, and all of a sudden, these horrible memories started flooding my mind of my mother. Horrible memories, because she could be quite a bitch, unfortunately. Things, the whole thing, I don't think she was very happily married, and she took it all out on me. The whole thing was a bloody nonsense, the whole marriage, and I paid the price, I think. But it's taken a long time for me to work that all out, because... But yeah, I'd completely blocked things out. And I remember as a child actually playing Patience, with the little cards you play Patience.
Or solitaire, they call it, some people.
Yeah. Playing these cards repetitively to try and block things out. So I do remember doing it in a weird way, but all this stuff kept flooding into my mind. Everything. Yeah, and then I couldn't deal with it. I must show you something, D&W. I must show you something. Look. Whoopsie day. Muted. Whoops, sorry. Just turn that off. Look what I've got. The whoopsie day.
The Human Predicament by David Benatar.
Yeah, do you know that? Remember I said about my first cat, D&W? Here is my first cat.
Aww.
Isn't she cute?
What was their name?
Well, I think it was Katja, because my parents divorced when I was 2 years old. And the Katja stayed with my father, and that's moi, little fat me. But you know what? Something really weird happened yesterday, D&W, okay? I've been looking for this thing for ages and ages and ages. This photograph to show you. I was talking to Marcus yesterday, and Marcus said to me, blah, 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 the human predicament. So I thought, I must go and get that copy. You want to know something? And the thing was in there, the photograph.
Wow, interesting.
To me and Marcus. Something else happened a while back, and he said something to me, and I went and had a look, and gooey, he was there. It was so strange.
Maybe Brother Marcus is maybe he's secretly a psychic.
I think he is. I tell you, that's the second time that's happened. Yes.
Would you be averse to maybe we should all start little notebooks?
I'm doing one.
Where we write down little signs and symbols that just come into our, conscious awareness, like that experiment just now. Jay, maybe you should get a little book now, a little notepad, and just write down what was written in that dark chamber when you went on that little subterranean journey, and maybe just write down those little things that you found in the box. Maybe because that's something that people do sometimes, not just for supposed spiritual relief or questioning, but also for creative for a creative project, just to see where your brain takes you, where your consciousness takes you, so that you can enrich your personal journey through life and create a deeper, more meaningful narrative for yourself.
Yeah, and it can also show you what your subconscious is hiding from you.
Yeah, your shadow.
Yeah. But D&W, that thing with Marcus, that's the second time that's happened now. A while back, he said something to me. I couldn't find something or do something. And he said, da. And there it was. Weird.
Interesting.
Yeah. Actually, you know what I'm doing, Jay? I'm doing a gratitude book I started yesterday.
Oh yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
remember
you
you
just
said
started
that.
it. Did you add 3 things to it today, Chickpea?
Yes. Yes, I have. You want to
What did
hear?
you say?
You know what, T&W? You know everything about me now.
Hmm.
Right. I'm thankful for a very easy life, a fridge full of food, and a hot electric blanket.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice, awesome.
Oh, you know, it's yeah.
So now you've got 6 things written in that book that you're
Yes.
thankful for.
Well, you know, I have got an easy life, to be honest. It's very easy. So what do you do for a living, Jay? Because you're still working, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to give away too much information, but yeah, I work in for the government.
All right.
You know.
I work for law firms. Yeah. I quite miss it. I miss the men that I used to be able to chatter with. Because, you know, I like having men around the place to chatter to. And I miss that. And I really miss it. I miss the guys. But I don't miss working. And I don't miss the to and from work. Oh, God.
Yeah, but commuting.
Oh, I hate traveling on buses and things. I hate it. You know? But yeah. So, yeah.
And you stopped working at 40, you said?
Yeah, I stopped working at 40. I was thrown off the treadmill by the arm. All of a sudden, I started getting all this pain everywhere. Went to the doctor, pain in my joints. Went to the doctor to see what it was. It was really painful. And they took a blood test and it showed up RA, some kind of RA, and that was the end of that. So they gave me a sick note that never got better until about 5 years ago. And I started taking stinging nettle tincture. And it completely changed everything. But by that time, I was already 65. So, you know, it's a bit old to look for a job. I don't think anyone would want me anymore. So that's the end of that.
Hello to Retro. You're on the stream. Welcome, brother. How you doing? Have you been listening along?
Hello.
Yeah,
Strange
listen,
experiment.
I got glitched out for a few minutes, but I'm back in, and I was just like popping in. I'm not afraid to say hello, so I was just saying hello to everybody and seeing where this conversation goes.
It's a
Cool.
really lucky one today.
Did you listen to that strange experiment that we did on air?
Yeah, I only got until Jay was talking a little bit about his. That's where I got cut off, and my screen went black and stuff, and I couldn't really do anything. So I had to reset everything. And when I came back, you were talking about the thing. It was
guys, do you want to explain to him what happened? What did you think of?
Oh, I definitely enjoyed it. I just think you yelled a
help?
little at the in part of the hypnosis. I didn't know if that snapped anybody out of it when you said "damn it" when the thing falls down.
I thought, what's that?
Yeah.
I didn't self-hypnotize myself. I just listened along, but I was kept my mind busy and I was doing stuff. So I was not unless this is part of my hypnotism.
Yeah. But guys, do you want to tell him what you found with the symbols as such you saw? Hello to Rogue Archivist.
What?
Yeah. Chickpea, do you want to go first? Or?
Yeah, I saw a piece of red paper, a watch me flip. What's those things? Buddhas, because I love Buddhas. A cat.
Oh, I draw Buddhas all the time. I didn't hear that, but I draw Buddhas all the time. Yeah. I've drawn like 30 in a day before.
Wow.
Yeah. I've got loads of them all over the place. And a piece of yellow paper, sticky note, and my date of birth. Old lady.
Yeah. And for me, the 4 things in the box for me were a cricket bat and a ball, together, a scroll, a Bible, and a school bag, a book bag. And the message on the wall that I saw was "Stop holding yourself back and forgive yourself."
That's usually a good message. We're our worst, characters. Sometimes when we don't forgive ourselves, which is not obvious all the time, and we're hard on ourselves a lot. I mean, it's good to set boundaries for yourself and then keep to be a little strict on what you're doing, or like not drink too much, get your sleep, show up for work. But when we do things wrong, we are the hardest. When we think we made a mistake, It's usually not our dad that's angry. It's usually we're angry with ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not angry with myself. I've just made a lot of stupid mistakes. I don't know. Well, I just, it's life, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's reality. But it's I'm getting over it. I have to soon because I haven't got much longer to be here. So I've got to clear on my karma so they can't get me.
No, well, based on what you were saying yesterday, Chickpea, about how long your grandmother and mother lived, it seems like you're going to live to at least 80.
I'm going to be here for about 30 years yet. No, my luck. My grandmother, she was still going strong at 104, but she'd broken her arm or something, or broken her hand or something like that. And that was the end of it. She decided she'd had enough. That was, she was 104. She had 10 children as well.
Wow.
10. Yeah, through 2 world wars. I don't know where she got the stamina from, because I wouldn't have been able to do it.
Yeah, wow.
Wars, yeah. Yeah, people in the olden days had a lot of stamina, more than us lot, I think.
Yeah, well, I guess we had better diets and a cleaner environment and stuff,
Yeah, I don't
They
know.
worked outside in the sun. They didn't have fluorescent lights. They didn't have LED lights, and they didn't have microwave ovens. So all those things made people a little healthier, a little bit healthy. We do other things trying to be healthy today, but since we don't, most of our exercise is walking to the fridge or to our car to where we're going. It takes away a lot of our health.
I think our lighting's got a lot to do with it, actually. The lighting we have, it really is bad. I know I'm young already. There's something to do with this
I think it definitely is killing people. The fluorescent and LED lights do something that regular bulbs in the sun doesn't do.
Yeah, it's quite pernicious as well. I've noticed it. Yeah. These light bulbs we get now. Yeah, I use one of those sunlight things. The supposed to be proper sunlight. Don't know whether it is or not, but I should give myself enough sunlight, and I give it to my plants as well. My plants get special light so that they grow. And it does.
I'm trying red light therapy for first time since a month ago.
What, for your skin?
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I've just been experimenting for a while, but it was just I finally got a device like a month or so ago for my birthday, and so I've been trying it out. And I don't know. I don't know if it does anything yet. So it's just like I don't.
Give it time. Give it time. Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping it does. I was hoping it was 2 or 3 months before I really noticed anything. But yeah, so it's just like I had some pains, and they seem relieved from other sources. I don't think the red light fixed that because I was using the red light on other things.
What sort of pains are you getting?
Ankle, leg. And a lot of my back is sore every now and then, and usually my back is sore as when it's going to be more, it's going to rain the day, soon and stuff. Yes. So I get a sore back from old injuries.
Have you ever thought trying comfrey? Comfrey is knit bone. They used to use it in the years gone by. Herbalists used to use it, and I broke my elbow this summer, and I came across knit bone, so I bought myself a tin and I used it on my elbow, and I tell you something, it worked like a charm, getting rid of the pain.
How do you spell that? Net bone? How do you spell that?
Comfrey, Comfrey. I'll tell you what you have to get. Comfrey and arnica, muscle and joint hemp balm. You buy it on Amazon.
I think I tried arnica a couple of years ago, and I really enjoyed it, but I forgot what it was called. Thank you. I bought some arnica like 3 years ago, and it did help me. It was just a while ago. But I forgot the name of it.
Yes, comfrey and arnica.
It was a one-time deal. It was just like I went all out for the $25 small pain cream, and that's what...
Yeah. Yeah, this one's on Amazon. I think I paid about £6-7 for it. I've got loads of different.
Yeah, I've been trying to be healthy for probably 10 years or more with, I Manuka honey every now and then. And then my diet's not super crazy either direction of, I only eat a lot when I do a lot. So I basically have 1.5 meals to 2 meals at the most a day if I'm not exercising and not using a lot of energy. I run low energy. Unless I'm doing something.
That comfrey, that is works like a miracle. I was really shocked how quickly it worked. I mean, granted, but it really worked well because it was actually, my elbow was actually broke. My cat did it, and it was actually broken, and it worked on it. And the doctor at the hospital couldn't believe how quickly it healed up, especially with someone of my age, because it healed up so. It didn't heal up. It was only chipped. My elbow chipped basically, but yeah, it was all gone. I mean, obviously, I can't go around hitting. I can't go out and play tennis with it, but then I don't plan on playing tennis, so it doesn't really matter. It's damaged, basically. But it's okay, no pain.
Yeah, I was thinking about trying snake venom sometime for things because I've never tried it. And I was, I don't know if anybody in the chat or anybody else had any secret formulas for their ailments or something they wanted to share or something they don't think anybody's ever tried.
Yeah,
the thing that's worked for me. Okay, it's GABA, GABA, just the generic normal GABA, not a special, thing. Just the one they sell at the health food store. It's like they says that it helps you relax or sleep, but it's not very sleepy. So you can take it anytime. It just helps you stay asleep if you do go to sleep.
Oh, I know what you want.
Yeah, but it's the only thing that's actually helped anything I've ever had issue that's an herb that I noticed a difference. That's something that I've took that's like at a vitamin store, and it was GABA, but it seemed to help my anxiety a little bit, and it definitely helped me just feel better in general. And I had back issues before, and I definitely felt like they got better quicker when I was taking that for some reason.
Yeah, if you raise, you need to take, what's it called? Lion's mane. Lion's mane.
I drink lion's mane tea about 5 days a week.
Oh, right, you take it already then. I take the tablets, yeah. Lion's mane tea. But I just take the tablets. It works, lion's mane. It's very good for getting rid of anxiety.
Okay, So, I take 5-HTP probably like once a week or maybe twice a month. But yeah, because I think my endorphins are pretty low. 5-HTP helps me feel like there's something going on, like feel a little better. I'm just less and less social, as I don't know if that's what you are too, as you've gotten, have you, your own social crowd has probably shrank. Mine is shrinking as I get older.
Yeah, as I get older, they all die. Another good one to take is St. John's wort for your depression if you're feeling down.
Yeah, a lot of my friends probably passed in the early 2000s or mid. I was one of those people. So Generation X. So we graduated school in the early 90s, and then there was a lot. We went through the quickest drug culture of all, I think, at that era, because everything was already available, and it only got worse with the hillbilly heroin stuff. And then they outlawed that. So it got worse again now with the modern stuff with fent, yes. But back then, that was the first, the only thing that was that strong then was the stuff they called it the OxyContin, the CONT content was what they were posting on the streets with everybody getting high off. So yeah, I'm using some, and that stuff was 20 times stronger than street drugs back then. So
I wouldn't dare. I've never done that. I've never swallowed anything. I've smoked a few joints. When I lived in Berlin, you could buy cannabis in oil form, and it was on cigarette papers. So you just wrapped them around your own cigarette. That's the only time I've ever taken anything. Never.
And when they teach drug stuff in our country, they just have a DARE program. We'll lock you up if you use this. They don't really have they need to explain to people not to mix drugs. It's not about using them. It's more of mixing them that kills people. So they need to put off people just like they teach certain things. They need to tell people never to mix this and that, no uppers and downers, no muscle relaxers. And, just like, because your heart goes crazy and can't take that. And for some reason, that was always the trend from the late 80s into the early 2000s was people using both. And it just doesn't work. You don't last very long on both. And then that right after my group was the Adderall thing. So everybody said it was a study drug. And, we were already past college age, and it appeared for the next college group. It's like it just kept them up all night, and they actually didn't. Some of them got work done. Some of them didn't get any work done. But I just noticed it made people fiends and made them drink more alcohol when they're on Adderall.
No, I wouldn't do that. Nah. I haven't had a drink of alcohol for 21 years. Not one tiny sniff, apart from my tincture. There's alcohol in that, apparently. But no drinks. It's 21 years it's been.
Wait, Retro, you said you mentioned using snake venom to heal?
Yeah, like supposedly rattlesnake venom, honest to God, I've heard it has benefits for cancer patients, and then they sell cobra venom online, and I didn't know if anybody's ever tried cobra venom because that's the only one I think you can get online. But they might, I mean, if you go to something in Texas or go out for rattlesnakes yourself, you can learn to do it or go to a rattlesnake roundup and probably buy or whatever snake venom directly. But without going to one of the roundups, you have to do it yourself and go find you a rattlesnake. So, and milk it. I picked up poisonous snakes before, but I've never milked one.
Interesting.
So you have it bite a jar with like a rubber stopper on it, like a thin one or a piece of cloth or whatever. You let it bite it and just go to town. So you have to grab it by the back of the head and you shove its head into the top of the jar that has a partial lid, meaning it's like a rubber condom strapped on, and then it bites through that, and just the stuff seeps through the venom. You hold it, and then throw it, I guess, when it's done, or put it on the end of a hook and fling it. But yeah, they do this out in Texas a lot. They go to roundups, but it's supposed to be very beneficial for cancer victims and people with other issues. That's a different kind of attempt to heal. Most all things that heal people are some form of poison anyway. Like even the stuff that helps us out from infections is that's a poisonous fungus that we take in small amounts that our body reacts from one poison and heals us from an ailment.
Ow. All my cats are with me. Hey, babies.
Yeah, most things are healable with sometimes. It's just like antibiotics and steroids. So steroids, they're the opposite sometimes. If you have like a fungal infection, they'll increase the fungal infection when they give you a steroid. And then antibiotics, vice versa, it's not for viral, it's for bacterial. So it's just like one could make something else worse if you get the wrong stuff.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah.
I've fallen for that, and it made me really quite ill. These doctors.
And if you have a broken bone, you can't take anti-inflammatories because your bones won't heal as well in back together all the way. They had my dad after he broke his tailbone or something. They kept giving him anti-inflammatories, and they had to give him regular painkillers until it was healed, or it wouldn't heal properly.
Yeah, they make a lot of mistakes, quite nasty mistakes as well. I've been caught out. I'm becoming very, very wary of the medical profession, because I tell you something, they're very badly trained. You know what? They had me on a drug, and this drug gave me the most terrible digestive problems. So first of all, they sent me to see 4 different specialists to find out why I was having the digestive problems. They couldn't work out why, so they then gave me something that cured them. But the stuff they gave me to cure half of my digestive problems caused the illness that they were giving me the drugs for, blah, blah, blah. So I was going around in a circle. And it wasn't until a pharmacist.
Oh, no. Yeah, I've seen that before, too. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Yeah, but I don't want to get into it personally. For me, with someone I knew, but it was something similar. Like the cure for something causes more issues than they're writing out something and just treating it. Then they supposedly cure it, and then the person's basically injured for life for years with scarring on the inside.
Yes, it's happened to me. I'm very unhappy about it. I'm all right now, but it wasn't for the fact a pharmacist took me to one side and said to me, do you know, blah, blah, blah. I researched online, and yes, it was all there. And doctors didn't even know it. When I said I'm not taking them anymore, why not? And I said, blah, blah, blah. Are you sure about that? And I thought, Jesus, Wetton, you're a doctor. I tell you, they're terrifying. And I tell you something, if you've got how old are you? Colonial?
50.
Right. If you've got an old mother and they start on the whole osteoporosis nonsense and the whole with DEXA scans, tell her to ignore them. because they're playing a really nasty little. They've got something very, very sinister going on with DEXA scans and all the drugs they give women. What's a
DEXA scan?
A DEXA. Well, when you get older, the doctor decides that you've got osteoporosis because they've lowered the margin to almost everyone's osteoporosis nowadays. And they give you these terrible drugs. This is where I had the whole thing with the osteoporosis and the DEXA scans. And they give you these terrible drugs, and the drugs have horrible side effects. And your mother, if she does ever, doctor says you've got osteoporosis and you need a DEXA scan, tell us to take some boron tablets instead. That helps with the osteoporosis and to get loads of protein.
Yeah, my dad lived to 90 though, so I feel like, he had it, like, at least he was pretty healthy till his last few years, 5 years or so. So it's like, if he could make it to 85, that's like phenomenal without getting real sick, he was pretty good. So he was good. For the last 5 years, he was not so good. But the first 80, like, he did not get sick that often too severely. And yeah.
But he's quite a rare case, I can tell you.
Chickpea, there's your future carer. See the robot on the... I'm watching some YouTube shorts here.
No. When those days come, I'm off to Switzerland.
Oh, God.
I'm off to Switzerland.
They look like they need to go outside to a fire hydrant or grass field and do their business.
Scary. No. Once I can no longer look after myself and look after my cats.
Can you see that, Chickpea?
Yes, I can see it, D&W. Thank you. Gorgeous, isn't it?
So think back, Chickpea. I want to ask you, what was the best day around the year 1980 to 85? Just explain like a good day for Chickpea. Sometime in the 80s. Yeah, in the 80s. In the 80s. What was your best day in the 80s? What was going on for Chickpea? I was a kid in the 80s, so I want to know from an adult in the 80s, how was it? Tell me something you enjoyed in the 80s.
The 80s were great fun. I was in the City of London. I worked in the City of London during the 80s. And it was great fun.
And just like a human, it needs vitamins, proteins, and glucose to stay alive. A real human brain was implanted into a robot at Tianjin University in China. And what happened next, you won't believe.
Chickpea,
starting next year.
A real human brain was implanted into a robot at Tianjin University in China. And what happened next, you won't believe. This is a living robot. It contains live brain cells. And just like a human, it needs vitamins, proteins, and glucose to stay alive. Finally, a wetware system was created inside this robot.
Like it's a treat to be alive as a robot.
Wetware refers to systems that include not only hardware and software, but also a wet biological part, just like the human brain. A real living biological component.
That's nightmare
and the most
fuel.
fascinating part?
I don't think that's going to be a positive outcome. I actually believe in that kind of science, but I don't think that the beta version is going to be barbaric. This is the island of Dr. Moreau.
Its physical design has already been patented in 15 countries. The robot's brain will mature day by day. It will store memories, just like a real human brain. And if this works on a large scale, we won't need silicon chips or GPUs to build computers anymore. Because then, literal living brains will power computers. A biological organ powering a machine. And yes, that also means there is no switch-off button. Because it's alive. You can't turn it off like a computer program. Turning it off would mean killing it, since it contains real, living biological cells. This kind of technology is not called AI. It's not AGI either. This is HI, hybrid intelligence. So don't forget to like and subscribe. A real human brain was implanted into a robot at Tianjin University in China. And what...
Starting next year, robots could give birth instead of women. And a Chinese company is announcing that it would only cost $13,000. Here's what's happening and what it means for you. A Chinese company has just announced the world's first artificial womb. And it looks straight out of sci-fi.
Make a cup of tea.
It's a robot filled with artificial amniotic fluid and nutrients designed to support a baby from conception to birth. And they're saying that they'll have a prototype ready next year. If this works, it could revolutionize fertility treatments for people that can't have children naturally. But it also raises massive ethical questions around the future of reproduction. So I'm curious.
Scientists say your brain tissue makes really good computer parts, but there's just one problem. These computers might be conscious. So a team of scientists have actually been working on their own lab-grown brains called organoids.
We call them brain organoids.
because apparently the human brain is the most energy efficient computer on Earth. But they didn't actually build these organoids first. They built something much scarier, because what they did is they took these brains and put them into spider robots, which the brains control. But don't worry, since they said the brain development is about equivalent of someone 9 months old. So you can rest easy knowing there are little baby brains inside a spider robot. But obviously this does raise a lot of ethical concerns, which the scientists actually do speak to some ethical experts about. To quote the scientists on exactly what they said the ethical experts said, they are a lot less worried than I would imagine. So what I ask is, if these brain computers are so much cheaper to run, should we be making them, or has science gone too far? Scientists say your brain tissue makes really good
free talk. You know you're gonna need a half day, you know. Hold on. Are you listening?
I love you, Lord.
I volunteered vegan brains.
Wait, so
vegan brains games. They can use his brains for other games.
Wait, DNW, wait a second. DNW. Yeah, wait, what do you say, Retro?
I volunteer vegan brains as gains for his brain to be donated to science for that.
Yeah, good question, brother Marcus. And yeah, also, yeah, it's interesting that we're gonna use robots to make babies. How is that even possible? How are they gonna make that happen?
I want a vegan gains robot that does my gardening.
Yeah, we're gonna come up with those soon enough, I'm sure. But yeah, yeah. Well, I think this goes back to what Cougar Doomer said yesterday, right? He said that with the decline in birth rates, because people are refusing to have kids, it's gonna force governments to maybe rely on using AI. You know, so I guess we're starting to see that. Oh yeah, and there's Cougar Doomer. Wow.
Yeah, and Chickpea wasn't done. If she's still here, she can tell us about her best day in the 80s, what she was doing, what she missed and loved about the 80s. Please tell us.
Just made a cup of tea. My best day in the 80s, well, there were so many of them. I had a ball from about 1980 to when I went to see the hypnotist, which would have been 1987, 88. I had an absolute ball. And I was working in the City of London for a law firm, and I used to know a couple of bankers, and you know what, we used to go to the wine bar, me and my friend Janet. And some guys used to leave their debit cards or credit cards behind the bar for us, so we could just sit there drinking at their expense, even though they'd gone home or done whatever. But my best day would have been Beaujolais Day. In England, every year we have something called Beaujolais Day. I remember one Beaujolais Day, we were waiting for the Beaujolais to arrive. Beaujolais wine, French wine. And yeah, we were waiting for the Beaujolais to turn up. Anyway, it was lunchtime. There was a whole crowd of us, you know, lawyers, bankers, us secretaries. And when we get absolutely plastered. And yeah, my boss had a bit of a hissy fit, and I came back to the office completely out of my brains. But I was forgiven.
Cheers to that. Did you go to any big music things or like whatever?
Oh yeah,
dance
I went to see. Yeah.
Hairstyles? Did you have big hair?
Yeah, I saw Madonna, Level 42. Who else did I see? Ultravox.
Chickpea, whilst you're reminiscing, can you keep it to yourself and we can play this video? Is that all right?
He's asking me. What's his name is asking me? Sorry.
Yes, she's our welcome guest, so I just wanted to get some more info. I had never heard some stories.
Can you hear this?
Link between the brain's
Sorry, I do apologize.
and an external device like a computer. With the help of a microchip that's implanted into a person's brain, they can control
1 second now.
BCI, brain-computer interface system. Chinese researchers have developed a BCI, brain-computer interface system, on a brain that was grown in a lab. A brain-computer interface is a communication link between the brain's electrical activity and an external device, like a computer. With the help of a microchip that's implanted into a person's brain, they can control a computer with just their thoughts.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend lost her mind over this stuff like 8 years ago.
Animal brains, but China's brain on a chip, called MetaBOC, works with a brain organoid that was created in a lab using stem cell culture technology.
脑接口用的是人或者是动物真实的大脑。
The brain-computer interfaces use real human or animal brains, but our brain-on-a-chip interfaces uses a brain cultured in vitro, just like the organoid cultured in a cell culture dish in this model. It is cultured by using biotechnology and stem cell technology. This is what makes ours different from classic brain-computer interfaces.
With MetaBOC, scientists implanted a chip into the lab-grown brain, which was then installed into a robot. The system allows scientists to autonomously control the robot for tasks like obstacle avoidance, tracking, and grasping.
Our brain does that fine without it.
Developers said the technology offers a new path to making smart robots, as opposed to from AI algorithms.
Our current AI is indeed very powerful in some aspects, but AI actually requires a lot of power consumption. It needs a large amount of data to train it, and it takes a long time. It may have to learn thousands of times before it gets the hang of it. But the brain cultured in vitro may learn in a few minutes. This may be something that our AI cannot compare to, and its prospect is unlimited.
The study was jointly conducted by researchers from Tianjin University and the Southern University of Science and Technology and was published in the international journal Brain.
It doesn't seem kosher.
What do you think of that, Chickpea?
I expect it is happening. Doesn't surprise me one little bit. It doesn't. I think that's the least of our worries.
Well, unless that was stock footage or clip art, it looked like it was happening right there.
No, they will do it. They will do it. But yeah. I think.
Yeah, they started cloning people obviously already. We just don't know what they're doing with them and if they're legal to put into society or if they're putting them underground or copying famous people. We don't, but they've only had that like openly for 20 some years. Like they haven't had it very long.
No.
So they but people, they figured out the sheep thing. They age at the age you give the DNA. So if they have an older person's DNA and they give it to it, the baby or whatever, it ages faster to get to that age.
Right.
That's what happened with the sheep when they cloned them. When they cloned the sheep.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I remember that. Yeah.
Say it's a 5 or 10-year-old sheep, but the baby quickly becomes the 10-year-old sheep because it's catching up to the DNA it was cloned from. So that's the weird thing about it. That when they use that, if we got DNA from your hairbrush from the 80s, we got you. He got you in 1985.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it all anymore.
Things are getting weird for little human brain friends. You know, the tiny human brains that you can grow from stem cells and have run a computer. For the last several years, since the conception of these little guys, researchers have been trying to incorporate them with AI and figure out how to make them better. Yes, tiny human brains make pretty decent computation tools, and there's a cloud that you can utilize them remotely. 2 companies now, Final Spark and Cortical Labs, have opened up operations where they deploy thousands of these little guys in a warehouse and sell their computation remotely online. And of course, we have the very first brain organoid computer that you can purchase. It costs about $30,000. And you have to grow the brain organoids yourself. They live for about 6 months, although some researchers have gotten them to live for a year or more, and they work better in groups. We've also seen them operate a variety of different kinds of robots. They're very good with spatial recognition. They can move around a room and operate a body, which makes sense because our brains were kind of evolved to operate a body. My favorite is the spider robot. This was conceived by Alison Moultrie in UC San Diego. I'm still waiting on the paper from this. He told me it would come out in 2024, but I've yet to see the paper published. We've also seen them operate snake robots. This one came from a group that wanted to see if they could replicate the two halves of the brain and put two brain organoids in charge of running a snake robot. It worked. My hypothesis is people are trying to figure out the creepiest possible body to put these guys in. But back to this paper. There are some limitations on the brain organoids. It's hard to keep them alive for a long period of time. They almost always expire from hypoxia. That is a problem because the longer they're alive, the more complex they grow to be and the better they are at computation. I would have thought that you would want a single type of neuron to perform these tasks, but no. They do better in groups and they do better with complex neural structures. So why not just grow them in a tower? That's exactly what they did. They grew them from single cells in matrigel, which is essentially mouse tumor jello. This gel allows them to grow into each other. They'll grow into just about anything next to each other. They operate very much like Legos. You can just pop them together. In this case, they were just grown near each other, and they grew little projections into other organoids. It actually does work, and the more that are together, the more complex their brainwaves become. You can see day 30 here with just 30 in the chip. But with 22 all in tandem, you can see they have much more complex brainwaves. Each one of these is an individual. And yeah, you can imagine if one perishes, when they add another, it can retrain it. This could allow them to do specific tasks, which we've already seen them get better at when operating in a chip, just with 16. There really is no limit here. You could have thousands of brain organoids all working together. We haven't really seen what kind of complex behaviors emerge when you have quite that many. You could also have individual brain components, each operating a different lobe of the brain coming together, and it might give us interesting computation power. I say interesting. We really don't know the capabilities of these guys. Now, when these guys were grown on a computer chip, like Final Spark does, they have 16 organoids to a chip. So if one expires, another one can just come in and the others can train it. But if they're communicating through actual physical neural pathways rather than a computer chip through electrodes, it does go faster. I could see an array like this work if one of them expires, which does tend to happen. They could excise it out and pop a new one in, and they do pretty well growing into other neural structures. We've seen examples where you took a brain organoid, grew it near the decapitated spine of a mouse, and it made projections and can even take control of the muscles of the mouse that is no longer a mouse. They have no problem hybridizing with anything. You can make mouse human brain organoids. You can pop a brain organoid into the skull of a live mouse, and it'll make connections and start working with the mouse brain. They are essentially fetal brains, and if there's one thing we know about human brains is they'll just grow with anything. Do the best with what you got. That's why people who are born without limbs tend to use their other limbs pretty well. We adapt. What the brain structure will allow us to do is more complex computation. Brain organoids aren't good at handling data from LLMs, for example. They're not very good with linear information. They can learn language, though. They're far better when utilized for things like controlling a body or finding their way through spatial information, so navigation, for example. Largely what brain organoids have been useful for is medication testing and development. This kind of structure could allow you to get a lot of information from just one little cube, or it could be used for computation. This technology is still pretty nascent, for lack of a better pun. This kind of structure could actually allow us to have a brain organoid as large as our own brains, just made out of modular components suspended in mouse goo.
Is she saying if I don't have any limbs, I can have an army of bugs with implanted robotic human little bits of brain in them do my bidding?
It's poor animals I feel sorry for.
What do you think of that, guys? They can basically, it's just
horrific. It's horrific.
Limitless possibilities. They can just keep adding neurons, brain cells to this, and just have basically hybrid brains, biologically based brains that have electronics coming out.
Yeah, vibration.
But they could be. Wow, can you imagine the size of these things? How much computation they could do? I mean, it's insane to think how much it could do, but then it's scary to think that, is it possible that they will be sentient?
They'll send a 1,500-pound one to the moon with a reactor and let it chill.
Feel sorry for those poor mice. And you think, D&W, that a little chip in your wrist is far-fetched? Not anymore, it's not. Speaking to you. D&W, I just spoke to you.
I heard that, darling. Yes, it seems we are going to scary times.
Yes, it's scary, isn't it? Terrifies me. Terrifies me. Well, I don't tend to be here. I tell you, I'm not. I won't. I will go into the dark. I'm going to keep on practicing. Whoops.
Keep on practicing what?
When I can't sleep at night, I pretend that I'm dying. I'm going to die soon. And I practice going into the dark that the Gnostics talk about. I know it sounds insane, but I'm practicing. Because apparently when we die, our brains don't actually die with us. Our brains, so I've heard, carry on functioning. Got a lot to look forward to. And when you leave your little meat bag, your brain still functions. And you go through this checkpoint into the next stage of your being. And apparently there's a tunnel of light that we're attracted to. I'm not going there. I'm going into the dark, but I'm terrified of doing it, petrified, because I know I will be. And I practice it at night when I can't sleep. Yes, I'm a lot older than you, Jay, you know.
I know. No, I know. I'm not judging or anything.
Makes us who we are. So it's very difficult for people to agree on what consciousness
Yeah, I'm
is.
a bit of a fatalist, and that's
People
bothered me
feel
for a
there's
while.
something special
I
about
understand
brain
what you
tissue.
mean.
That if you make a brain organoid, for example, from cells from men, that brain organoid will carry their thoughts and feelings, you know. And whether or not the science supports that doesn't matter. These organoids are small tissues that mimic parts of the brain. We're not regrowing our brain all the time like we are our intestines. So for the brain, we have to actually go back to development and help them to start making the early cells of the brain and try to model the way the brain develops. We just can't really capture all of the complexity that the human brain has. And so this suddenly opens a window into that black box. I started working with mouse embryonic brain, taking cells, dissociating them, and then plating them in a dish, in a petri dish, to let them grow. And what happened was some of these cells just didn't really stick to the dish, and they sort of came off and started, attaching to each other instead and forming these beautiful, self-organizing balls of cells that just sort of form, these structures that look like the developing, at least the early stages of developing brain tissue. And so that was really what kicked it all off. And then from there, Jürgen and I decided that it would be worthwhile looking at whether we can do this from human cells and help them to start making the early cells of the brain. And just like those mouse embryonic cells, human cells can also self-organize and form these beautiful three-dimensional structures. The human brain is kind of special, right? It really makes us who we are. It really makes us human. It makes us individuals. So we don't have a lot of cells in the adult brain. We're not like regrowing our brain all the time like we are our intestine. And so for the brain, we have to actually go back to development and try to model the way the brain develops. These organoids are sort of small tissues that mimic parts of the brain. The human brain has lots of parts. And so when we make an organoid, we might be making an organoid of one part or maybe a couple different parts. And also it's important to emphasize that they're very small and they're also immature. They're not, these are not models of like a fully functioning, fully formed human brain with all of its memories and, and abilities. So depending on what you're making, you might make a brain organoid for, the cerebral cortex, or you might make one for the cerebellum. We'll, take these tissues and we'll just look inside and look at how, how neurons are being made, how they're maturing, how other supportive cell types of the brain are being made, and how they interact with neurons.
You got to mix them with amphibians.
Well, I think we've started to really gain some insight into what actually does make the human brain unique, and starting to understand why it is that we have so many more neurons than, even our closest relatives like chimpanzees and gorillas. And it's starting to reveal that there are some really important differences in timing in human brain development. And basically what really makes us unique, it seems, is we're very slow. So we develop very slow, much more slowly than chimpanzee or gorilla. And because it's slower, the cells have a longer time to expand and generate more. And so that, we think, is why we end up with so many more neurons. The timing difference between human and chimpanzee, it's not very much. It's only a few days, but it's at a really key moment. And so because of this small change very, very early, it has lasting consequences that get magnified over time. One of the very first things we did with brain organoids was to model a disease, because that is exactly what we need these for. And so the disease that we decided to focus on is called microcephaly. It's a disorder where the brain is too small. If you introduce the exact same mutation that you find in humans into a mouse, you end up with basically no effect on brain size. So it's clear that the human brain is much more sensitive, and you get a much more drastic reduction in size than in humans. So we decided to model that in organoids and see if we could see that reduction. And in fact, we could. Basically, what ends up happening in that case is you have these stem cells, and they start making neurons too soon. And so because they make neurons too soon, then they don't spend a long time expanding, and they run out. And then you just run out of stem cells too soon, and then you don't have any more to make more neurons. I'm especially excited about some of the disease modeling in terms of things like mental health disorders or neurodegenerative diseases, where, again, we just don't have new treatments, I mean, schizophrenia, we're still treating with drugs that are 50 years old. And it's just how do you model that in a mouse, right? We just don't have good models. So I think these models can finally start to.
Ladies low-key running a universal soldier program.
Actually, I was heard somewhere that they want to start, they reckon they're going to invent a chip they can use to cure mental illness, depression and things, which puts the fear of God at me, I can tell you.
Of course they are. Our brain's an antenna, though. It's not something they can just put a chip in and fix it.
Well, I tell you, it's I didn't know things were great. I reckon this has a lot to do with the guys at Silicon Valley who want to live forever, and I suspect that this research will bring that about, because they can keep just renewing their brain and keep renewing this, that, and the other. They will eventually live forever. God, well, I suppose if you're a multi-millionaire, it's not that bad.
Wait, but Chicky, if it could solve depression, why wouldn't you take it?
God, no. A chip in my brain?
Oh, it's a chip we're gonna put in it?
This was on
Here's
YouTube.
Oh, interesting.
No.
Please hurt. It's painful. The children.
A lab-grown brain was used to play Pong, a game of Pong. Okay, that's what they're saying here.
It's also chewy on the inside and good with ravioli.
There you go. Chickpea, are you full of hope and admiration? You're muted, Chickpea. Jay, what do you think of all that?
It's very interesting, I will say. and also very concerning.
So
So
W, one day people won't have a choice because they'll be born into it. They've already talked about putting chips in babies. Do you know that?
really,
Yeah, heard that somewhere about chips.
Yeah, people have their limits. Like I think people will revolt before this goes completely mainstream.
They won't.
Yeah, I mean, no, just like Obama wasn't allowed to drink the Pepsi with the baby tongues in it, so they're gonna object to this.
You think so, do you?
Obama was Obama wasn't what?
You know what?
Obama was a big supporter of Pepsi Company, and he was known to even the new flavor, and he backed it in one of his speeches. He actually held up or said something about his Pepsi Next, NXT or whatever, Pepsi. And Pepsi Next is made with the HEC 293 formula, which uses two aborted babies' kidneys DNA to clone into human taste buds that are then manipulated in these factories with other stuff to make this thing that bypasses your taste bud to tell your brain it tastes good without
what the heck?
It's HEC 293, and it was in Pepsi Next, and it was pointed out, and Pepsi Next got disappeared, and Obama stopped promoting it, and it's in other stuff. It's in like Swedish Fish and other candies.
Other places
they
too.
cheat your taste bud with cloning baby parts and putting it in food.
Wow! So they really are right that there's human body parts in food. Yeah, they've been saying about.
Yeah, if they scrape the kidney from an unborn in the 70s, I think, and they still use the same cloned cells from that one or two that they did in the 70s, apparently, is what they say. And they created this thing, which they basically somehow cloned how the taste bud touches the brain, sends the signal. And they've jumped it. Like they figured out how to tell the brain something tastes good without making it taste good.
Oh, well, I wonder if that's why people get addicted to certain foods sometimes,
Yeah, there's all kinds of additives. They figure out things that are addictive in them, and I'm not sure all those, but I know the HEC 293 is the one they're specifically talking about when people talk about the one that's made from cloned humans. And it is called HEC 293. And it was in Pepsi for a short period of time. They took it out. So it's like Pepsi listened, by the way. So they did take it out. But there was other companies that still used it that people didn't call out as much. And it does exist, so it's just
but are we even sure that they stopped using it? Though they could have just said that they stopped using it but still use it.
I think they have, according to certain laws, you have to include things unless they change the law on having to say they included.
Actually, the laws have changed regard to all that. I was
then
watching
that
something on YouTube about this.
I know it's in a lot of candy, and it probably is in odd soft drinks, but I'm not sure which ones. But I know it's in candy. I don't want to. It's in the Swedish Fish, though.
Wow.
There's chewy candies, yeah. So it's like certain things that people like more than one of. It's definitely. It's just it's an food additive that tells your brain that it tastes good. It's just it doesn't mean it tastes good. It's just they figured out the signal, and they're just sending it when you eat certain things.
I tell you, Clone, Elon Musk has already said that soon you'll be able to download a law degree straight into your brain in half an hour when you get your brain chipped. Half an hour. He's already said it. And I can't imagine that people won't want that. I think a lot of people go along with all this. A lot.
Yeah.
I will be. But I think
it sounds good, but I think there was already problems with the first guy that tried it. I think his brain started
they'll perfect it. They'll perfect it. He was just one of the first. They will perfect it.
Yeah, but until they perfected that top billionaire, the guy is a new guy that got hired by Meta. He said he doesn't want to have kids until it's perfected because there's no point in being born without the chip if you can be born.
Yes,
Because
they've
he said
already said
children
it.
will learn how to use it like magic by the age of 7 without thinking when they're
Exactly. You say
adults.
that's
It'll
not
be
going to
like
happen.
a
It will
Jedi
happen.
power.
It will happen. It will happen. He's already said. Elon Musk has said it already. It will happen.
They said kids need it before 7 to use it like a
Yes.
Jedi power.
Yeah, it will
Wow.
happen. Of course, it will happen. I mean, would you go
From the top
spend
techies.
3 years and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars on getting a law degree? You could just go to Thingy and get it for $30 in half an hour. What would you do? I mean, so
Well, I think we're not going to, like, money system and all that stuff, something's got to give here soon. So I think we're in for some kind of payment system for being alive if we're on the grid.
Yeah, universal basic income.
Universal basic income. Or there's going to be a simple job they're going to just make us all do to make us more equal, and it's going to be something quick. 3 hours, 4 days a week.
It's going to be unemployment. It's going to. You're very optimistic, aren't you?
I just had a dream one time that we all worked at the iridium mines.
Yeah, they're going to make us all those that are going to lose their work jobs due to AI, which will happen, are going to just go into universal basic income. Cooey. I mean, what's his name's even said it. You will own nothing, but you will be happy. Or what's
Klaus
his
Schwab.
name? Yeah, that guy that wrote that book. He's already said it all. None of this is new, actually. None of it. And those guys at Silicon Valley are talking about wanting to live forever. Well, I suspect this brain stuff is part of that, wanting to live forever, because of course if you're going to...
They need to ask AI to cure progeria, and then they can live forever.
Well, they've got to stop their brain from rotting away, blah, 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 because your brain power does go as you get older, so they have to renew their brains. Memory starts to decrease. I know, so it's happening to me. Brain power, you lose your brain power, so they need to update their brains, which is what they're doing here.
The key is healing progeria, the disease progeria. If they find the key for that, that is the key to almost immortality for humanity.
Okay, what do you say, progeria?
Progeria, yeah, that's the disease where those kids are like 10 and they look 70.
Oh.
But they will do it.
They age almost 10 times faster than a normal person. So when they cure that, you get what I'm saying. That's when they know what truly causes aging. And if they fix it with a touch, with a tap, with messing with genetic codes, they can do that for anybody. And that means they'll increase their life by almost tenfold.
Yeah. They've been talking about that for ages. That guy who's there's one of those guys at Silicon Valley who's been talking about it for ages. They will do it. Personally, I can't imagine anything worse. But if you're a billionaire, I suppose living forever is not a bad option. I'm sure that what's his name will love it. Jeff Bezos, that fabulous.
Which I hope they cure progeria. I hope those kids get a cure, but that'll be a sign that someone else lives for 700 years when they start curing progeria.
Well, I can't see how they can, because it's already happened. I don't know. I don't know anything about progeria anyway. But yeah. But I think
they definitely deserve a cure. They definitely deserve a cure for them.
I think bad times are ahead of us. Very strange times. Because what was I reading somewhere recently or something, that all those people who get themselves chipped, whether in their wrists or in their head, will become enmeshed with artificial intelligence and become a part of artificial intelligence, which maybe is great if you want a couple of science degrees and things, great. But if you don't want to be part of it, I wonder what happens. They just kill you off, execute you or something.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if those people will be like 10 men, like will they be or scarecrows or something? Would they be forced to work? Meaning, they won't be able to control their brain to go outside and get on the bus and go to their job? Is their brain going to be on autopilot to pull them around?
They will be controlled. They've already got us controlled. Good Lord.
Yeah, that's the only thing they try to show what this stuff does. They showed, they control a bug and they control a robot. Well, the robot can be artificial intelligence, and the bug was controlling himself just fine before you put your device on him. So what does it really do for a human besides try to control? I'm very confused in what it really does.
We're already controlled. Have you never watched the masses going to work anymore?
Yeah, so why do they need this? Why is this the next step? And
more control.
I don't think a chip in our brain is the answer to much.
They will do it.
Who in the chat thinks a chip in the human brain will be beneficial?
You wouldn't like to be 20 grand on that, would you? Chips in the brain? Wouldn't like to bet 20
Yeah,
grand?
like who in the chat thinks this will beneficial on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being most beneficial, 1 being not to catastrophically horrible for, the effects on, human health.
Good, you're an optimist.
1 is people will probably die before it's beneficial and hurt them. And then 2 or 3 if it has some improvement, but otherwise doesn't really work. And maybe 4 if it cures a lot of illnesses, and 5 if you're all for it.
Do you actually believe that your masters want the best for you? The only reason why you're still okay and everything, because it suits the corporation to have you okay. But one day the corporation won't need you anymore. Then you'll see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Jim. Tell you something, you're obviously you're obviously having a very lucky life if you haven't noticed how brainwashed the city workers are. And have you ever been part of the military? Have you seen how they are? They're like bloody clones.
Oh, well, wait a second. Retro.
I've lived around a lot of military. I'm not military per se.
Yeah, but Sarah, I'm talking about the military, okay? That's how cloned and brainwashed people can be. And I've seen it because I was brought up in it. And you'd be shocked at how people will obey their masters. You wouldn't believe your eyes if you saw it. You think the corporation's bad, military's even worse.
Wait, yeah, wait a second. Retro, Brother Marcus just said in the comments that he did a fact check on the Pepsi claim, and he said that the claim that Pepsi products contain HEK 293 cells is a persistent piece of disinformation. The cells were used in research and development processes for flavor enhancers by a former supplier, but they are not an ingredient in any PepsiCo product. So
said,
yeah,
not currently, but yeah, they had to change it, I think, for a short period of time. It was when Obama held it up that it caused controversy. It wasn't really controversial until he was seen drinking it and people looked into it, and it was something that was supposedly used for that flavor, and they changed it otherwise and probably changed history. But it's been used in other foods, so it's like, why wouldn't it have been used in that? That's the only reason I discovered it, was someone had mentioned it was a fiasco for him supporting Pepsi at the wrong time. I have nothing against Pepsi.
Well, I don't know, but the moment you said that thing about Pepsi, I thought that I suspected that Brother Marcus was going to look into it. I just knew it.
Yeah, tell him to look into what that actually is and look up Swedish fish. Tell me it's not in Swedish fish.
Well, this was from Reuters. He looked it up on
Reuters.
Huh?
DNW, I must ask you, when did Max come into your life? A few months. How many months is it now?
It's years, Chickpea, years.
Oh, is it years?
It's over 2 years, over 2 years.
All right. Oh, well, maybe that's why you're so cheerful lately. Max and you are fallen madly in love. Yes?
Cougar says they don't need to chip anyone to control everyone. Just read some Machiavelli.
Yeah, but they will do it. They don't need to, but they will. It will be done for ease. It'll be so much easier. You know, like all this shoplifting that's going on? I reckon in time they'll do the Amazon thing that closed down for a while. They'll start all that up.
Yeah.
I can't see how this shoplifting thing that's been allowed to happen can continue.
Yeah. So, Retro Brother Marcus asks if you can please show us where you got the information so we can look more into it.
Hi, DNW, I get into a bit of a rage. Hooray, the chip is the sign of the devil. Hooray, somebody said it.
I mean, well, he's a pastor, so of course he's going to say that.
My Donegan, this time, the devil, the corporation.
That's Pastor D.
Yeah, hooray. See, I'm not the only one that thinks it. So there, everybody.
Yeah, Retro, do you have any can share us where you got the information? Because Brother Marcus is asking about it. Oh, are you trying to speak? You sound kind of muffled.
Am I there?
Yeah, well, now we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to link this thing here. It's called Sendomox. Is developed method to kind of do sweeteners enhanced by using human taste receptors grown from HEC293 cells originally from 1973 fetal kidney. Controversial. Pro-life groups protested, believing this involved fetal materials in foods. Cinemex's fact check clarified the cells were only used in testing in a robotic system, never added to the consumer products like Swedish fish. But that's so they're saying they're used in creating them, not in putting a flavor into it itself. Did y'all hear that? How they say that? Cinemex has developed a method to find new sweeteners and flavor by enhancing the human taste receptor grown from HEC293 originally from. So the whole company Cinemex, if it's got that name on it, it's used the technology from cloning human taste buds in their factory or laboratory and making the flavor out of the thing that hijacks the human taste receptor. So they're lying by saying the truth because it's Cinemex. They say, "Oh, it's called Cinemex," but Cinemex isn't the actual tissue of the fetus that is used from creating it in the lab.
I do love you. Why would God allow it? Why does God allow 15,000 children or so to starve to death every day? Why does He allow 92 billion animals to be bloody well factory farmed and their throats cut every year? Why does He allow that? And you're worried about a chip. He'll allow a chip. Sorry, I better shut up because I'm getting a bit cross.
But retro, right? So that proved what Brother Marcus said, which is that it was debunked, I guess.
Their technology at those places for the flavoring use it. They're just not putting material supposedly inside your food. Does that make sense? Meaning the HEC itself is not in the food. The HEC is at the lab to create the flavor, they say.
Wow,
they don't say they don't use it. They say they use it, but they don't put it in your food.
Oh, so what do they use it for then?
To create the flavor.
Okay.
So they test your flavor on cloned baby tongues, is what they're saying.
Colonel, do you know that human DNA has been found in processed meats? Do you know that?
Yeah, we said that, yeah.
Yes. I'm only saying, I don't know for myself. I'm just saying what people have discovered. I don't know if it's true or not. Obviously, it wouldn't surprise me one little bit. In fact, you know what I think? Every year, hundreds of people go missing in the US and the UK, completely disappear. I think they're being fed to pigs. That's what I think.
Yeah, maybe it's possible, yeah.
Yay, well done. Yeah, I do. I think it's a great place to get rid of dead people.
Yeah, because I think it's been shown that serial killers in the past, right? They fed their victims to pigs, you know. So
hello, thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's more common than we think, actually. The whole thing with feeding people to pigs. A lot more common. And do you know in this country, right, this civilized little country of England, back in the 60s and 70s, they were feeding dead cows to cows. They were actually turning cows into cannibals. That's how.
Really?
Yes, it was what called mad cow disease. Yeah, they were actually feeding dead, ground up cows to cows.
Thanks.
Sick, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how sick everything is. Yeah, those poor animals. Yeah, these poor animals had this terrible disease from eating, because a cow's not supposed to eat meat, especially not of its own kind. Yeah, they ground up the dead cows that they couldn't sell to humanity because they were too whatever, and just fed them to the cows. They actually did this. Evil.
Yeah. but Chippy, what about people who say that they've it's been shown that like cows, I think it's cows, or maybe I was thinking of them for there where they sometimes eat like mice and stuff.
Yeah, I have heard that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. Yeah, well, yeah, because it comes in the ground. They just chop it up. You know, it's sad, brutal reality. Yeah, I know. Because after all, those mice and their babies will be in some grass they eat or in some hay that they're eating. Blah blah. Yeah, yeah. I don't think there is. Yeah, in the animal kingdom. Yeah, of course it happens. Yeah. Yeah, but you can't blame the cows for that after these poor animals are stuck in fields and stuck in barns. And I suspect the mouse get into their piles of hay that they're fed on. So it all goes into their little mouths, poor animals.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, though. Like, if a cow is a herbivore and has, you know, it's made up digestively to only consume plants, well, then how are they able to consume the mice without getting sick?
Well, the mouse, it will probably go through their digestive tract, okay, but it will stay there for a long time. Well, farmed animals aren't the healthiest in the world anyway. Most of them, they don't, you know, they're not the healthiest creatures in the world. So I certainly wouldn't eat them, you know. I mean, they're pretty sick.
There is a newcomer. There is a
There's a newcomer. There's a newcomer.
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
There's a newcomer.
Who goes there?
So we're being inundated.
I put it in the chat.
We've got 3 newcomers here. I'm not
Whoa.
quite sure what to make of this, but it seems that we're being hijacked. And I don't think this all goes well. You know, it doesn't look like a good omen. 3 appearing at once. But we'll let one of them on. Nubby.
Maybe they drink Hex 293 flavor aid.
Hi guys, yeah, sorry. We were just thought to introduce ourselves, just a couple of people. We're just looking around on random StreamYards just for some open discussions, really, to spend on a Friday night. Not trolls or anything.
Welcome to have you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we're just looking for open discussions. That's all. My friend Nubbly is also there, and James Crabtree. They are part of us. They're 2 people I can vouch for. So
hello, Crabtree. You're on the show. Good evening. How are you, Crabtree?
I'm great, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad. My God, you sound ill, mate.
Years of smoking, I think, is his problem.
Right.
keep
So,
turning
guys,
it.
that's enough.
What's your smoking, brother?
And who's a third person?
That'd be Nubbly. Nubbly? Are you on there?
Nope.
No,
Looks like they left.
Someone was here, but they left.
Oh.
I don't know where she's gone then.
Nubby, have you got your own channel? Ronnie, have you got your own channel?
No, I just jump on panels every month.
Every now and again. Okay, Ronnie.
Thanks for the nudes.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, we've got Ronnie here. Ronnie, you're still
Well,
on the-
and then there was one.
Oh dear, they've disappeared. I don't know what's happened to them.
Ronnie,
I sent them all nudes.
What is going on in this strange existence? Guys, be quiet. Allow
Oh.
Ronnie. Ronnie left.
Wow. What was that about?
I don't know.
Wow.
What was that about? Okay, there you go.
Huh. I wonder if they got scared off because we're trying to find Gnosis.
I don't know. Maybe they were Archons and they could defeat Chickpea. You know, Chickpea's saintly energy was too much for them, and it repelled them.
Stop it. Well, it's your fault. You shouldn't have called yourself Finding Gnosis, and I wouldn't be here. DNW, it's your fault.
The Scousers couldn't sit through church, but was happy to have them on.
Low hope.
No, DNW, I'm very, very serious about all this, actually. Jay, DNW thinks I'm playing.
No, no, I know you're serious. I know. He knows it too. Don't worry.
Yes, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it.
Oh yes, Hope Ministries. I remember that. Did you know that Finding Gnosis was once called Hope Ministries at one point? Chickpea.
Homeless Ministries. I showed up to it. It was homeless.
What do you call the Hope Ministries?
I gave it a place to stay.
Yeah.
I ended up with D&W on my couch.
DW, you were called Hope Ministries.
Yeah, he was a couple years ago or so.
I think for a couple of weeks or something. It wasn't that long, but it's gone down in the folklore. You know, it's
I
been
didn't know that.
marked in the annals of history.
Oh, right, because I wouldn't have been here. Oh, if the word hope, no, I'm run a mile when I hear the word hope. Don't believe in it.
Truth over lies. Do enlighten us. Truth over lies.
I mean, but technically you do have hope, Chickpea, because you hope that one day you will escape the Matrix, right?
Yes, yes. No, I'm quite serious about it, Joe. It's yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I believe what those Cassars said and everything. I do believe them. D&W used to. He seems to have decided to believe in something else.
No, he did it as like a sort of like running joke for a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know. Oh yes, Truth Over Lies says that Crabtree was the Jimmy Savile from the other night. Yeah, I thought that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Are we all showing up for the White House Octagon event, the MMA? We're all going to be there, ringside seats.
Oh, that's probably some sort of Illuminati occult ritual, I feel. You know, I was actually. Did you guys hear about the whole Anthony Joshua situation? How he died? Not that he died. His friends died, and he survived.
Yeah, we'll get you in, brother. We all get in.
Yeah, they were saying now that like apparently that could have been a Masonic sacrifice thing because apparently he's a Freemason, Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, I mean he had to give up some of his purse for some reason or another. Supposedly he wasn't supposed to knock out Jake Paul, so he only made $40 million instead of $60 million or something. So I mean it could have been how much someone's worth. But I think he's got a few fights left in him, so he can pull off, double, tripling his net value. So why would someone take him out now?
Yeah.
That's if they have taken him out. Maybe he's just.
He's actually. I think he gave the current champion his best fight, the Alexander Usyk, the heavyweight champion of the world, Ukrainian guy, who had to give up one of his 3 belts, by the way, but for not defending it for some reason or another. But he was the unified champ that took it from the Big Brit, the 6'10" Gypsy King.
Interesting.
So Alexander Usyk is heavyweight champion of the world, uncontested, pretty much. And the closest fight to me he ever had was the guy that beat Jake Paul. He's really good, and he got knocked out by in kind of a fluke fight after he beat up Francis Ngannou. He got Dubois. I think knocked him out. But I think Dubois saw his training tape or something. He had a spy in the gym because it's like he knew his footing exactly, and he let him walk into it. And I think he trained off having spies in the gym. That's what they do to each other these days.
Interesting. Yeah, it's all just one big, ritual, I feel.
I think it was luck. I mean, I don't think that was meant to happen. Like they swerved, and it was bad road. If you saw the road, it's in Nigeria, and it's like 3 lanes wide each direction with a lot of dirt on the pavement and people that drive on the side the wrong ways and set up little businesses and weird stuff. And it was a truck parked on the side that was half cocked almost into the road, and people do swerve and use the full lanes to get around each other. And apparently he swerved around somebody else that they haven't tracked down yet, and he hit the truck that was stationary, and it did not kill the driver or Anthony Joshua. So the driver is wanted for, is facing charges, and the guy that parked the truck there.
Well, that's the thing, right? I've apparently in order to get initiated into those secret societies, they normally have the person sacrifice someone
Yeah.
close to them, you know.
Yeah.
So
It's
and they
strength comes
usually
in
do it
another
in the form of a car crash or a car accident.
Exactly.
I think it's just luck. I don't think it was. I think it was just weird luck from him winning the fight and going on. When we're not on world trips. We're not jumping out of air. If we went parachuting every day, our life expectancy would be a little different. And we're not the heavyweight champion of the world enjoying a joyride through Nigeria with our buddies, that think we're on top of the world right now. We don't know what was really going on there. So I don't think he was a target. I think it was bad timing and luck on the highway.
Again, you never know. You can't rule out anything.
You can't rule out anything.
I don't believe in coincidence, but there is no coincidence besides this is the guy that beat Jake Paul. There's not a coincidence with this happening. He didn't die. So, but he lived through it. But you're saying, oh, he gave up his buddies. But I don't think he would have done. I don't think he's that kind of dude, honestly.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that apparently there's been this weird thing that happens that whoever loses a fight to Jake Paul, they usually end up having something bad happen to them. Just about everyone. So there is some sort of precedent there.
I thought the one guy is fine and he commentates all Jake Paul's fights. The guy that fought him twice, the MMA guy, Tyrone Woodley. Tyrone Woodley fought him twice. Got knocked out the second time.
Right. Well, they were saying that like something bad happens to everyone who loses, not loses the fight, but who beats him in a fight. That's what they were saying. So it's interesting.
Sorry, Retro, I had to mute you because there was a little bit of feedback. You can unmute yourself whenever you want to talk, brother.
Sorry, say again, Chickpea.
A lot of stuff's fixed with the Masons and everything. A lot,
Yeah.
especially court cases. Phew, that's why I get these strange verdicts.
Hello, is it better?
Yeah, it's better. But yeah, yeah, you're right. It is fixed. There's so many stories out there about people who have been approached to join these secret societies, and they had to do a lot of weird things to join it. Yeah.
Yeah, every level has a
I mean, he paid $40 million and the death of his friend. He just won the fight. And I don't think Jake Paul's in a secret society. He was just part of Disney when he was younger. I don't know. I just don't think all these people are part of the same thing.
No, it's different societies. It's not just one society. There's a lot of different ones around the world. And also, there also were signs, too, that apparently Jake Paul is involved in one of those societies because of the hand signals and stuff that they do. Because, they do those hand signals in public,
Is it making hand signals? I don't know what you're talking about, but they make these hand signals to each other now.
Yeah.
Yeah, hand signals that we don't know about, but yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot about secret societies and all that jazz, but I just don't think this has much to do with it. This incident, to me, doesn't scream that. It screams like they had a good vehicle. They were going fast in their Lexus truck, swerving around stuff, thought that it was like a fast cab driver, a hired driver. And I think he was trying to make waste of the time, get them where they wanted to go and impress them. And he swerved to avoid something and go around things and cause the accident,
Yeah. Maybe. But besides him, there's a lot of people involved. Isn't even the royal family there? They also are involved in some secret society.
Oh, good Lord, of course they are.
Yeah.
Good Lord, of course they are. They are one big secret society. Right, low. Yeah, because they wear those, they have all that weird. Yeah, of course they are. I should imagine that William is probably a 33-degree Mason. I should imagine.
Well, they're fraternal orders, and not all of them answer to each other, number one. So there's multiple things, like you said to begin with. There is different ones, and depends on which, I guess, if they answer to a hierarchy, there's only a couple different true hierarchies left to answer to, if they answer to it. One is the Royal House of Austria, and the other one would be the Royal Family, and obviously Great Britain.
Yeah. In fact, I feel like a lot of secret societies that originated in the UK, right?
Yeah, that's where
Yeah,
they cut lots
to this day, the only true Habsburg heirs that say they're Habsburgs that run anything are in Austria, and they used to run the European world. And if you look up what they do, it says Order of the Golden Fleece, head of that. And then if you know the myth of that, so it's like, so these are the people that control the money in the world openly. And some Wikipedia page that says the dude runs the Order of the Golden Fleece, and you're like, oh my god, they just said that out loud.
Yeah.
It's just on the Austrian royal family, the head dude. That's what it said when I saw him. If Brother Marcus wants to fact check that.
Yeah, they're an inbred lot, the Habsburgs. Ugly inbred people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very anti-royalty, actually. I don't approve.
Yeah, I mean, the Habsburgs spread out for a while, so that was, you know, the popes back when they were allowed to have offspring. But it was for a short period of time. There was like that they combined emperor and pope, and some of those people had kids. And that's like one of those lines is that, and I think it's Charlemagne mixed with one of the popes or something, became the Habsburgs.
Interesting.
And those people stayed getting married to cousins for quite a while, and bled into the French royals, which is Antoinette and whatnot was Habsburg.
Yeah, King Henry. Yeah. Wait, so you said there was a point in time when the Pope was allowed to have children?
I think so, far enough back. I'm not an expert exactly on that part, but I love history. But I think, yeah, either Pope Leo or before or something, that there's known offspring from popes when you go back a certain amount, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know when they cut off these bloodlines. So, I mean, I've tried to look into that, but they could be all different. You know, like, I guess you were saying different. The different secret societies could be answering to very long bloodlines, which, you know, on these old anonymous pages, they show they're all Italian ones that have been around for 4,000 years or something, you know, for ancient Rome to now, the Medicis, the this, the that. And I don't know if I 100% believe that, because you never hear anything about those people and who their heirs are these days and where they are in the Forbes list or whatever. So how do you find them, and where are they on the Forbes list? Because that's how we look at people, I think, today is, you know, who's on the Forbes list. So we know who we know, you know. And it's how many have liquid and how many have solid assets or whatever. If your assets are actually in stocks, you can't pull them out in all one day, because someone's going to go bankrupt. You won't be able to finish pulling it all out before the price goes down, if that makes sense. If you wanted to pull all your stocks out and you had most of it in the world, everybody would start to sell their stock if they saw you that own the most of it selling. So they have these issues with pulling the rug out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Brother Marcus is asking what you would like him to fact check.
Oh, is what we were talking about. Oh, sorry. The heir to the Habsburg current family is Baron de Habsburg or something, and he's in Austria, and he runs the Order of the Golden Fleece. And his son used to be was an E-car, like a Formula E driver or something.
Well, you know, there was a diagram I saw a while back where they listed like the different levels of control, and at the very top there was one individual called the world monarch, and then below him was like the 13 families that control the entire world.
Yeah, and people talk about like a black queen and stuff like that, and a black pope. Yeah, I've seen that stuff too. I don't fully understand. I've been looking at that my whole life too, but I would think that's people that run the other side. That's not the non-religious group. You go and say when they say a black pope and a black queen, like that, to me that is the non-Christian, Judeo leader. I'm
Religion
not
is
sure
just a
who those
made
are.
up
That's my guess, but I'm sorry. Go on.
religion, just a made up nonsense to control the masses. It is, truth be known. I suspect, truth be known, our religions are just a load of nonsense.
Then you could be hired by the Black Pope or Black
And
Queen.
they keep people separated, and separated people are easier to control.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why they can
100%.
control. That's why 13 families can control 8 billion people.
Yep.
And
But what I
when they
want to
have
know
a
is,
war, and all our wars is them just having a nice game of chess. That's all they do.
yep, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Game of chess.
But
And
when
I think soon they're going to have a real whopper of a game.
yeah, World War III.
Yeah, there will be a World War. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I want to know who's.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Like this whole thing with World War II with Germany and England. England had 2 Germans. One was a field marshal in the British Army. The other one was an admiral in the British Navy. Germans running our armed forces. That's how corrupt it all is. And people just go along with it and stand waving at them, at the royals. It's insane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing's a scam. It's all the same with the whole thing with Dunkirk, and the fact that all the soldiers have been pushed onto the beach, all these British soldiers and French, and then Hitler says to his German army who'd pushed them onto the beach, okay, let them go. It's actually happened. Let them go off to Russia now. So he let 400,000 troops just go back to England. Instead of killing them all, which he should have done, because that's what war is. That's how corrupt it is.
Yeah, very
People
corrupt.
believe all this shit. They actually believe it's all legitimate. Yeah,
Yeah, it's all a game. Yeah.
it's just a game of chess. You even have the parts. You have all little pawns and everything. We're the pawns.
Yep.
Yeah.
But my question is, who is that world monarch that's controlling everything and everyone?
We
That's what I'm
don't
saying.
know. They keep those the few at the top. No one knows who they are as such. I mean, the royals are not at the top because the Rothschilds are above the royals.
I mean, the Saudi king is the most powerful monarch currently in the world.
Yeah, and the richest. But the fact that we know him means that he's not right at the top. Because the ones right at the top, we don't know who they are.
Yeah, if there was a monarch, we wouldn't know who they are. Yeah.
No, anyway.
Yep. But do you think it's a man or a woman?
A couple, I suspect.
Couple.
Could be,
No, it's the devil.
Oh, noodles.
It's the Jews.
No, stop it. We left that behind in 2025. Okay, let's move on. Okay. Let's move on. Let's
Jews
move
are
on.
playing a game of chess, pinning each other against each other.
No one said that.
The Jewish elite using all the other races to destroy the working class Jewish people.
I want to make a point that Noodles is Jewish.
We don't
So
align.
anybody's watching this believes, he is around coming on here being anti-Semitic. He is actually a Jew himself. Vegan Equilibrium is Jewish.
Yes, I'm part of the cabal.
Again, no one. I don't think no one has even said the word Jew in this entire stream so far, except you.
I'm in a different cabal.
Just know we're out there, and we're coming for you.
But again, like we said, it's not the Jews. The Jews don't run the world, Noodles. We think it's someone else above them. Okay, so don't worry about it.
Keep your pockets buttoned up, because our tentacles will slither into them.
Great. See, now you made Chickpea leave, Noodles. Thanks a lot. Look what you look at what you've done.
Yeah,
come up on the panel.
Chippy, come back, darling. Cougar Doom says if there is a world monarch, then it's most certainly a corporation.
He is on the same side as Chicky there.
Yeah,
are you
yeah,
able to come on here tonight, brother?
yeah. Kugaduma, come up. Yeah, and yeah, it could
Brother
be a
Marcus,
corporation.
Loho, Pamela, and whoever else.
Marcus, we need you on the show, Marcus.
So, Noodles, are you feeling any better?
Slowly but surely.
Good.
Clearly, I'm not
Is-
elite. I'm not elite enough to
Happy
evade
birthday.
their
Is
biological
Brother
attacks.
Marcus quoting his AI friend? Because I saw something today briefly on Brother Marcus' channel where he was asking AI some questions, and it was throwing out some gobbledygook about Orwell and Socrates, was it? Or Plato? I can't remember. But you could come on and tell us about that. I also saw a news story today about a filmmaker who I believe worked on The Life of Brian, the Monty Python film. And basically, he's come out, he is 83 years of age. And this is another case of someone playing with a large language model and not realizing that the large language model is generally very positive towards you when you're using it, and agreeable, and it making out that you are the best thing since sliced bread. And this filmmaker at 83 years of age believes he's worked out that Jesus was not crucified, that it was actually Judas of Galilee or something. Some Judas character was killed because he looked like Jesus. Basically, the real Jesus died many years later, a few decades later, after being stoned somewhere for saying the wrong thing. But yeah, basically, he thinks the whole story of Christianity is based on a misconception, a lie, even that Jesus didn't actually die on the cross. It was somebody else mistakenly put on the cross in his place, and he made the most of it. Now that's what he believes, and the reason he believes this is because he asked AI, and AI told him he was incredible, he was absolutely correct, and it's an amazing discovery. His source was the AI.
And I'm sure I'm sure AI isn't biased whatsoever, right? So,
Chickpea, do come on here, Chickpea, please.
but yeah, that's the danger in using
Noodles
AI.
has made a New Year's resolution to not start fights with panelists.
Yeah,
So,
Chickpea, come back.
Wait,
Noodles is gonna behave himself.
I did. I think he's making resolutions for me.
Yes. So there you go, Chickpea. It's already been decided. Loho says, "Welcome."
Apparently, he decided my own fate. I didn't even know I made that decision.
Loho says, "Welcome, Noodles." And J.E. says that he was enjoying his conversation with Chickpea.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
I didn't even say anything to Chickpea, other than it was the devil. It's the devil. She was talking about who's at the top, and I said it was the devil.
Brother Marcus says he tries to ask the AI LLM to stop being sycophantic, but it only lasts a short while, and then it goes back to doing it again. Yeah. Cougar Duma says, since Jesus probably never existed as described in the Gospels, any hypothesis regarding the life of Jesus could be correct. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think the theory that Jesus is based on the
Jesus is based. He's the definition of based. He's stood up against
he's based
everything
on
that's wrong and evil in society. He is the light, the way, the truth, and our salvation. Amen. Hallelujah. It's true, says Nibbles. Chickpea's back.
Yay, Chickpea's back. But yeah, I think that Jesus, the notion that he's but he's a representation of
Sorry.
astrotheology, and that he's him and his disciples are a representation of the planets and the sun or whatever. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I've got a book on that subject somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it's quite possible.
What gobbledygook has David Icke been spouting lately?
Oh, stop it, DNW. That's not me doing gobbledygook.
I should be incredibly worried because,
Why?
you respect me. You say you like me. You respect me.
Love
but
you,
also
DNW.
respect. You also respect David Icke. I should be.
DNW was soccer kick a man in the gonads.
What? What?
Ike's
Brother
gonad.
Marcus is spouting
DNW split.
misinformation from AI. Sorry, go ahead.
What? Me or Colonial?
What model is this that you're using? Is it still Grok, Brother Marcus? It seems insanely bad, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can't trust any of them because they all have their own biases loaded into them, right?
I haven't had no problem.
Come on, tell us about it, Cougadim, if you can. I don't even have guys. How should we pronounce this person's username? Because I have no idea what to call them.
Just call them FHB.
FHB. Hello, FHB. Welcome, FHB. Do come on, FHB, if you want to have a chat. Chickpea.
They're a Glover, I believe.
Chickpea, you got lost there for a little bit. What happened?
No, I just went to look at my book. No, I just talked about the Loosh Farm. He's written a lovely stuff about the Loosh Farm. Gorgeous. Yes.
What has he said about it?
Well, just that basically what we're living in is a simulation. Well, we all know that, and that it's just it's 7-8 pages long, but our thoughts and emotional reactions generate energetic vibrations that match the frequency of that thought or emotion. So all the while we're all grumping and upset about things, they feed off that negative energy that we emit.
Wait, but wouldn't that be I guess how do I say that? Shouldn't that then be an encouragement for us to then be like positive and optimistic to fight against it?
Yes, we should be. Yes. Divine is right in that. Divine talks about it, that we should be happy and cheerful and everything, which, she's actually correct. But I find it very, very hard to be happy and cheerful and live, I can't do it personally. It's not my fault, I'm depressed.
Well, at least you're on the right track because you have a gratitude book, so.
Yes, I'm going to be I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to do it all year. I've already decided. Yeah. Somebody else? Are you going to do it?
I probably should.
Yeah. It's supposed to work, actually. It's supposed to be very effective. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yes, I will be doing it. Yeah.
So, I guess the best way to fight back is to be positive as much as we don't like it.
Much as I don't like it, yes. But apparently they feed on our loosh. So every time we have a war, like a nice world war, they have a ton of loosh they can feast on.
Yeah. That reminds me of how they always say that they put the subliminals in TV shows and cartoons and stuff. That reminds me of an episode of Justice League that I watched when I was younger, because I used to love watching Justice League. You know what I'm talking about? The cartoon. So it was an episode where there was this Greek god or whatever who built this robot that used to feed off of humans fighting each other in wars or whatever.
Yes.
And the only way to stop it was for the humans to stop fighting each other and for them to live peacefully and live in harmony.
Yes.
But let's see what Ike is saying. Let's see what Chickpea's love interest is saying. Brother Marcus says the AI he was using, the LLM that he was using was Google. Other than that, he's used Grok, and he's also tried ChatGPT, but they've all lied to him, and he always needs to fact check them. Yeah. Advisable to always fact check your
your AI large.
But DNW, that's the problem, right? Is that everything is AI nowadays, even like all the information on the internet. So how can you fact check something that's
I suppose you have to try and look to reputable sources, but then again, a lot of people here are questioning even that. The academic publications are being questioned. Which is true, which is a good idea. It's a good idea.
I've got something to tell you.
And also, people are questioning academic papers, whether they're people. Sometimes scientists, academics write things to please those which pay their way, and also to please the path forward. So they know that if they say something, it might get them a job later on, etc.
Precisely. I must tell you something.
To keep funding as well. To keep funding. That's another thing. All right, here we go. We're going to watch your friend David Icke. This is on the David Icke channel. Thank you.
Wait. DNW Chicky was trying to say something.
Put aside the fact
that
human society, human reality, is ultimately manipulated and controlled from another dimension of reality, because it seems it is hard, nay impossible, for vast numbers of people to conceive that this world may not be the only one, and that there are entities, non-human forces in other dimensions that are manipulating human society via this global cult, as I call it, of secret societies that interlock and interconnect. And those that can't conceive it clearly don't realize that when you look into the space anywhere that you are perceiving, you're only seeing a tiny, tiny fraction of what exists in that space. All infinity exists in the same space that I'm sitting in now. But I'm only aware, as we are only aware, of a tiny fraction of it. So how tiny is that? According to mainstream science, the electromagnetic spectrum, which is basically our experienced reality in general, is 0.005% of what exists in the universe in terms of energy in all its forms. Some say it's as high as 0.5%. Doesn't matter. It's tiny. And visible light, which is the only frequency band that we can see, is a smear, a fraction of the 0.005%. But even so, so many find it inconceivable that there might be other entities in other realities outside this ridiculously, ludicrously narrow band of frequency we call visible light. So let's put all that aside. And let's focus merely on the world of the seen. So you have consciousness that's incarnate in a human form for a brief period, very brief for some, and you need to control them. How do you do that? Because there's not anything like as many of you as there are those you want to control. So doing it physically is not an option. It becomes an option when you connect the population to artificial intelligence, because then you are dictating. You are dictating what? The perceptions through a hive mind of what people have. And from perception comes behavior. So that's their real goal, is so controlling perception that the AI fusion with humans gives them that control. But the word remains perception. Before you get to that point of AI hive mind control, you still have to control the perception of the target population. So you control their behavior. And so how do you do that? Well, you have to, first of all, convince incarnate consciousness that it is just a human with all the limitations that appear to be in the human world. You have to control their sense of identity, first of all. And you have to give them a limited sense of identity, as limited as you can.
Who would have thought it? David Icke is actually, he talks about other people being lizards. I think he's actually Noam Chomsky underneath,
I was about to say something like that, yeah.
Possibly achieve. So you want them really to think they are little me and have no power, because then they will look to those that they believe do have power, and that's authority in all its forms. And you also have to convince them that their identity is this. They're not an expression of infinite awareness having a brief experience called human. They are human. They're all the labels of a human life. They identify with their race, their religion, their political opinion, their income bracket. Because what you have to do through these...
What alternative does he suggest? This is what I want to know, Chickpea. Does he suggest an alternative to the way things are?
Well, there is no alternative to people wake up to what the brutal reality is.
Yeah, but he must have a framework for a better world, right? Well, what is his framework for a better world?
No, he doesn't. That's people. Well, that's why I am the way that I am, trying to escape, because I think that there is no, you have to escape it somehow. That's why I'm such a weirdo with all this. Now you know why. Because I believe that I believe that there's going to be a massive World War III. I really believe this. And that the survivors will be chipped and coded, blah, 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 to start off again under total computer control. That's what I believe.
Yeah,
so they'll have us.
It was prophesized by James Cameron.
What?
James Cameron is a prophet.
See?
That's why he wrote the Terminator films.
All right. Didn't know that.
I think he's thinking of sarcasm there, if you didn't know.
I don't know. I don't know if he did or not, David Cameron. I'm not a fan. But anyway.
It's James Cameron. James Cameron is a director. He made the Avatar films.
All right.
But he also wrote Terminator.
Sorry. All right. See, we've got Cameron. Yes. Sorry. I do apologize.
Yeah, I mean Cyberdyne Systems. The Judgment Day was not avoided. It was just postponed.
Yeah.
And Skynet is going to go online, and it's going to become self-aware, and then all the nuclear missiles are going to launch, and that'll start the war between humans and machines.
So it'll be
And John Connor is going to lead the resistance.
Noodles, come on now.
He is saying this all tongue firm.
Yeah, he's saying it sarcastically.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Stop.
No, I'm not. John Connor's a real person, and he's going to lead the resistance. It was prophesized by James Cameron.
Noodles, come on now. It's a new year, man. Come on.
No, it's John Connor. Ever notice how John Connor's initials are the same as James Cameron's? And that's the same initials as Jesus Christ.
Oh,
so
geez.
John Connor is James Cameron, is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Oh dear. Anyway, as I was saying, DMW, at the end of the day, well, I don't know. I'm not saying a word because, quite frankly, I suspect that David Icke has got more between his ears than Noodles has. So I will stick with what's written here. If that's all right with you.
What about between your ears?
Noodles, come on.
Between yours, okay, you stupid little man.
What? She just took a she just made a dig at me.
Yeah, and you made a dig at me. So I'm just
We'll stop now. We'll stop now, children.
When?
Oh, now,
when?
See, whatever your bloody name is.
I'm gonna have to put you both backstage now if you're not behaving yourself.
See, that's why I left.
Well, you're here now, so move forward with peace and hope in your heart.
Talk shit, and you can dish it out, but you can't take it.
We're losing you, Vegan Equilibrium. We can't hear what you're saying, mate.
He started it. Anyway, DNW, I like David's books, and I will carry on reading them, regardless of anyone else says. I have to read something, don't I?
How many books has he made so far?
20. I've got loads of them. He's written loads of stuff. Yeah, I've got a whole load of them I haven't read yet. I buy these books and I don't read them. I really must discipline myself to read the books that I buy. But I seem to be forever rummaging through rubbish on my laptop. That seems to be how I live my life. So yes, but I get what he's saying. I haven't fully read this, but I get what he's saying, and I do. Because you know what, DNW, this is just a simulation, and apparently even scientists say this. If the world could be collapsed into an absolute solid, it would only be the size of a sugar cube. It's just a load of atoms moving around, and an atom, there's nothing there.
Oh my God.
It's DNW.
Oh my God.
DNW, it's scientific fact.
Clip that.
Yours is nothing but a load of atoms. You know that yourself. It's just a load of atoms moving around, and atoms are empty.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah,
there's nothing here. I know that sounds hard to believe. There's nothing here. Yes, it's very hard to get your head around. Very hard.
I was watching a video about that the other day, actually.
Yeah. It's just a load of atoms moving at different paces, and we see it as real. Our meat bags are just atoms moving at a particular rate. That's why if you could make
please don't get a job as a motivational speaker
me
anytime soon. Yeah.
Well, I'm not planning on getting a job as a motivational speaker, so it doesn't matter.
Thank God for that.
That's not very nice of you.
That was a joke, Chickpea. I'm just shining a light on how.
But I'll say to you, if you could get your body to resonate at the same pace as a wall does, you could walk through the wall, which is why I suppose some people say they see ghosts. They see ghosts walking through walls.
Oh my God.
Some of your fans have said they've seen ghosts, DNW. I haven't seen any, but some of your fans have, and you know that full well. And maybe some
Cougar
people
said
see
most of matter is empty.
Oh, thank you,
Indeed,
Cougar.
yes.
We agree on something. All right. We actually agree on something. Me and Cougar agree. Matter,
Yeah,
there's nothing there.
Yeah, we need the Cougar to come up and explain that a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew this, and I was, this fact is just a load of atoms. That's all it is.
But yeah, the video said. Yeah, the video I was watching said the same thing.
We're just nothing. Nothing matters. We're made of nothing. Nothing is between our ears. We're saying nothing. We were nothing, and we are to be nothing. Nothing.
No, we're not
matters.
nothing.
Nothing.
We
Nothing.
are
Nothing.
consciousness.
Nothing.
We are consciousness trapped in a meat bag somehow. We're not nothing.
Clip that.
Wait, so Chickpea, how long has David Icke been popular now? How long has he been around?
I'll go and get his first book. I've got his first book. I'll go and get it and see how long he's been around for. Have a look.
I think he's been around for at least 30 years. I think 1991.
Wow.
1991. Yeah, it's more than 30 years. He's been around since about 1991 when he was on the Terry Wogan show, I believe.
Interesting.
When he went on it and he declared himself the Messiah. He said he was the Son of God, and that's when he
Really?
was first
Wow.
in the public domain on the kind of the matter of what is going on. And yeah, he said that he'd had revelations. He used to be a professional footballer. He gave that up because he had the same thing as Chickpea. He had rheumatoid arthritis, yeah. And he gave up being a professional goalkeeper because of that.
Oh,
and
damn!
He was a well respected football pundit. He used to do commentary and analysis of football matches on the BBC, and then suddenly he started saying he was getting revelations. He was getting downloads from the universe, and he was the Messiah.
Wow,
he didn't
that's
say he was a
crazy.
Messiah, D&W. He didn't say that. But oddly enough, his life started collapsing.
You can watch it if you want.
Me. Now, David, now, hold on. I've got his first book here. It's actually signed. I got it in a second-hand shop.
I'm pretty sure he said that he was the Messiah. He said he was like the second coming or whatever.
Anyway, it was published in 1919. It's got "With Love, David Icke" written on it.
Interesting. So what made him go from being a football pundit to conspiracy theory?
He had a weird
Called
experience.
schizophrenia.
And
don't say that. You don't know. You're not a psychiatrist. Let's play this. Let's play this.
Well, if he's that stupid, how can he write 20 books?
This is it. This is it. David Icke on the Terry Wogan show.
Oh yeah, he let himself down here.
This is it. This is where it all began. You gonna watch it? Okay, let's go.
Far more serious than mere ecological disaster. According to his book, The Truth Vibrations, the world as we know it is about to end. David Icke. So you're all in the turquoise, which of course is the color.
Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, that's a good start. Fill your mouth full of sweets. Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, the world is not necessarily going to end, but the Earth is going to go through a series of geological changes that are necessary to make sure it doesn't end. That's the point.
Yeah. Did I see you say that turquoise is the color? What's turquoise going to do?
Well, there is an energy that comes from a being called the Godhead, which is, I mean, we talk about God. The Godhead is not a guy with a beard sitting on a cloud. It is a massive spirit, the basis of all creation. And coming out from this Godhead, round all creation, through all the stars, through all the planets and everything else, is the life force known as the light. I mean, the Bible refers to the light. And within this light are various other energies which have certain gifts. And these other energies have a frequency that is the same as all the colors. And turquoise actually is the same frequency as an energy called love and wisdom. Therefore, when you wear that color, you attract it. When you wear black, you attract a color that is the opposite to love and all the things we wish to bring to the earth. And it attracts another kind of energy, which is very.
But this is very hard. This is very hard on priests and nuns, isn't it?
Maybe that's a sign that maybe all the truth is not in the hands of the traditional church that has been with us over all these thousands of years.
Well, now, let me get the story right. The press claim that you claim to be the Son of God.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes, you see, the thing is that it's quite funny, really. You know, 2,000 years ago, had a guy called Jesus sat here and said these same things, you would still be laughing. It's really funny that we've not really moved on that much. There have been many missions, if you like, over the last 12,000 years to try to free the earth from control by a force that is working against the Godhead. The Godhead is the basis of all love and wisdom and all the rest of it in the whole of creation. But there is another being, the Bible refers to it as Satan, the real name is Lucifer, who is trying to take over creation. And because of the very important part this particular planet plays in the whole, actually destroying this planet would be a major step forward in that direction. Therefore, for the last 12,000 years, the influence on this planet has been from this being and from the energy which he sends out. And it's an energy that stimulates people to think in a certain way. So we hate, we are aggressive, we have no forgiveness, we have no tolerance. And I ask the audience this, when you survey the world today, you know, when a child dies in this world of preventable disease every 2 seconds, when the economic system of the world must destroy the earth simply for that system to survive, when you see all the wars and when you see all the pain and when you see all the suffering, is it a force of love and wisdom and tolerance that is in control of this planet? Or is it a force that wishes to bring about the very hate, the very aggression, the very suffering? Because the key thing to get over, Terry, is this. When we think, it is not a vacuum. When we think, we create an energy field. This is how telepathy works. An energy field leaves one being and other beings can tune into it and read that thought. When you think thoughts of love and wisdom and of tolerance and all the things we wish to bring to the earth, you create a certain kind of thought energy, the very same energy that the Godhead sends around creation. When you think the other thoughts of hatred, of anger, of aggression, you create a different kind of energy known as negativity, which is very, very destructive. This being called Lucifer lives off this energy. So the more that is produced on this planet, the more powerful that being becomes. Therefore, he stimulates and has stimulated this planet over 12,000 years since he's been in control to produce as much of this energy as possible.
So evil has been in control of the planet for 12,000 years.
It has been the dominating force. Evil's not the right word. It is imbalance. But it has been increasingly in control. As I repeat, survey the world, ladies and gentlemen. Is the force of love in control of this world, guiding this planet at this time? Of course not. The negativity, the thoughts that I'm talking about that are very destructive, are pouring out of this planet
let me
every
interrupt
day.
you. Was it a great shock for you to discover this at 38?
Well, I think the word is gobsmacked. But again, you know, the best way of removing negativity is to laugh and be joyous. So I'm delighted that there's so much laughter in the audience tonight.
But no, it's a...
But just let me say this.
They're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you.
Fine.
Damn! Wow.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that to be hurtful.
Terry.
I don't want you to misinterpret it. They're not laughing in sympathy with you.
No, let me say two things to that. First of all, if anyone believes after 12,000 years of this truth being lost and forgotten, that coming out with it initially is going to get any kind of reaction other than that one or condemnation, then I would be a crackpot if I thought that was the case. The other thing is, there is this great illusion, you know, that Jesus was born and stood up and said, I know who I am. It was revealed to him in stages. He was very, very close to beginning the mission, which is described in the Bible, but not described brilliantly accurately, before he knew who he was. And when he came out, Terry, and said, I am the Son of God, I am an aspect of the soul of the Godhead incarnate because of things that need to be done on this planet urgently, people laughed, people ridiculed. And in the end, you know, they crucified him because the intolerance on the planet at that time was so great that if someone else in the traditional church says we have one life and we are judged on that one life on earth by a judgmental God on whether we go to heaven or hell forever, we are judged, some of us, on 90 years and some on a life that lasts a few minutes before babies die after being born. Some are judged on having perfect physical bodies and being millionaires. Others are judged on one lifetime racked with disabled bodies. If I said that, people say, okay, fair enough. We either believe that or we don't. But people don't actually laugh. But when you come out with an alternative view, suddenly it's very funny. I find the version of life that I've just described extremely funny in comparison. But they have people who believe that and expound that view, have every right in the world to have that view and expound it. I'm tolerant of them. I ask people to be tolerant of another view.
Well, now, this is not entirely unreasonable. But there are a couple of questions. First of all, why you? And secondly, if I may say so, you have confused the message by an awful lot of predictions. You've told us that there are going to be earthquakes, and some of them going to happen quite soon.
Yeah. Well, two things to that. First of all, why me? Well, why anybody? I mean, people would have said to Jesus, and many other people like Jesus that have not been written into history. I mean, that was the most famous effort of this kind to wrest control of this planet from these forces. But there have been many before that. They would have said, why you? You're a carpenter's son, for goodness sake. Who the heck are you? So that's
so yeah.
So why anybody?
You're saying you were part of Jesus' soul before.
Precisely.
You're also part of many other people's lives on the way through
As
history.
we all have been. We've all been on this earth and incarnated into different physical bodies many times. It's called reincarnation. But the other point you bring up about the predictions.
Yes.
If I am given information from beings who have proved to be perfectly accurate day after day after day, and things they've told us are going to happen, and they happen.
They told you Saddam Hussein was dead, and he's
That's
not.
right. Yes, he is.
Well, I watched his birthday party on the television yesterday.
All I can say to you is all that glitters is not gold. Hang about and watch and wait. But I'll say two things to watch for and let the alarm bells go if they happen. One is if they suddenly announce he is dead now, therefore they don't have to explain the past and what's happened over the last few weeks and the fact that he's been dead for many weeks. And secondly, if they say we've done a deal, he's gone into exile, and part of the deal is not to name the country he has gone to, therefore disappear Saddam, let the alarm bells ring.
But those two things are likely to happen, and you will be saying, oh, well, he's been dead for some time. But we saw him on the television yesterday celebrating his birthday.
All that glitters is not gold. Just hang about and wait.
I see. Well, now, what about eruption? When may we expect tidal waves, eruptions, earthquakes?
Well, because of the nature of the way the Earth has been treated over a long period of time, a tremendous amount of energy has built up within the Earth that cannot get out. If it doesn't get out, bang. So this is going to be released in a controlled manner, as controlled as possible, through earthquakes, through volcanoes and such like. If they don't happen, this is not punishment. If they don't happen, there is no Earth. Because of the way the Earth's been treated, the Earth is also extremely, extremely weak. And it's in the situation now where it cannot function by itself as an independent entity. It is in effect on a life support machine already. Now, the question is, it's a bit like a patient where they say the patient needs this operation to survive, but is the patient strong enough to take the operation? And that is the point that the Earth is at now. When these things happen,
As they will,
my goodness, they will.
When is the first thing going to happen?
Well, it will certainly happen this year. The first sequence will begin this year. The question is that they are making before it starts is the Earth yet strong enough to survive
Let me
these
ask you,
changes?
why should we believe you if we have trained, highly intelligent, erudite scientists who tell us that none of these things are going to happen? Why should we believe you?
Well, first of all, two things to that. First of all, the same kind of erudite scientists, but highly intelligent, once said the Earth was flat, and the people that said the Earth was round were laughed at. And the same thing's happening now. You know, the second thing is, I am asking no one in this theater, no one watching this program, no one on this planet to believe a word of it.
Well, why are you saying it then?
Because the fundamental law of creation is that of free will. To be given opportunities to make decisions and choices based on information.
If you could give us some kind of proof, anybody can get up and say these things are going to happen because they've been divinely inspired. And lots of people have done it in the past. You know, in the year 1000, we had all these people coming up saying that the world is going to end. And lots of people ran at the top of the mountains, as they have been doing.
I'm not saying the world's
going
to end. I'm saying it could.
But they're saying also, yes, well, these people probably said the same thing. Nothing happened. And they said, it's because of the power of my prayers that saved. Is this what you're going to do?
No, I mean, some of these things are not, they are the consequence of 12,000 years of human free will choice and behavior. Therefore, many of them are unstoppable. And I'm not going to stand up and say, well, they're not happening because of what I've done. Some of them are going to happen. And I'm not asking anyone to believe it. But you see, if the traditional church...
But then there's no point in you saying
But of course not. You see, why should I impose...
Did you just agree with me?
Why should I impose my will? Why should I try to impose what I'm saying on anyone? They have the right to listen to what I'm saying,
but if you
listen to what the traditional church is saying.
If you don't give them any kind of proof, if you don't give them any reason to believe in you, they will dismiss you as a crank, which is what they're doing.
Well, that's their free will choice. But Terry, if I am saying that these things are going to happen this year, then we'll see, won't we?
And what will happen if they don't happen? What will happen to you?
They will happen because if they don't happen, there will be no Earth. And it's as simple as that. And I frankly don't care what anyone thinks. They have free will to make their own choices on what is said. I say wait and see.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Icke.
Thank you.
And they didn't happen.
Wait, are we sure?
They will happen.
What did they happen back there? Because he said there was supposed to be some earthquakes, right?
I mean, there's always earthquakes.
Yeah, right, so then he was right then, so he proved himself.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to say that there's going to be some earthquakes this year, and that makes me the Messiah. Stop calling me names,
He didn't say he was the Messiah. He said he was this I can't. I'm off. I can't.
Okay, I'm the son of God because there's going to be earthquakes.
Wait, Chickpea. Before you go, I want to play the second one because he actually went on the show again years and years later. And
do you try to tell that man to leave me alone, please? Okay, I don't.
I didn't say shit to you. Okay, stop talking shit to me, and I won't talk shit to you.
Calm down for a second.
Yes, you did. You little psychopath.
Calm down now. Calm down.
So may I
go ahead? Sorry,
interject?
Marcus. Yeah.
So I don't know if it's the same as the Messiah, but he did claim to be the son of the Godhead.
Yeah, well, all human beings could say that. We are all supposed. It says in the Bible, we're all the children of God. It does say it. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So
by the way, does he remind anyone else of Mark Hamill when he was a bit younger? He kind of looks like him.
He does.
Yeah.
What year was that first clip, by the way?
That was 1991, and this one is 2006. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
So we'll play this. This is him again in 2006 on the Wogan Show.
The Wogan, now and then. Now, I first interviewed my next guest in 1991. Before then, he was best known as a popular BBC sports presenter. He was a good sportsman. But by the time he appeared on Wogan, his life had taken a dramatic change. It made for dramatic television, too. I'm delighted that he's agreed to come back. David Icke.
Thank you, no problem. Thank you.
Now, again, when I see that, I'm slightly embarrassed by it because I thought I was a bit sharp with that comment. So, and at the time I said I didn't mean it to embarrass you. So that interview at the time, it changed everything for you, didn't it?
Well, it changed everything in the sense of I couldn't walk down any street in Britain without being laughed at by most of the people. Going in a pub, there was uproar. A comedian only had to say my name to get a laugh. And what that does is it reveals to you the level of immaturity that passes for adulthood in this country, whereby clearly a guy was going through an incredible experience. And instead of being mature and saying, why is this guy gone from being this, what you would call straight, normal television presenter, to how he is now? This is interesting. What's happening here? Instead, and I heard the ripples of laughter 16 years on when my name was mentioned, people just laughed. But the other, which gave me a real insight, especially given what I'm doing now in my books, about how easy it is for the few to control the many. Because the many, we laugh at sheep because sheep just follow the one in front. Oh, stupid sheep. We humans have out-sheeped the sheep because at least the sheep need a sheepdog to keep them in line. Humans keep each other in line. And they do it by ridiculing or condemning anyone who commits the crime, because that's what it's become, of being different. And the other thing that experience gave me, and I look back on it, and people would think, oh, I bet you go, no. I look back on it almost with affection for this reason. The vast majority of people in the world live in a prison throughout their lives called fear of what other people think. They're not expressing their uniqueness. They're not living their lives as they'd really like to live them, lots and lots of people. Because if it's different to the norm, they fear the reaction of others. Therefore, they keep their head down and stay in the herd because it's easier that way. I had a choice, Terry, at that point. I could have ended up faced with that scale of ridicule and ended up shaking in the corner. Or I could have said, as I did, laugh, condemn, I don't give a damn. This is me. And if you don't like me, well, that's bad news because this is the only me there is. And I refuse to conform and be bowed by the ridicule. And what it does, Terry, when you step out of the little box of what will other people think? How do I put this in a way that people won't think I'm crazy? You then realize how small a box you've actually been living in. And you said, I think earlier in the show, that I had been taken apart by the tabloids. Now, on one level, that is true because they went absolutely crazy. But they didn't take me apart. I'm still here. I have my own publishing company that's turned out 16 books. They're in nearly 20 languages. I talked in Los Angeles the last time, 3,000 sellout. I'm talking in London at the Brixton Academy on May the 6th. A third of the tickets have gone 3 months in advance. And they only destroy you. They only take you apart if you allow it to happen. The only reason that the media can take you apart is if you care what the media say. That's the point where they can do it. When you say what you like, I couldn't care less, their power over you is gone.
But you do understand that, and I know you do, that you did make yourself a target because what you were saying was outlandish. It was by normal standards, outlandish and outrageous, very intense. Just have a look at this. You see, and I suppose if you look at the events of the past year in Pakistan, Southeast Asia, it doesn't seem so ludicrous. So you're obviously, you're still, in a sense, although you say that you've overcome this, you're still obviously bitter about people's rejection of your ideas.
No, absolutely not. What I am is frustrated at watching Orwell's 1984 unfold in front of our eyes by the day, while people focus on who shot Phil Mitchell. That is frustrating, because my children and your children, thank you, are going to have to live, indeed, in the timescale, so are we, because we're living in it now, when the most basics of freedoms are being taken away.
Yeah,
and this is happening all over the world, and it's coordinated. But if I could just say this.
Coordinated?
Oh, coordinated, yeah, absolutely. I mean, do people think that the same legislation, the same changes, the same removal of basic freedoms is happening in every country by accident? I mean, you know, if a few wish to control the many, fundamental to that is centralizing decision-making, because the more points of decision-making you have, the more diversity, the closer to people decisions are made, the less over them, because there's so many points at which decisions are being made. What you want to do is centralize decision-making. And that's what's happening in every area of our lives at a fantastic rate. I mean, I've got a website, davidicke.com, which charts this by the day. And I can tell you, having done it for years, the speed at which freedoms are being taken away is absolutely staggering. Now, if people want to think that that's all happening by accident, please be my guest. I don't give a damn.
But
the evidence is that it's not. Eh?
If it's controlled, it's not happening by accident. Who is controlling people or trying to control them?
Well, if you go back, and by the way, thousands of researchers around the world are coming up with the same information that I am. And I've not sat in some darkened room coming to these conclusions. Over the last 15 years since we last spoke, I've been to more than 40 countries researching this. I've spoken to enormous numbers of people, some of them on the inside who know what's going on, are seriously against it, but don't know how to get out. And there is a network of families that you can take back to the ancient world, to places like Babylon, Sumer, which is now Iraq. You can chart them through to Rome, where they were responsible for the Roman Empire and the creation of the Roman Church. God save us from religion, by the way. And then they came up into Europe to become the European aristocracy and royal families. Then through the great empires of Europe, especially the British Empire, but others too, these family bloodlines and the secret society network through which they manipulate themselves into power were exported all over the world. And then when the point came where the European colonial powers appeared to give independence to these countries, that was only on the surface. What actually happened was the family bloodlines and the secret society network through which they manipulate was left out in these former colonies, and they've gone on controlling them ever since, but with even greater power for this reason. There's two forms of dictatorship. One you can see, touch, and taste: fascism, communism. At least in that state, horrific as it is, you know you are being controlled, and you know that who the people that are basically controlling you are. So you've got to start. The greatest form of control is hidden hand control, where on the surface it seems that you have freedom and democracy. Hey, put a cross here every 4 or 5 years, and then they do as they like till you get the chance to put a cross again. Great freedom! What a great system. So what you have is a hidden hand where events are manipulated, like 9/11. Which not just me, but endless other researchers now around the world have taken apart the official story. It insults the intelligence of a 10-year-old. and you have a hidden hand manipulating events, and the whole goal of it is centralization of power to the point where humans are little more than controlled clones.
Who is the hidden hand? I mean, who are these hidden hands?
This network of families I'm talking about.
But who are they?
Well, they go under endless different names. I mean, if every president of the United States were called Rockefeller, people would say, what's going on? So they give themselves lots of different names. And anyway, when you do the research, you find that people that are in positions of apparent power, like prime ministers and presidents, are actually puppets of the real power, which doesn't put itself on public display. Why would it? I mean, does anyone really think that George W. Bush is running America? He probably couldn't tie his shoelaces, never mind run a country, you know.
But who is running him? Who's running him then?
Well, how does a president get into power? A president gets into power through vast amounts of money, which comes from those that have access to that kind of money, which is the rich families and the corporations which are controlled by the rich families. They choose who they're going to run with. And that's why George W. Bush, for goodness sake, hardly, brain of America, never mind the world, was chosen to be president of the United States. And that's why he attracted record amounts of money. That's why the Florida count was fixed. That's why the Ohio count at the last election was fixed. You get your man in if you control these things. The reason that you get people like Tony Blair, who you couldn't get a cigarette paper between in terms of policy and approach with Bill Clinton, a Democrat, and then in comes a far-right Republican, and you can't get a cigarette paper between Blair and him, is because both are answering to the same master or group of masters. And that's why we have Bush and Blair on this program, this campaign of conquest.
This is really the conspiracy theory.
No.
I mean, but who are these people?
Hold a second.
You haven't named anybody yet.
Hold on a second. You talk about conspiracy theory, and we seem to have this genetic inherited problem where it's impossible to say the word conspiracy without saying theory after it. The last 6 books of mine total 2 million words with the sources at the end of each chapter, right? Far more sources than you're going to find on the 10 o'clock news or Newsnight. And a lot of this stuff is actually written down. You see, there are two worlds going side by side. There's the world as reported by the mainstream media, where 99% of people get their information from, and that world's about that big. And then there's another world which is vast, where there's enormous amounts of documented evidence about what's really going on, not theories, provable fact, which is not reported by the mainstream media.
But why has this not become, why is it left to you?
No, it's not left to me. No, it's not left to me, Terry. There are thousands of people.
But we haven't heard from them.
Well, why haven't we heard from them?
Because we've only heard from you so far.
Why? You know why?
Why?
Because I have some kind of notoriety. I actually get on here and there to say these things, whereas the vast majority of researchers who are coming up with the same stuff never see a television camera.
But you think people who know the truth are being kept away from the rest of us, and that you're the one who knows the truth?
What is the truth? All we can do is get closer and closer to it. Let me tell you this. Tell me about the project for the New American Century. Tell me about it.
I know nothing about it.
Exactly. Well, let me tell you then something that you should know about. And this is written down. In the 1990s, an organization was created in America called the Project for the New American Century. The people who created it were the people that have run the Bush administration from the moment it came to power. Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, John Bolton, who's now the US ambassador to the United Nations, and you're going to see him giving it that big time in the next few weeks, trying to orchestrate a strike on Iran. In the year 2000, in September, the Project for the New American Century produced a report, a document, calling for a series of conquests of countries One of which was Iraq. It actually says in the document, words to the effect of, we must use the excuse of Saddam Hussein to go into Iraq.
But look, can I interrupt?
No, hold a second.
No, but honestly,
no.
Honestly, you see this?
See, but this is the thing, Terry, you see.
No, but honestly.
You say to me...
America is an open society, isn't it?
Oh, please.
It's not an open society.
I've got some seafront property in Birmingham, Terry, you might like to buy, mate. Honestly. Please. Please.
David.
And they say I'm crazy and weird. America is an open society. My
Well,
God.
I thought in my innocence that most Americans would know what was going on in America.
God.
But it's all, you know it all. And
see, now you talked about cheap jibes. That's a cheap jibe.
No,
I'm not claiming I know it all. I'm saying that I've been to 40 countries. I've spent enormous amount of time in America talking to people who do know what's going on, victims of what's going on, and I'm passing this over to people. Now,
don't
sure.
You see how preposterous it is.
What, the fact that you think America's an open society?
No.
Absolutely ludicrous, Terry. I've never heard anything so stupid in my life.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. David Icke, thank you. Good luck with your mission.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Hey, you notice how he's not wearing his turquoise? He's wearing black.
Okay, but to be honest, but to be honest, he actually made a lot of good points. I will say that.
Yeah, didn't he just? D&W, you've really, I'm even more converted. You've very nice stuff. You haven't put me off, that's for sure.
Said that like black is the color of opposition and negative energy, and that's why he wears turquoise. And then here he shows up wearing a black suit. What do you think is going on there?
Maybe he changed his mind about it. He can't be right about everything all of the time. Just some of it, perhaps. He is only human.
Yeah, but no, he actually knows a lot of stuff. I will give him that.
Yeah,
he knows a lot.
I tell you, I don't know
Jay, is your avatar kind of turquoise color? Is that what this is all about?
So didn't you like what he said, W?
What did he actually say in that whole interview about revealing who these hidden hands are?
D&W, didn't you like what he had to say?
Some of it I liked. Some of it wasn't that like. I think it's because in the first one, him saying things like he didn't clarify things enough at the beginning. He went in with the things like I am the son of the Messiah, or I am the Messiah. He said himself Jesus without explaining. He should have set the explanation up. I mean.
But David,
I don't think it was as ridiculous as people made out at the time in terms of it was just a view, a spiritual view. He was right in that sense. It was just his own personal spiritual view. And it was a bit unfair of people to laugh when their own spiritual views could easily be laughed at.
Exactly. That's true.
That's the point I liked. He made that very well. And actually, Chickpea, I was actually pleasantly surprised at how well spoken he is. I know, that's what I was pleasantly surprised.
Yes.
At. For
I
mean, he was a professional footballer. They weren't renowned to be, well educated or well read at the time. He was 38 in that first one. In 1991, he was 38. I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, as I said, I thought he got a little bit hard done by because people at the time were laughing at him, and then they were listening to a priest or an imam or a rabbi, and they weren't questioning them, and they weren't laughing at them, but they were laughing at David Icke, which is a little bit unfair.
May I add something?
You've definitely added onto my I had gone off it for a while, but I'm back on.
May I add something?
Yeah, go ahead, Brother Marcus.
From the two clips, I don't recall him using the M word. So I wouldn't ascribe that to his claim or statement because he used
Messiah.
Son of the Godhead.
Yeah, he didn't actually say he was the Messiah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He didn't.
And there are multiple people that go under that category, I believe. And I don't think he referenced everyone as being son of the Godhead. I believe that he will categorize that as children of God.
He also said something in the first one. He said in the first song, he said, "As are we all." He said something about having because he said about reincarnation. Do you remember he was saying he was Jesus, and he mentioned this because of. He says, "As are we all. We all have everything in us because of reincarnation." So
yeah,
it wasn't as maniacal or kind of let's just say. It wasn't as grandiose as people made out. He was saying we all come from that. We are all one consciousness. That was his view. It was kind of a Buddhist idea, right?
Marcus. They said in Church of England churches that, we are the children of God.
Right.
I can remember it when I used to go to church.
In many ways, he was like a kind of, if you like, poor man's Nietzsche, or maybe Schopenhauer more so, because he talked about kind of Buddhist ideas, right? And also Alan Watts, obviously the New Ager. These people who brought Eastern ideas to the West, and he was kind of doing that as well, but he got scoffed at, laughed at for it. Would you say a lot of this was because I was listening to it at the beginning? I was thinking, yeah, maybe a lot of people at the time didn't have much opportunity for alternative views. They were working very busy. They were reading one or two newspapers. They had one or two TV channels to choose from, maybe four. And they didn't really have much room for other ideas.
Yeah. But yeah, he's
even in terms of publishing, to get your hands on really out there stuff was harder in those days. You know?
Yeah. But yeah, I agree. He's a very, very well spoken man. I was actually surprised by that as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Jay. It was nice to get your
Does anybody want to come on here? Link is in the live chat.
Yeah, it makes me want to maybe buy a couple of his books and see what it's about.
Yeah, I've got all of them.
Again, I'd like to know what I'd like to know what his antidote is. What does he say we should do about any of this? That's
well, he thinks that we should. I don't be funny, but you could see for yourself the majority of human beings are in a bloody trance, and they love their masters, corporate masters, military masters. Everybody's waving to the bloody masters, and that's what's wrong with us. And one day they're going to really pull us in. You wait to see.
There's also truth in what Richard says here. He wasn't being grandiose, and he wasn't being egotistical. He said that he traveled the world and he spoke to many people, so he was bringing back ideas. So he wasn't claiming to be some kind of prophet, was he? He was merely saying he found out information. So yeah, maybe.
Wait a minute. He did claim to be a prophet, because he said in the first one that
listen to it.
There are going to be these events, and they're.
Oh yes, he did. He did say that. Yeah.
And the thing is, they never readdressed that.
Never addressed it. Give it a few years.
Come on, Chippy. He's only making a fucking point. There was no need to react like that. No, you're right. They didn't address those things, and I don't think they spoke about that in the.
D&W, give it time. There are several volcanoes spouting at the moment. Several, as well, And Spain's trying. Spain's
there were volcanoes going off before we even arrived on this planet.
Yeah, yes, I know, but it seems to be quite prolific at the moment. Plus, Spain's drying out. Do you know that? Yeah, Spain. Yeah, because all the inner part of Spain is drying up. Something that doesn't get talked about, but it is. And there's also trouble with water in India and Pakistan, and of course Euphrates. So it is.
Yeah, I think they said that Pakistan and India are going to face serious droughts within the next couple of years or so.
Yeah. It's not, So I think there's going to be water wars.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Because you can't live without water. Nobody can.
But then again, the only issue I have with David Icke is that he speaks all this truth, but yet no one has done anything like to silence him. It seems, you know what I mean?
Well, they did try, but he carried on. You've got to admire him. He's been made a lot of.
Yeah.
He's been mocked a lot.
Yeah.
No, he's been mocked a lot, and he's still carried on. Yeah, but at the end of the day, as humans, we all love our masters, all of us, and they will do whatever it is they plan to do to us. I don't doubt that for 1 minute. I don't.
Yeah.
Because we do love our masters, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and he didn't name the specific people in the that run the world, but he was right that there are specific families that control everything. Right?
Yeah, we don't know who they are even. We don't know. But I tell you something. There's a photograph online somewhere of Lord Rothschild poking Prince Charles in the chest and giving him a right mouthful. So obviously the royals are not in charge because Rothschild wouldn't have done that if he wasn't in charge.
Interesting.
Yeah. But anyway, D&W, thank you for showing those. I had seen them before years ago, obviously, and I'd forgotten all about them. But the second one was very good. I enjoyed watching it, and you've renewed my fanship.
I remember that first one years ago.
Yeah, I've seen them both, but I'd forgotten all about it.
Why isn't David Icke a vegan?
I've got no idea. Yes, and I don't like that either. I have to agree with you for once. And I do. Agreed.
I think he thinks even grass is screaming. So he doesn't. I think he thinks that everything suffers. So it makes no difference.
Yeah, actually, there was a documentary on YouTube the other night, and scientists have proven it. Unfortunately, that's how terrible things are. Apparently, plants communicate with each other, and they do feel pain and distress. Isn't that shocking?
There's no evidence they feel pain.
I was saying there was a documentary they did it with micro whatevers.
I know there's a documentary about it, but there's documentaries about all kinds of nonsense. Doesn't mean.
Well, of course, I forgot you're scientists, aren't you? I forgot.
Good night to Loho. Good night to
psychologist and everything.
Why don't you share some of the studies they did that show that plants feel pain?
I didn't believe until very recently myself. It's a very recent thing I believe in. D&W will tell you that.
Chickpea.
What?
If I wanted to look at that documentary, would you be able to give the title or this what channel or
pain? I'll have to go look if I don't know where I saw it. It's on here. I'm not that thing. Yeah, I will find it somewhere. I'll go and have a look.
Sorry, a documentary on plants feeling pain. Is that what you're saying?
No, it was a doc. Yes, there's been this documentary on plants and stuff, and apparently plants do seem to communicate somehow. I don't like it any more than anyone else does. It's a terrible thought. Really upsets me.
Communicating and reacting to stimuli is not the same as feeling pain.
Oh, fuck off.
So there's these things called nociceptors, and there's different.
Yeah. Yes.
There's these
Professor, what's your name? Yeah, I know.
Nociceptors, and some animals have
Oh, fuck off.
There's various versions that different animals.
I'll just turn off. I'll go and look for my history.
And bigger animals have different kinds of nociceptors that allow for a more intense visceral kind of pain, whereas smaller animals have a kind of nociceptor that allows for more immediate pain but not as long lasting, which apparently this is why, for example, a lot of bugs will be able to, they'll feel pain in an immediate sense, where like if they lose a limb, they'll feel it as the limb's being broken off or something. But then as soon as that's gone, the pain dissipates quickly enough for them to scurry away. That's how they are able to survive. Whereas like a larger animal, like a mammal, like a dog or a human or something, we might be writhing around and screaming from the immediate loss of a limb. So we suffer. So various forms of nociception allows certain animals to suffer more than others, and plants don't have any of these nociceptors.
This is an example of such a manipulation we did on tomato sounds that we recorded. And these are sounds that were recorded from grapevines and manipulated in the same manner.
When a tomato plant is feeling well, it emits very few sounds. But when it is stressed, when it is dehydrated or cut or sick, it emits plenty of sounds. And we can tell the type of stress and the species of the plant from these sounds. These results have several implications. First, it means that in many cases, plants that we see outside that appear stressed are also emitting sounds, only we do not hear them. Second, it might mean that someone is listening to these sounds. The sounds are out there and contain information, and animals that can hear these sounds can respond to them.
So in that clip, they didn't explain how they recorded the sounds or how they determined that those sounds were coming from those plants.
But also, it doesn't mean the plant is actually making it because it knows it's in pain. It may be just like it's going through it has some kind of biological.
It's called a reaction to stimuli.
Yeah.
Well,
Divine is saying to you, where can we find proof of those statements? Prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, Eagles, prove it.
Well, there goes. Where goes our daily quota of veganism talk on each stream?
Just look up nociception.
What would be considered proof, Divine? Like, what kind of? How do you determine what is proof?
Actually, Marcus, okay, just Google on YouTube, just type in the search plant feel pain. There's a whole load of stuff about it, 8, 9 different videos. The one I got was called, hold on a second. Oh, God.
You don't have to do it if you don't want to, Chickpea. I was just
Right,
asking.
You're not bothering me. It's just feeling a bit agitated. It's not you. Don't worry.
Nociception is the nervous system's process of encoding potentially harmful stimuli, pressure, or chemicals through specialized neurons called nociceptors. And if you want, you just Google nociception and you can find out all about it.
Wait, what about? Don't they also say that plants communicate with other plants and when they're feel threatened or whatever to fight off intruders?
So, like, once again, communication, reaction to stimuli, these can happen without pain, without suffering. Our computers communicate and computers react to stimuli. That doesn't make them sentient, and that doesn't mean that they feel pain.
True. That's a good point. Well, I don't know. You know, like who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Right. I think I'm going to end the show soon. So if anybody wants to come on here,
No.
Oh,
No, don't end it. Let's do it.
Want to come on and talk about let's
do it.
ban
What Doodles is banned?
stream personal vegan soapbox tag
Oh.
and knowingly false PDF accusations against people because he has personal beef, which is antenna to civil discourse.
Well, actually, again, Yerf Dog called me a pedophile in the comments because I was basically giving J.E. a hard time about the thing he said about like Hitler being used by the Jews. And I said it was like an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And then basically Yerf Dog said, oh, well, if he's going to call J.E. an anti-Semite for that, Noodles can be called a pedophile for having done outreach with Stop Having Kids because they took money from Amanda or something, which is the most ridiculous stretch ever. And so then in retaliation, I said, oh, well, you know, Yerf Dogs, I've heard people accuse you of pedophilia or whatever. So now he's all butthurt about that. And, you know, he's a big hypocrite since he isn't vegan and he does harm animals.
I don't want this to be a crucible for bitching. So if he wants to come on, he can talk to you and argue his point, and you can do the same. He says he never called you a PDF, by the way.
Yeah, it's in the...
Brother Marcus, what does Brother Marcus mean? IKS who come to... What does that mean, Brother Marcus, brother?
I know who come to the
Sorry,
channel.
that was a continuate because I don't know, it like splits up the message when I type in the streamer. But that was supposed to say folks who come to the channel.
Oh.
And Richard says, don't worry, Yerf Dogs, we know he is, as in full of shit. I mean, I don't know why Noodles gets a lot of hate. Aside from this personal issue of Yerf Dogs, where, yeah, if he thinks... Yerf Dog basically thinks you called him a PDF, Noodles.
I just explained what happened.
So your view is that he said it to you, and you just retaliated by mirroring what he said. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's all.
But he's saying he never said it.
Yeah, it's in the comments of that stream.
Does anybody else know what's going on? Because I will.
Do they want to like reconcile this live? Would you be open to that, D&W?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Brother Marcus, do you know what's going on?
I didn't follow their back and forth.
Well, they can come on. He can come on if he wants. Yeah. I mean, there is a problem, and I mean, Chickpea, tonight you were a bit hostile towards Noodles. Why was that?
Oh, and he's a friendly little boy, is he? A little chatter boy.
But, I mean,
he hasn't been friendly. He hasn't been friendly in the past, but I think presently he was on, you know.
Yeah. So he said something to me about something or other that I've never mentioned religion ever. He says something about religion, and I take umbrage at that because I've never mentioned religion ever.
He says he's not going to reconcile. His comments are under the stream in question. There you go.
Or clarification. Or, I don't know, hashing out or...
Which stream it is, guys? Sorry, what did you say, Brother Marcus?
I was just saying if reconciliation isn't on the table, maybe clarification or restating like his point of view.
I explained. I was saying something to J.E. Yerf Dog said something in the comments about my involvement with Stop Having Kids, basically like that I could be called a pedophile for my involvement with them, which is such, or like by that, he was like by something about by that logic or by that same logic, he could be called a pedophile.
Okay, let's go to the heart of the grievance then. You did work with them. By the way, I heard they're now defunct, right? They don't exist anymore. As far as I'm aware, someone said on the stream yesterday. Noodles.
Yeah, they kind of have
Hold on, Jay. Fucking hell.
All right.
How do you feel? Like his original grievance was that you worked with them, and he says that they got funding from people who supported Gary, and Gary has said things which he has said things that are very dubious, and he's done things that Manny would say are very unsavory, and he's made one of the original things was he made the comments that there is such a thing as benign rape, which was a very terrible thing to say, and then he has said things. I can't remember exactly what he said, but look, there has been accusation. Well, he said things like teenagers can be attractive, and it's basically been the type of stuff that a fully grown man wouldn't really say in public. It's very dodgy stuff to be saying.
Yeah, I don't agree with I don't agree with Gary. Like, I don't watch him. I don't follow him. I don't.
Do you understand why Yerf Dogs was originally upset with you?
Because Amanda shared a bad thing on one. She archived a bad thing he said on one of her channels. She had that video up, and he thinks that that's wrong. So, and no one should be associating with her. And I felt it was a stretch to say that, by doing outreach with a organization that gets money from her, that is upholding all the stuff that she does or something, or that I agree with her about that or something, which I don't agree with her. And I you know what, at this point,
I don't know how far down the pipeline this was, but
just a quick little bit of context.
Really, by the way, I don't really. I had told her I would not share this stuff, but at this point, I really don't give a shit about any of these allegiances. I had messaged her privately asking her about that, and she said to me, and yes, I'm breaking her trust now saying this, but she didn't want me to share this, but she said that she does not agree with Gary's statement. And I don't know why she didn't want me to share that she doesn't agree with Gary's statement, but she told me that she doesn't. I told her I thought it was a stupid thing that she, is sharing, that she keeps that thing on her channel or whatever. This was a long time ago. But anyway, yeah, so it's whatever. I felt like
when was the timeline? I mean, Brother Marcus, you worked with Amanda when you didn't agree with her, but you didn't know any of these things, did you? At the time,
yeah, right? Just to add some more context, she did, and the video is still public, I think, of gaslighting someone who is a community member, Dana Wells, the friendly anti-natalist who objected to the advocacy for CSAM, and she said that she lied about the state, that he was doing that. So that adds to the context. I think it's weird that if she disagreed, that she would not want that known. That's a good thing to disagree with.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's a good
but what do you think of this accusation that he didn't? I mean, what is the accusation? That you didn't apologize, or you didn't stop working immediately? Is you didn't stop working with, or is that it? You didn't stop working with.
I didn't denounce them. I didn't stop working with them, and I didn't denounce them. And I was kind of torn between, part of me was thinking.
And how do you feel about that now?
Well.
Be honest. I mean, by the way, I believe in rehabilitation, and I believe in if you think you made a mistake, you can say it now. If you think I don't think you're
I talked to Dietz about at the time. I tried to bring it up with Dietz, and it was just like, hello, can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. I talked about it with Dietz at the time, and back then it was, Steve and Marcus were, in my ear on one end, and then Dietz was in my ear on the other, and I was just feeling this strong guilt thing from both sides. Both sides were trying to make me feel stupid, or maybe they weren't. I don't know. It was like, they'd say something. I'm like, oh, that's a good point. Then Dietz would say something and be like, oh yeah, I'm being manipulated, blah blah blah. And then I'd feel like, oh, like this is so stupid. Like obviously I'm not like in support of CSAM or any of that shit just because Stop Having Kids gets $5 a month or whatever.
I mean, the question becomes, so basically you regret your time, do you? You regret
I regret it only because I just think now I think it was like a silly message to be stuck on for so long. And actually, in a way, I don't regret it because like it was something I was exploring. And I did, when I went out and did outreach, like that was like a way, like a finding Gnosis thing for me. Like I heard a lot of different opinions and a lot of different ideas. You know what I mean?
Just a point of clarification. Are you conflating what Steve does to me? Because I don't recall doing that to you.
I don't know. I don't know. I just like you were kind of, I felt like you were kind of, I mean, most of it was coming from Steve, but a little bit from you too. I felt that way.
I mean, like when it comes to the truth claims, I'm going to like speak to that because I think they're true.
Like then, I did feel like you were also encouraging like I shouldn't be doing anything with Stop Having Kids if they're getting money from Amanda. Like that was,
Okay, I don't recall. This is
anyway, the thing was I was feeling
what do you think of what like
I was just
what do you think of that though, Brother Marcus?
On both ends, and I did not feel like I was supporting any of those ideas by doing SHK outreach, because especially since no one, it was not at the forefront of anyone's mind really.
Okay, but now going forward, right? Going forward, what would you say at this juncture in your life? You might have made mistakes in that you did things now that you don't believe in, right? As in, like you did this advocacy for something that you don't even believe in, and things were thrown at you in terms of, some of the influence on some of the people who were funding it, like Gary, who said things like, we should build a red button, we should commit global omnicide, and other stuff he said that would, people view as very, very unsavory, etc., etc. Would you say now that, it's better not to join organizations, or it's better to do your own thing? Or would you say now you would act if you were in an organization and people weren't clear on where they stand on matters? What have you learned from all this? That's what I'm trying to understand.
That this community,
what have you learned? Hold on. What have you learned from your interactions? And I don't want you to badmouth people necessarily. I just want you to say, what have you learned for yourself? Okay. For example, Yerf Dog's putting pressure on you because he feels that you didn't make a moral stand that he feels is important. Okay. And, you've obviously been influenced by your friendships and your emotions. And maybe you haven't seen people as bad people, et cetera, but it's not necessarily about whether the people are bad. It's about whether the ideology, or not the ideology, but the symbolism, the what it depicts, the depiction of matters, perhaps is the problem. The depiction of an idea, or the depiction of a stance is tinged by people's words and deeds outside of your friendships. Outside of your immediate friendships. What do you think of this? What do you think of this? What have you learned from this?
I just learned that
Brother Marcus, you had a similar experience as well, Brother Marcus, with the podcast. Now you worked with somebody who you don't particularly like and you don't agree with their ideological stances. So you both worked with people you don't agree with anymore. And you didn't agree with them at the time either, Brother Marcus. I don't know, Noodles, you didn't agree with, I presume you didn't agree with some of the people that were funding the organization. But what have you learned from all of this in terms of working with people and how quickly you should give your views on matters, how quickly you should distance yourself, etc., etc.? Have you learned anything?
I just that I don't. I mean, just that I don't know. I don't know what. I don't really know what to say. Just to that my real that the one cause I really care about, I think, is animal rights, and this whole scene is full of psychos, and animal rights is full of psychos too. But this one is particularly toxic. It's a conglomerate of narcissists. I don't know. It's just so bad here, man. It's really bad.
Brother Marcus, do you want to chip in?
I wish I did not. I wish I could go back and just. I don't know. I don't know what to say, honestly, dude. I was retaliating on that stream. Yerf Dog said something in the comments.
Okay.
That's all that happened.
Brother Marcus, what do you think? Do you believe in rehabilitation? Do you believe Noodles is entitled to admit his mistakes? Do you believe he's entitled to hold his hands up and say, maybe he shouldn't have done something, or he should have been clearer? And how do you feel you learned? How do you feel you learned from your experience? For example, you did work on that podcast with Amanda. Now you don't agree with Amanda, etc., etc. What did you learn that would be helpful for Noodles?
So to answer your question, absolutely yes. But that takes into account admitting fault, admitting mistake, and I openly admit being at fault and trying to take accountability for that fault. Yeah, I mean, you were part of that phase in my life, D&W, and converting me away from it. So, like, I did support this stuff indirectly. Like, yeah, I was like,
no, this is the problem here. You didn't actually support them directly, and you disagreed, but
well,
this is the problem. It's like Kevin Bacon degrees of separation when you're working with someone who do you know what I mean? It is an issue, but no, I'd like to hear what you learned.
Yeah, I used to think about like the whataboutisms, it's like agree to disagree, but that's not my stance. I don't agree to disagree. It's not a disagreement. I oppose what they put out there. That there's a difference with that. And I just think that should be like a baseline given the stuff that they do publicly support. Now, if I also agree that they should also, because like keep in mind the whole CSAM stuff. There was Amanda, but then also Tejas with the Cosmic Antinatalist. He also made a video in reply to Dana. Not only that, Laith Malik Reem, who is a co-author with Lawrence and also one of the founders of Antinatalism International, went after Dana. All these people dogpiled on a person within the community, right? Whether or not you like her or not, whatever. She opposed something that we should all be able to oppose. And I think there's a difference between saying agree to disagree versus I oppose you advocating for said thing. And yeah, I think you can definitely say, hey, like, I regret that, or I'm mistaken by that, and just say that. If you believe it anyway.
Okay.
Was there more? Like, did I answer your question?
Yeah, I don't know. I regret.
D&W, did I answer? D&W, did I answer your question?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Right. I regret doing outreach with Stop Having Kids, and I regret not like leaving as soon as I found out they were getting funding from Amanda and all that stuff. And the only thing I do ask myself is, how much different is it getting funding from like non-vegans or something like that? Like what's like, or I guess the difference with those people is they're not like, maybe they don't have like a social media necessarily where they're saying, oh, eat, it's okay to eat animals. But so I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. It all sucks. I regret all of that shit. I regret even I even
do you regret it because you have dogs brought up, or you regret it because you oppose it? That's the thing. That's
I mean, I regret, yeah, I regret because I oppose it, and just all the awful shit that it brought with it.
So in many ways, you admit that Yerf Dogs brought it to your attention, and in some ways, you wish that you'd listened to him sooner. You do agree with him, and you do regret your actions. So that's where you stand. That's where you stand, right?
Yeah, I wish that I had just said, oh, okay, like, if Amanda is funding this until she denounces what Gary says and takes those videos down, I should just not be involved. I should have just done that. It was hard because I felt like I was being pressured, and I didn't know what the right thing to do was. And Dietz also made me feel like I was being like manipulated over something stupid, and I didn't want to.
He's not here at the moment, so
I know. I was just saying that's part of, like.
Well, can we keep it? Yeah.
Anyway,
so Yerf has made the point that if he positioned himself as an anti-suffering ethics activist, he wouldn't accept funding from a prominent person who promoted and defended somebody else. So he's not saying she was or she is. It's just that, again, she didn't oppose him, from the off. And now, by the way, she has opposed him since, and she's entitled to change her mind on that. And I applaud her for finally doing that. But she didn't do it at the time, and you can only act with the knowledge you have at the time. So you agree with what he said here, that you agree. So no, but Noodles agrees basically with what Yerf Dog's saying here, that he shouldn't have done it, and he wouldn't do it again.
But also, there's a difference between like not saying anything versus actually lying about the thing, right? So just adding that as context.
So anyway, I think we'll move along now. If Yerf Dogs wants to come on to say anything else, he's welcome to. Unless you guys have anything else to say on the matter. I mean, there was the statement there about anti-Semitism and calling someone a Nazi. Now, J.E. is here. J.E., are you offended that he called you a Nazi? What do you say to Noodles about that? Is it something you can't forgive?
No, I didn't take it seriously. I don't usually take Noodles seriously, so I wasn't all that offended by it. I know who I am as a person, so I know I'm not a Nazi.
I did actually kick Gaia off. Now, Gaia is back in the comments. He's welcome to be. He's welcome to come back on it, because I actually like Gaia. Now, the thing is, somebody might throw shade at me for that, because he didn't. I kicked him off because he said he believed in segregation of. Like he didn't say he believed in segregation of the races, but he would not say that. He would not say that he didn't, and I found that wholly unacceptable. Sorry, again, that's my personal view on matters. People might say, that's my view. I don't want to support someone or give a voice to someone who won't clarify themselves and say, they don't believe in segregation of races. I personally think that's an outrageous thing not to say. Like you should, if you should say, easily, freely, without hesitation. And again, it's the same for a lot of things. If someone says to you, do you support the proliferation of CSAM to keep PDFs in a position where they are satiated and will not do something to attack people in real life, well, you should make a stance on that is logical and realize that actually no, because they need to get help. There are other ways for them to get help, such as chemical castration, therapy, etc., that do not involve putting victims in a state of being re-traumatized by their imagery being out there and used by people who have already done them harm in the past. And also, there is plenty of evidence to show that, you know, certain things are gateway drugs to more action in real life. So don't feed fantasies if you've got, let's just say, illegal ideas. Don't feed those ideas, because it may lead to further regretful actions in the past. I mean, that's kind of the standard view, I'd say, a lot of therapists would say on the matter. Yevtok says she hasn't disagreed publicly.
Yeah, like if privately she disagreed, like that's a thing that you should say publicly. Like that, that's the weirdest thing to not say publicly. Like that should be the easiest thing.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she just...
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think she did say something where she said a lot of things. She doesn't talk to them anymore. She said that in a public video, but she didn't clarify exactly what. And I think she was too slow on it.
I think, yeah, listen, I think I was too slow. A lot of people warned me, you included. I think I was too slow. So, I mean, it sucks, but you got to take the hit if you're going to hold yourself accountable.
What does this all say? What does this all say about like parasocial relationships, being friends with people on the internet, and even just friendships in real life? What do you think this all says? What has everybody learned from all of this? Like, I mean, personally, I'd say, if anything, I've learned to walk my own path and not to form too deep an allegiance with people. I know that sounds a little bit harsh, but to stand on your own 2 feet and don't bend over too much for other people. I mean, on this show, for example, we're on this show. We don't really bend over for each other, do we? Which is a good thing in my view, because
it is a good thing. Yeah,
it is a good thing, and that's what I would encourage more people to take that line, like walk your own path and. Just don't feel pressurized. Don't feel pressurized to.
I want to give credit to two people. So D&W, obviously, you were someone who was heavily involved in the community, and you saw something, and you saw it as a problem, and you spoke out against it, and you did take a hit to your channel, and I respected that. You worked on your principles, and you said, "I'm going to go my own way," and I respected that, and that inspired me. Also, and I'm not saying he's a friend or anything. Conundrum fights, like, will argue with anyone and everyone. And I saw him oppose certain elements. And that also at the time, like I saw multiple people speak out against it. And it didn't matter about, you know, these friendship alliances. It was like, are the principles something that you could stand on your own? And yeah, I think fostering an idea of that, like you can be friendly but not necessarily friends, but at the same time I'm open to, like, listen, if D&W, if
that's a great way of putting it, being friendly but not actual, like laying down the road. Actually, you can be friends until people prove themselves as.
I was just going to say, like, at D&W, if you are ever advocating for like harming other, like, obviously I'm going to say go fuck yourself, but like at that point, you know, until that happens,
so I suppose give people a chance. You can call each other friends. You can be friends, but if someone does something that you think outside of the pale or beyond the pale, then you can call a halt to that friendship. You can rein it in. You can say to that person, "Hey, man," and if they don't respect your wishes, are they in favor of you as an individual? Are they really your friend?
Yeah. Well, I guess one lesson I guess we could all learn from this too is that you shouldn't ignore red flags the first time you see them, you know?
Right. Does anybody else want to come on here? Gaia, if you want to come on, FHB.
Yeah, with the
Richard,
Gaia thing,
yeah,
you do regret kicking him though, right?
Do I? No, I don't actually regret kicking. I only kicked him off. I didn't ban him from the channel. I just kicked him off for that night. And that was because, as I said, he wouldn't clarify. Look, I mean, segregation of races is something I wouldn't agree with. I think that would be, to me, that in my country, that is I think that's a hate crime, more or less. You know, to say that you want black people to be segregated on the because of who they are racially, in terms of their ethnicity. I mean, that's dangerous rhetoric, isn't it? It's as I said, you never know who's listening. You never know who you're inspiring on the internet. So I think you got to be careful what you say and what you allow to go, as in what you allow to flow. And people like Chickpea already said to me, or someone said to me tonight, "Oh, you know, don't worry, you know, it's only the internet." But you never know who's listening. You never know what young mind you're creating an impression in. So you do kind of have to be clear on things, I suppose. What do you think?
I think.
I mean,
go ahead.
Well, do you think I was wrong? Do you understand why I took the stance?
I think you might have been trigger happy, and I think that's Gaia probably has a nuanced view, or
well, you see, the thing that came back was
D-Prophet answered, and I don't think he was kicked, right?
Yes, and also I was shown that some people said Noodles calling for an ethno state was another example of segregation. So yeah,
I could be wrong.
I mean, you could make those arguments. You could make those
Life
arguments.
abolitionism, I think, has some type of view, and I think who else? I can't remember.
Yeah, I mean, this is true. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to take it back, because life abolitionism says it as someone who is descended from African American slaves, and he has a view that some African American descendants of slaves want to start their own land, or they want to get a portion of what is now the United States and start their own country with their own rules and their own governance. So I mean, I can see why people might want to do that, but my own personal view is it doesn't come to good if people segregate and separate. It just continues the cycle.
Yeah, just to be clear, I oppose it. I don't agree with it. So
yeah. I mean, look, that's my personal view. We need to come together. I'm against separatism. I'm against segregation in general. I think it just leads to more problems down the line. I think we need to come together as a people, and I suppose that's just where I'm coming from on matters. Chickpea is back.
I never said that about the internet. That wasn't me.
Okay, so it wasn't you. It was someone. No, you're right. It wasn't you. It was someone else. Someone else said that. I don't know who it was.
No, I really careful.
So Yerfdog says expecting an apology from Noodles for knowingly amplifying a malicious PDF allegation is more than reasonable. So did he? He did apologize. Did you, Noodles? Have we got to the bottom of it all? Is Noodles there? He's muted. Noodles, you're muted.
Yeah. I apologize for that, and I would just say, don't say things about me. Like, don't dish stuff out if you can't take it. I don't want to be called that either. So
okay, so yeah, I hear what you're saying, but you understand, it's a bit like from Yerfdog's perspective, it was first mover kind of thing. He saw you making the first move on it, but now we've settled it all. You made a move, and then he thought he could say things to you because of the move you made, which he viewed as immoral or unethical, whatever. So now that you've apologized, I presume it's a new blank slate, and we can move forward, right? Are we okay, everybody?
Yes, thank you.
Lovely. Chickpea.
Well, another thing too is for him to not just, call people Nazis just like that,
I've taken, yes.
That's all I'm saying. Just don't start accusing people of being Nazis without, any actual proof of it.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. And right. Well, I suppose we've reached a threshold. We've reached
Felt
a
like I was
critical
just in
mass here.
family therapy or something.
Right. This is it. Well, we are kind of a family of black sheep, I suppose. So there you go. Chickpea, tell us a joke or something.
Sorry?
Fucking hell. Tell us a
What?
joke or something, will you?
Tell you a joke? Oh, God, I
Yeah.
don't know any. I'm sorry. My brain's gone on thing. Brain's not working. Would you like to see Dave?
Yes, please. That'll do.
Oh, come on, Dave. Let everybody see you. Whee, David, you naughty little boy. You whoop, whoop. Come on. Say hello to everyone, Dave. Whee. There you are.
Looks a bit like Garfield.
What?
I said he looks a bit like Garfield.
He's gorgeous boy. Mwah, mwah. He's a lovely boy. I love him to bits. He reminds me of that cat, called Bob. You know, the guy in London used to have this cat called Bob, and he died after 14 years. You know that guy, Jim W?
Hmm.
You know, every time I say anything about Bob, I feel like crying.
GP, Divine says tonight is a good night. Hopefully they all will be civil from here. So yeah, I want to make the peace between Noodles and Chickpea, Noodles and Divine, because I did feel tonight, Chickpea, that you need to let the past go a bit. You came on the attack tonight with Noodles. He wasn't actually saying anything aggressive to you tonight. Now, I know you've had falling outs before, and the same with Divine, but look, the truth is it's holding back the channel. It's holding back. It's creating a toxic environment, Divine. And Divine, I love you lots, but you did write in the chat a few times, fuck you, Noodles. And I don't know.
No, you have that incorrect. I said fuck off, Noodles. That's different.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah. And Divine, I think that's why you lost the wrench, because there's lots of moderators.
Do you know what? I'm not here for a wrench. I'm here to be who I am at all moments. I'm here to support the channel in all moments. That is my motivation.
I'm just trying to
not here to slam anyone unless they need to be. And if they need to be, it will happen.
There you go. So anyway, Divine, you are a powerful woman. Have we somehow reached?
We're all supposed to be powerful. We give that power to everyone, not just certain people. When certain people are out of alignment, they need to be adjusted, such as what tonight happened. If I think if Nerf Dogs wouldn't have said what he said, this wouldn't even be happening now. It was because he was a catalyst of what was this little power we have between all of us. It takes someone big like that to point fingers and say, you were incorrect, maybe you were incorrect. Boom, let's fix it. You can't sit there and keep burying this shit. And then have you ever noticed, and I'm noticing it because I've been on the backside, I've been at the hospital all day with my neighbor. So I'm just coming on and I'm sitting there going, okay, I see what's going on here. This is a good thing. But guess what? I still haven't heard anything from where all of this has been stirred around by, and I'm not even going to give him that. Hello. Are you going to buck up and be nice, or are you going to still be a fucking know-it-all in every subject matter there is? Are you a walking human encyclopedia or what? In other words, you can't sit there and comment. You can't sit there and comment.
Hold on.
You can't sit there and comment on every single subject and think everyone is true.
Cougar and the Earth, can you come on, please, guys? Because we need a little bit of. I need to end this all tonight. I need to end all this animosity and bad blood.
Well, in that case, we should call Danny as well too, because Danny was also a bit harsh on Cougar, right?
Well, I don't think Danny's around tonight.
And bring in life abolitionism while you're at it.
Yeah, bring life abolitionism.
Have
Get the band together.
A group
He's live on his own show. Life Abolitionist is doing his own show right now.
Yeah, I saw that. He's going to talk about the non-identity problem. That looks interesting.
Yeah, it does.
So basically, Divine and everybody, Chickpea, Noodles, I don't really care now at this stage about your particular gripes with each other. your particular gripes with each other over, what you feel was robust argumentation or overly robust argumentation about veganism or about questioning spiritual beliefs, etc., etc. But what I do want going forward is I want people to start arguing the argument, arguing the ideologies, the ideas, the metaphors, rather than name calling, rather than I want to ban certain things like calling someone stupid or the R word, the R word. Do you know what the R word is? Do I have to say?
Yes. Read. You know what I mean?
And it begins in a D, and it
Read.
yeah.
Retard. Just let
Yeah,
us
yeah,
word
yeah.
that way we know what
So
it is
these types of
clearly.
things, calling each other names,
No, I don't
in
agree
this
with
show
that either.
is
I don't think anyone should be called any of those things. Idiot,
no. This is what I'm
retard,
saying.
stupid,
This is what I'm saying. This
space
has come
cadet,
out of their
whatever.
mouths. People have called each other stupid. People have called, and I know. Look, we have been a fairly rough and ready kind of stream, but we have got to be careful. Okay,
It's because black sheeps are always defending who they are at all moments in all
and I'm not
things, and they won't back down. And I don't blame them.
I'm not attacking anybody here individually for that because I've done some of this myself. I know this is the thing. I'm saying myself. I want to be held accountable for what I say as well. So if I ever say anything that
Obviously,
upsets
I want to be
anybody,
accountable. I wouldn't have come into the chat.
right? Fair enough. So yeah, going forward, no ad hominem attacks. Okay, and if you do an ad hominem attack and it's questioned in the comments, all right, and someone points it out,
I'm about to
and then
do.
we have a vote.
Wait.
Then we have a vote on it.
Wait a minute.
Then you can. Sorry.
DNW. I'm about to do the thing that they don't want me to do, but does everybody know the difference between calling someone a name and an ad hominem attack? Because they're two different things.
No, it's the same thing because you're attacking their character instead of.
Hold on.
Making a statement about someone versus calling someone something in place of an argument are two different things.
Yeah. No, he is right there. He is right. So,
But that's being a bit pedantic, isn't it? It basically amounts to.
It's essentially right.
He's basically getting personal permission to do what he's always been doing right along. Okay, and that's what everyone wants clarification on.
We're going to say name calling, and I think that's a profanity or taboo in the Oxford English Dictionary. Okay. And directed towards someone. I think we're all adults. We can kind of judge what is, as I said, insulting rhetoric. We can rein that in, and also, I would say that's the number one rule. Okay, rein that in. No, and if people do that, we're going to have to kick them off the stream for the night. Okay, we're all adults here, so you'll be kicked off for the night. Okay, or the day, and then you can come back the next day. If people you can come back the next day, but you won't continue the conversation because look, I don't think we're that childish. If someone says something a profanity, all right, we'll kick them off because we know the conversation is not going to get any better. But I don't think we need to ban them for life. As I said, we do agree with rehabilitation. We do agree with letting people come back and apologize. But if they do get kicked off, the first thing they can do when they come back is apologize. I think that'll be a rule. Okay. So if you get kicked off, you will get kicked off for directing a profanity at someone. You can come back the next time, but the first thing you'll have to do is apologize. If you don't apologize, you'll be kicked off again until you come back again. And then, as I said, the first thing you got to do is apologize. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yes,
yeah.
that's reasonable.
I don't have any issue with that. I think it's a beautiful thing.
What about?
Okay, and again, we're going to go to this thing where the ad hominem.
Yeah, I mean, what about when people say?
Can I just give an example, Noodles? So,
well, I was just
people might say to you, "Oh, you're only saying that because you're a vegan and you don't get enough B12 in your diet, right?" And it might be unrelated to what you're saying. I mean, to me, although it is an ad hominem, as in, like, it might be, say, for example, people might be saying you're not getting enough B12, so it's affecting your thinking. And it's not, and it's about some idea that you're talking about that isn't related to being vegan. Now, that is an ad hominem in many ways, but I would say I would let something like that slide, even though I think it's bullshit. I would let it slide because it's not. Would you say that's not a real personal attack? It's just they're trying. What would you say in that instance? It's not profanity. It's not profanity.
Yeah, but okay. So do you want to allow, as a moderator, you should be the one to be like, okay, wait a minute, that's an ad hom. Let's stay on course here. Let's stay on track. Or just even in a discussion.
Well, actually, don't rely on me too much. I think everybody has to chip in.
Can I just give an example of things that I've experienced on here? Like the kind of bullying I've experienced. And I don't even know if you can call it I don't know if you'd call it an ad hom or what, or if it's like with American Zombie, when I'm trying to when I'm debating him on something and his response is, oh, are you stoned? Go smoke some more joints or something like that. With
okay.
Wait.
Okay, you don't have to say anymore. You don't have to say anymore.
No. Or with the Matrix guy being like, "Oh, you drink Ensures? That's for grandmas. Like, what do you need? You need to be treated like a grandma? Like, just like digging into me on bullshit. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Fair enough. Now, I think those types of things, whilst unsavory, are not outright horrible profanities. But what I will say is they're enough to get a yellow card. All right, fair enough. So something that is clearly directed at someone to kind of like dismiss them in some way, that is a personal attack, although not a profane one. I would say is enough to warrant a yellow card, and if they do it again in the same sitting, they will be off. Is that fair enough?
Yeah. Give them a warning first, and then kick them off if they do it again.
That is up to the. By the way, guys, don't leave it all down to me. If you see something as if you can say, hey, that should be a yellow card, so you can remind the person who's in charge. All right. So the referee can be something can be brought to his attention. Okay, I say referee, moderator, host. I don't like all that shit because I am just talking as well, like you guys. So as I say, it is quite tiring as well. So don't like sometimes. I expect everybody here, you're all competent people, to do some of the police work, if you know what I mean. Do you know what I mean? To build the culture. It's not all down to me. Do you understand?
Wait,
Right,
so for example, what is what Richard said in the comments just now, is that considered an homonym that would be worthy of being kicked?
Yeah, that is a yellow card. What would you say, people? That's a yellow card. Yeah, that's a yellow card. This is a yellow card. Man listened to him like a little girl. It's not. That is a yellow card. If you said something like that again. By the way, you can also. Do you think we should ban people in the comments as well? So that comment would be removed.
No.
Being a yellow card.
Because they won't come in. If people feel that they can't express themselves when they come into your chat, they won't come in. You're just going to be making everyone stay away.
Okay, so we'll just remove
Only the ones that are
ones.
speaking in the panel should be the ones who get kicked off if they're saying something inappropriate.
Yeah.
So,
that's fair.
Divine, when you say something to me about being a know-it-all or whatever, personally, I feel like that is a yellow card because...
That is a yellow card. No, that is a yellow card in the future because it is a derogatory statement. I mean, it's an insult. It's classified as an insult in common parlance. We know that. So we know going forward that would be a yellow card. I'd say it's not a red card. You wouldn't be kicked off the show, but it's enough to say, hey, show some respect. Please don't say things like that are classified as personal attacks.
Attack the argument, not the person.
Okay, guys, I think that's enough on it. We're all adults, so
I like that comment.
We're okay. Are we okay, folks? Do you want now? Be careful. Do you want to say some closing remarks? Because I think I'll end the stream now, guys. And as I said, you anybody who wants to come on, Nuance, Nudie Branch, Shy Deo, Yerf Dogs, Ricardo, Pamela, Freedom Society, whoever else is there, Shy Deo. If you want to come on, you can chat backstage, but I'm going to close the stream now, okay? Because I've got to
It's too late for me anyway. I should be well gone.
Who's running the show when you're gone?
Well, it's actually going to be shut down. I'm going to shut it
okay.
down because it's been going for 5.5 hours, so it's all right. But you can talk backstage. So we'll do some closing remarks. Be nice, be in good faith, say good things and be wholesome. Considering what we just discussed, don't fuck it up, now. And this is going to everybody. Noodles, what would you like to say in closing for tonight?
Yeah, just I'm sorry, Yerf Dogs, about making that or like encouraging that false public statement about you. I was pretty pissed off about what you were saying in the comments. I didn't like you connecting my name to that word, which you did do. Regardless of what you say, you did do it. And I would also like an apology for that, because I don't think it's the same thing at all of what you were saying. But other than that, I hope we can move forward being somewhat, I don't know, amicable. And I just, sometimes I like to call out certain things, statements, or ideas, and I feel like they need to be challenged, because I feel like one of the problems is some things don't get challenged, and I know people feel that way about the way I think, and that's fair enough. If they want to do that, we can have a discussion or have a debate, and I'll try and be more respectful in my debating tactics. And we just don't like the idea of debating about something or don't want to talk about it, then you just say that or whatever, and then we'll drop it.
Okay, so if people don't want to talk about something, they can say, and we just drop the subject. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Brother Marcus, what do you want to say in closing for tonight's show, bro?
Yeah, I actually put a comment on the last stream because I noticed I caught myself interrupting people in the past, and I've definitely engaged in, like, when things are getting ramped up, like, I've definitely clapped back, and I can say that, like, moving forward, I am keeping that. I'm trying to keep that, be more mindful of how I react, and if I am getting riled up, then I can take a step back. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I do want to say, I understand getting a little bit irked by the technicality, but it is correct because of the ad hominem. There's different types of ad homs, and I think some ad homs can be, like, some of them are common. A tu quoque fallacy is a type of ad hom, and it's used, and it's not an insult per se.
Yeah, so it may not be. The other thing is, it may not be in bad faith as well. Maybe just
exactly. It probably is in good faith because it's a common one, right? So yeah, just I think that's good to keep in mind. And yeah, good luck for 2026.
Very good points. Thank you.
And thank you, DNW, for all that you do.
Yeah, thanks, DNW.
Jay, what would you like to say, mate, in closing for tonight's show?
Oh, I enjoyed the stream, and I hope going forward that we have more good, productive conversations like for once we had tonight. So yeah, just all the best going forward.
Thank you, Jay. Divine, what would you like to say, darling?
I want to say thank you for you providing this space, for allowing us to clear up all these things that needed to be cleared up for a while. And it's an honor to be here. And I thank you for providing this.
Thank you, Divine, for being here. Chickpea, what would you like to say, darling, in closing?
Thank you for your time tonight. I really enjoyed it. And thank you for renewing my faith in that author. You've renewed my
David
faith.
Icke.
Yeah, you've renewed it. So I'll be doing a lot of reading, and I'll let you know. I'll do some reading out for you over the week.
Okay.
Okay, when
All
you
right,
want
well,
to
listen.
someone reading. Yes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for that. And I mean, it's good now that we can move forward and, you know, without any bad blood, trying our best to find Gnosis, trying our best in what is a difficult life, a difficult existence. And as I said, we are generally all black sheep. So, you know, we've had it hard enough in life. So we don't need to fight each other. So I'll leave it there. And thank you, everybody. I'm just going to end the show straight away. And then you guys can hang out backstage if you want. Anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat. You can come on now and chat backstage. All right. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Happy dreams.